Well, welcome one and all to day number 3 of the IWF 2023. It has been an action-packed week so far, but the racing is far from over. The busiest day of qualifying heats is upon us with 25 races today, 76 in total across the entirety of the weekend. But today, it's going to be a very busy one indeed. The track that we're at this weekend, the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve, built in 2010. The lap record still being held by Aaron Walker from 2021 in the senior category, 58.107. The track length in total, 1,530 metres, 160 metre start-finish straight, then a 180 metre second straight down in towards turn number 2. The track only 8 metres wide and with 7 metres of elevation. It is a very technical circuit. 17 turns in total, 10 to the right, 7 to the left, and the main overtaking opportunities would be down in towards turn number 3 with that slipstream effect off the start-finish straight into the hairpin of turn 5. The double apex of turns 8 and 9, and of course the penultimate corner, turn 16, where we saw many races decided at that final corner. The top speed that these drivers would reach is around 120 kilometers an hour in the senior categories at that apex of turn number 2, and the average speed 94 kilometers. So it's a tight, narrow circuit, but it's very, very fast. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box, joined by Guillaume Alvarez here. Guillaume, very much looking forward to today. The last couple of days have been very, very interesting, haven't they?
Good morning, everybody. Once again, thank you very much for joining us on IMAmotorsport.com, on social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, all over the world, as you've been many for the past few days to join us here in this beautiful part of the world, south of Portugal. And as always, as you said, this has been very busy, very hectic for the past 2 days of action. 17 races on the Wednesday, 22 yesterday, 25 on schedule for today, as the biggest of all 4 days, the model races of them all, the superheat and the finals, await tomorrow. But first, we need to establish the grids for those superheat. We need to, of course, reduce the number of drivers to a fraction to make it to the later steps of the IMA Warriors final. We have over 350 competitors to the start, but unfortunately, not all of them will get to make it to the finals on Saturday afternoon. Can this be certainly one of those two? Eduardo Villa as well as Eli Goldstein, some of the TB car drivers that will get to start in the first of those 25 races of today. We're going to start with the seniors as always, with a first run of 3 races before switching to the juniors, then to the mini, and for the first time the X30 Master category coming into play for the first of 6 qualifying heats throughout today and tomorrow as well. So good to have the Masters along, as they had the qualifying practice just before we went live here on IMAmotorsport.com. Clément Autran from VDK Racing will be alongside Eduardo Villa on the front row of the grid. He has 1 win already since yesterday, the young Frenchman from VDK, to the victory as well for Eduardo Villa. On the left side of your picture is going to be on pole position Eduardo Villa, with it inside coming to turn number 1 and that heavy braking point in turn number 3, and a little bit of fighting between drivers out there in the grandstands, getting themselves ready, as we Mr. Martin Bean, race director for the IMA Warriors final, saying hello to the camera and to us. Good to have you as always with us. Martin Bean is the man in charge of everything that's happening on track, and yesterday has been a busy day at the office for Martin Bean, with all those changing weather conditions, as well as for the marshals, the Orange Army on track. But today conditions should be much better.
Should be indeed. It was also a busy day for this man here, Marcus Littlewood, who starts this one on the second row of the grid. Certainly he's had some good results, but some bad results as well. A P14 in his first race, a 29th as well. But his best result this weekend has been a second place. Can he better that today with his first qualifying heat win? We'll find out in a few moments' time. We'll have Eli Goldstein starting alongside on this one, just on the outside row. Again, Goldstein having an up-and-down weekend. Worst result being 15th, best result being 2nd. Goldstein not even taking a win either.
Yeah, Goldstein is a man on a mission, as the officials, the judges of fact, and the marshals are getting themselves already on track, and hopefully without rain until the end of the day. Let's not jinx it just yet, as we have the 1-minute board being showed by Mr. Ross Apton, the judge of fact, on the pre-grids, and talking about some of the protagonists. Eli Goldstein, the 5-time winner of the IMA Series Benelux, as well as winner of last year's IMA Euro Series. A client, one of the biggest in that class, and is just as 1 missing title to his tally. This one, the IMA Warriors final, and it will be one to watch until the end. As you said, an up and down kind of day yesterday and before. Conditions were not easy, and on 2 occasions, unfortunately. Wrong choice of tires, and we're talking about milliseconds sometimes to make the right choice. Mr. Ross Upton, the man in charge of the grids and making sure that everybody line themselves up on their respective positions, as he will be giving us the green light in just a few moments. But let's see what Elie Gorchen can do from that position. He is on the grid from 4th on the outside line, coming to the first turn. That's going to be an interesting one.
It certainly is. Well, here we go then. The next race about to take to the circuit. Qualifying heat B versus D. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Eduardo Villa and Clement Autran on the front row, with Marcus Edward and Elie Goldstein just behind. Then it's Luca Griggs and Jack Nesselship on the third row, with Otto Pukkanen and Diego Castro on row 4. Aaron Ferrazano and Aaron Garcia go from row 5, rounding out the top 10, with Alex Landerson and Angelo Mello on row 6. Hugo Gillade and Lewis Bird on row 7, from Miguel Silva and Kevin Latinga on row number 8.
Row number 9, we'll see Maximiano Radek da Silva with David Goncalves, followed by Hugo Martiniello and Luca Federico Rodriguez on row number 10. Row number 11, Natalia Granada, one of the Iron Dames here with us in Portugal, with Enrique Oliveira by the side. Then we have Benjamin Jones, Juan Aluja, as well as Senna Ito, Oren England, Noel van Voorvelde, Francisca Queiroz, Abdullah Campbell, Austin Gale, Fernando Luque, Lars Venink, Martin Romao, and Oscar Cura. And we do have everybody on track, except unfortunately for Martin Romao, one of the Portuguese drivers. 41 nations represented this weekend for the mother race of them all in the IMX30 World, a race for which most of the drivers have been preparing the entire season. This is the single event, of course, through the course of an entire week almost of competition, and even more so if you include the traveling and the practice sessions that took place last week already. So that's a long day, a long time, many days for those drivers to get ready for the big one of the season. So it's tiring for the machines, for the men, for the mechanics, for the teams, and everybody involved. But certainly it's worth the price.
Yeah, exactly. And like you just picked up there, not only the drivers, but definitely for the teams as well. A lot of these mechanics have been out here for 2, maybe even 3 weeks preparing, getting themselves ready for this event here. It's certainly a big one on the calendar. So many drivers coming from all over the globe to race in the Miami Warriors final in 2023. Certainly a championship that many a driver wants to have on their resume, but it is a tall order to come away at the end of this weekend with that title. We'll find out who is going to get it, but before then, we have many more races to go as we're about to kickstart our first qualifying heat of the day. Now, there's one car shooting off in the distance there.
That's Radek, unfortunately, from Motor Motorsport 325.
With damage. The nose cone and the NASA panels come off on that kart, so he's had contact with another driver out there, but nevertheless, the race will continue with one less driver then on the field who was supposed to be starting in P17. Well, here we go then, out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Is it green flag first time? No, it's not. They are going around again.
And Martin Bean wasn't happy about the way that Eduardo Villa, opposite, managed that coming together onto the grid. For those of you unused to the karting proceedings, pay attention to the pole sitter, because he's the one having to pace everybody down, and once they come across the red line by the end of the track almost. There may indeed Maximiano Radek da Silva, as we saw some the mechanic actually rushing to the scene, trying to assist him, but hopefully he will be allowed to make his way onto the track. There's discussions going on.
Well, crucially, he came into the pit lane, not Parc Fermé, which means they were allowed to repair the kart, and the driver is back in the vehicle now. And just having a quick discussion with the marshals there is one of our technical stewards down in the area, Gary Walker, and still looking at the vehicle, the kart itself at the moment. But they might hopefully be able to get this one out at the back of the field. Well, it's been released now. It's just off camera. You can't see that. There it is now on your screen. And back out onto the track there for Maximiano Radek da Silva. And, well, again, you can't go straight out. You've got to wait until the pack's gone past you, unfortunately, Maximiano. So, unfortunately, you are going to be starting at the back of the grid. But crucially, you're no laps down at the moment because the race hasn't started. So that is still a plus.
And it's down now to Eduardo Villa to do it right. He has to pace everybody down, as we said, allowing drivers to get together. And there's always a temptation to get to the throttle a little bit too early. But if you do that, well, we go for one more lap. This seems to be good this time around.
Does indeed. Sun is shining on day number 3 here. Lights go green, and away they go down in towards turn number 1. Great start from Villa, who holds on to the lead of this one. Down in towards turn number 2. On the outside, Clement Autran tries to hold it through, but here comes Eli Goldstein, who's managed to get to the inside and up into P2. So it's a TB kart 1-2 at the moment. Clement Autran there in 3rd place as they try to make their way down in towards the hairpin of turn number 5. Nice trail there. Marcus Littlewood going backwards a couple of spots there. Natalia Granada in the mid-pack there as well, as they all try to find a way through. Otto Pukkanen also gaining positions. He's had a shaky start. Is off the track there. Goes Eduardo Villa trying to gain control, and Goldstein goes to the lead on the outside. Can he maintain that lead as they go through the shot? I think he did.
Yeah, fantastic. A cracking start and opening lap from Eli Goldstein, taking the lead indeed from Eduardo Villa, with Clement Autran down in P3, attacking the Italian already. As we have Marcus Littlewood down in P4 at the end of this opening lap, but that was indeed a good getaway from the outside row, and P4 from Eli Goldstein was soon at the back of Eduardo Villa into the first half of that opening lap. David Concalves is being investigated by the marshals, but there was a bit of a heated moment between the two teammates from TB Kart. As on the inside goes Clement Autran, entering lap number 2. He's not waiting around, the Frenchman. He has the pace, he has 1 win under his name already, and in those conditions, well, it's close off for the senior category. A lot of drivers have been through up and down sort of moments yesterday due to the continually changing conditions. Eli Goldstein is one of them, and Eduardo Villa is the man on a mission as well, because don't forget that he suffered a mechanical DNF yesterday. Couldn't make it to the pole position in one of his heats because it was too late at the gate, so that means 2, a did not start and a DNF. Certainly the worst sort of scenario for Eduardo Villa, despite a win for him so far. So he needs to pile up the results. He needs to be at the front if he wants to keep a chance to make it to the superhit grids. Eli Goldstein obviously always in the need of strong results as well. 1P1 for Heli, but certainly his course of action was put into a difficulty after some wrong tyre choices yesterday. But now the pace seems to be back, and it's gesturing to Clement Autran to stay with me just for now. Let's not battle this way through just too soon, because it's only lap number 3. The race is still long. Let's keep it together and then live the fight for certainly the latest laps.
Yeah, certainly so. Marcus Littlewood back there into P4 as well, just in the next train. Has got the company of Jack Nettleship just behind, followed by Luca Griggs, Diego Castro, Aaron Ferranzano and Hugo Gelade. Lewis Bird rounds out the top 10, who's had a good start, 4 positions gained. But eyes are on these top 3 at the moment. Goldstein, Autran and Eduardo Villa. And Villa right now is still on that rear bumper of Autran, not for much longer, as he goes to the inside there through turns 13 and gets it done. Back up the hill they go now through 14 and 15. And I can imagine that Clement Autran is not too happy about that one in these early stages, wanting to try and catch up to Eli Goldstein, not able to do it. Watch the slipstream now as they go down in towards turn numbers 1 and 2, and look at that, right on the rear bumper. This is why we like this circuit, close racing all the way throughout.
One of the longest slipstream in karting, according to some of the drivers, into that first sector, with over 340 meters of strength of a straight line from the first corner. So that gives you a perspective. And the 246, unfortunately, going cross-country just a tiny bit. We start to see who that is, unfortunately, but he's being able to get back onto the track. This is Oren England, who was making his bit through the field with 8 places recovered up to P18. But unfortunately, Oren England falls down to the back end of the grid. In the meantime, Clement Autran making his commitment on the inside of turn number 15, 13 that is, and is the response of the Frenchman of Eduardo Villa. So the charge is on. Clement Autran had lost the place, now he just took it back, and he finds himself in the chaser mode. And the gap hasn't been extended that much by Eli Goldstein. As we said, that slipstream is really hurting the gaps of the leaders.
Yeah, and this is why they can afford to go for these overtakes here and not lose touch with Goldstein. And Autran is going to go for the move immediately for the race lead here, wasting absolutely no time, getting both of the drivers within half a lap. Brilliant stuff for the Frenchman, now leading the way in this one as Enrique Oliveira sets the fastest lap of the race. The privateer 58.725. He is somewhere down in the field, but right now with these 3 scrapping, it is still allowing, though, the drivers behind to still close in. Littlewood is now within touching distance of these drivers behind. You can see him just behind as well. Jack Nettleship still there as well, as now the teammates change positions here. Eduardo Villa to the inside and gets past Eli Goldstein and moves up into second place. Littlewood is now in the tow. This is going to be a very close fight. How many karts? Count them as they go into the slipstream, back onto the start-finish straight, and we're only going onto the half race point of this race.
Clément Autran under intense pressure. The TB car drivers working together, taking each other on the inside line. There's no resistance whatsoever from Clément Autran, of course. You have to play that smart. Otherwise, he might lose that battle. Run inside goes. Next up is Nettleship on Littlewood. That was a good attempt.
Yeah.
And Littlewood is resisting to Nettleship at the moment. Nettleship who is competing for MDL with a TB car chassis, obviously. But with Littlewood resisting and keeping that fourth place alive. Then we have Hugo Jalad, Ferrazzano, Castro, Bird and Luca Griggs running up the top 10. Goncalves being warned by the officials, unfortunately. That means a 5-second penalty, unfortunately, for Goncalves, who was starting a little bit further back onto that grid. As at the end of lap number 6 for this first race of the day. You can see now one of the VDK drivers, Clément Autran, trying to shake up the order a little bit as Littlewood just made his commitment to the inside of Clément Autran. So we have now the MDC driver up into pit 3. And it all comes down to the battle between the teammates. Eddie Goldstein protecting the course, so to speak, of Eduardo Villa, waiting for the right opportunity certainly to launch his attack. But he needs to do so and not waiting around, because look at the Littlewood actually coming back to him. Yeah,
that's just that slipstream. Again, down that start-finish rate, you're able to close that gap up. It is so fantastic. That is Oren England pulling into the pit lane. The Aldrin Henry Racing driver, unfortunately, retiring from his race. He has not had the best weekend. Action here, though, as drivers dipping to the inside here. This Gonzalez, just trying to find his way through. It's not going their way. This is the problem when you really bunch up these packs, is that you get these little micro battles all in the one big pack. And it just chops and changes so much, and you lose drivers very quickly from the pack, don't you?
Yeah, that's why certainly Hugo Jalad didn't wait around and just made his commitment on Nettleship for P5. He wants to get in, he wants to join the party, and with the help of the slipstream, he might do so at the end of that never-ending start-finish straight. Car number 2, kick on the throttle as well as on the braking. As Eddie Goldstein makes a commitment, as Clément Autran tries to fight his way through as well on Littlewood. Littlewood is pushed a little bit on the curb, and that goes the way of Hugo Jalad. Jalad is going to try to get ahead of Clément Autran, but the VDK is staying ahead as for now. So a little bit of a heated moment as Goldstein takes the leadership on lap number 8. The checkered flag is getting near.
Very close moment there, wasn't it? Just showing the inside line there. Clément Autran had to close the door very quickly to stop Hugo Jalad to get through. Luckily managed to do that. One of the Pantano karts making a move there. Luca Griggs and Miguel Silva, who are running next to each other, as again side by side here, 3 wide, and through goes the 310 there. That's brilliant stuff, yeah, for Jack Nettleship. Brilliant move, and he gets 2 in 1 corner. He will like that very much. Here we go then, back over the start-finish line. It's still Goldstein from Eduardo Villa, Littlewood from Clément Autran. Autran looking to the inside of Littlewood there, and Marcus Littlewood just denying that attack in this late stage of the race. A couple of laps to go in this one, or 1.5 really, I should say, as the final lap board will be out this time. And right now, Goldstein's controlling this one, and this would be good, because this should be Goldstein's first race win of the week, if he can get it.
Let's see what's going to happen for Eddie Goldstein, indeed, with a 2nd place as best result so far, the 4th and the 6th, but unfortunately an 8 and a 15 due to wrong tire choices for Eddie Goldstein, so he needs that win. Eduardo Villa has one already under his name, but certainly more keen to add another one to his tally. Clément Autran still very much pressuring Marcus Littlewood up into 3rd place. As for the back, Hugo Jalad just one ahead of not only, well, Nettleship, but unfortunately for Nettleship, he lost 3 places in the process. He was at some point P6, but Aaron Ferrazzano and Castro actually made their way through. As we get into the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Goldstein is not comfortable. He's just saying, Eduardo Villa, stay with me, protect my position, so to speak, because we have 2 chasers behind, Marcus Littlewood and Clément Autran. Those 2 explaining each other still. But remains to be seen if Clément Autran might have that little bit of extra pace to make his move into the last lap. Always easier said than done, but this is only the first of those races of the day. Those 2 races remaining for each of the group. While 2 groups, the A and the C, that we'll get to see compete this afternoon, only have 1 race left into the course of those qualifying heats. The seniors having to go through 7 races in total to find a spot for the superheat grid tomorrow morning. As Clément Autran was very threatening outside of turn number 17. 13 that was, not quite able to make his commitment as Goldstein into the last few corners. One last kick of the throttle, and that will be victory number 1 for the Belgian driver on the line for just 1/10th of a second on Eduardo Villa. So good pace from both the TB Cup drivers.
Yeah, superb driving there. Out of the two of them, I would have probably said that Eduardo Villa could have done with the win more than Eli Goldstein. Yes, okay, Eduardo Villa has got a race win in the bag this weekend, but with a DNS and a DNF, he has not had a great weekend. So a second certainly helps out Eduardo Villa, but those 2 extra points could make the difference between making the pre-finals and not making the pre-finals. So that is a big shake-up there. But for Goldstein, that's the first win of the weekend. The TB Cup Racing driver, after 10 laps of racing, takes the win. Marcus Idlewood, his second best result in this one. Second place was his best earlier on. Clement Autran finishing in P4. Still a good result, but not the results I'm sure he'll have wanted at the end of that one. Hugo Gillade round outing the top 5, but still very, very close as the drivers make their way back then in towards Parc Fermé. Hopefully we'll be able to chat to some of our drivers at the end of this race. But before that, let's take you through the intermediate classifications, or the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Goldstein from Villa, Littlewood from Autran Gillade rounding out the top 5. Aaron Ferrazzano from Diego Castro in 6th and 7th place from Diego Castro in 7th. Jack Nettleship taking 8th place from Enrique Oliveira, just finishing behind in P9 after gaining an impressive 13 positions. Luca Griggs finishing in the top 10 from Miguel Silva, Lewis Bird from Otto Buchanan, Angelo Meno from Alex Linderson, Kevin Latinga from Hugo Martinello, finishing in 17th place from Noel van Voornveld, who gained 9 positions to finish in P18. Johanna Luja finishing in 19th, and Austin Gale rounding out the top 20 after gaining 10 positions. A very, very good race.
A good race as well for Eli Goldstein, his first victory of the week so far. As let's have a look back on the highlights of that first qualifying heat. A cracking start, not only from Eduardo Villa, but with Eli Goldstein as well, from 4th on the grid to P2 into the first few sectors, as you could see. And a bit of heated moment. Eduardo Villa, who came actually very, very close to lose it all on the opening lap. A bit of a miracle. He was actually able to keep control onto the curb. Maybe a slippery sort of curb. It would be surprising, but certainly a bit of a driver mistake from Eduardo Villa. Certainly lucky to keep it all together up into P2 in the end, as we had a couple of troubles as well for the 246 of Oran England, who would finish this race prematurely after that off. Clement Autran had found his space already, demonstrated yesterday with a win, and fighting his way through with the TB Cup teammates, at some point leading that qualifying heat before having to make do with the 4th at the end. That was a move that would build on the future victory for Eli Goldstein, as some of the drivers fighting their way through as well. Hugo Jalad with Victory Lane fighting his way as well. 8 places gained up to P5 in the end against the likes of Aaron Ferrazzano, as well as Nettleship with that TB Car, the chassis Nettleship would end up only P8 after fighting for a P5 finish. Here's the move of Hugo Jalad clipping the curb on Aaron Ferrazzano from Eurokarting that went the way of Nettleship. Very smartly enough, taking them both before losing, unfortunately, towards the end of that race. One fair and square by Eli Goldstein from Eduardo Villa.
Yep, certainly a fantastic result then for Goldstein, coming away with the first win of the weekend. Brilliant to see. More races coming up, though. Only 2 more senior races in the morning half of the day. The next time you will see these seniors will be after the lunch break. But we do have groups F and G, E and H. If you're waiting for the A group, their first race of the weekend of today will be at 20 to 3 this afternoon. Then we go to the juniors, then to the minis, and then we kickstart the first qualifying heats for the masters. They start at around 1:30, just before the lunch break. After that time, we'll be back with the seniors, like I was saying, then the masters, juniors, minis, and then masters at the end of the day. And that brings us to the end of the qualifying heats across the weekend, doesn't it? And then it goes to the all-important pre-finals and finals on Saturday. So make sure you do not miss that one. Less than a minute to go until the next race is onto the circuit. And again, certainly looking forward to seeing that race. But this week, not only is tough on everyone out there, the camera crew, the marshals, everything like that, it's tough on all the drivers as well. We're ready down in the paddock on the IWF stage. It's over to Jake Sanson.
Thank you very much, boys. It's been a fantastic start to the day, and we've got Eli Goldstein fresh from his first win. A fabulous start to the week, but this is even better coming into Friday, and from fourth on the grid to first. This kind of kick-starts the IWF again for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, a good start for us today with the first heat win. We try to recover from the mistake that we did yesterday, and yeah, I hope today will be a better day than yesterday, and we will keep going, and working as much as we can to just recover from yesterday mistake, like I said, and to start in the best position for tomorrow's superheat.
Really good teamwork dynamic between you and Eduardo Vila to work your way through to the field. Was there much conversation between the two of you prior to the race? Was there a kind of an agreement who was going to get the win, who was going to move forward, or is it not how you play game?
Yeah, we are just speaking in the tent before the race, and try to keep a clean race between us. And because we both took points yesterday, and big points yesterday in heat, so we just try to put less point as possible. And if the one that finish first, the second one try to manage to be second, and just like keep protecting the teammate. That's how we work here, and I think for the moment it's working very well. And I hope that we see each other again in the final in this position.
One race to go later on this afternoon, but of course, after yesterday, with the difficulties of the weather conditions, having to choose between wet and dry tyres, and then using wet tyres on a drying track, do you guys have confidence in what tyres you've got left, even with only one race to go? Do you think the last one is going to be tricky?
No, for the moment we are managing the tire pretty well, but yeah, we are trying now to don't make this mistake anymore, and to don't make it happen.
The sunshine definitely makes it easier, at least. So that's
yeah,
good.
today the sun is shining on the track, so pretty happy about that, and we can have normally a normal day on track.
Fantastic. Eli Goldstein, thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
So Eli has got himself ready for the next big show. There is another one straight to come out on the track. Back to Anthony and Guillaume up in the box.
Thanks, Jake. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to seeing what happens in this one. Quick run through the grid then, as they are halfway round their second warm-up lap. Danny Carinini and Julian Cameron starting this one on the front row. Dino Storescu and Marcus Luzio going from row 2. Louis Johnson-Cool and Caden McQueen on the third row from James Shotton and Andrea Pirovano on row 4. João Diniz and Marcus Glum on row 5 from Leonardo Lagoni and Alex Moore on row 6. Luca de Grenier and Hugo Heron on row number 7. Colin Cronin and Ronan Hennessy on row number 8.
They're followed by Francisco Macedo and Conor Grant, Diego Pinto and Jules Vanul, Matthias van der Kerkhove, Charles Lambert, Rafael Rajani, Gilles Renmans, François-Xavier Venet, as well as James Wood on row number 13. Then we have Harry Cottrell, Shem van der Reyden, Isabella Bass, Etu Alu Alacolpi, William Lamdo, Felipe Rodriguez, and Thomas Grandal-Iles. Pretty much a full grid here with us. And interestingly enough, most of the drivers at the back end of the grid have decided to switch on a fresh set of tires for most of them, meaning that they are in need desperately of stronger results to start their day with, as yesterday was a bit of a gamble on tires from wet to slicks. This time around, we should stick with the slick tires all throughout the day. Let's go out, green, 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 we're racing here in Portimao once again. Danny Carinini, fantastic start from pole position, keeping the inside line, coming together into that first braking point at turn number 3. Watch out, Carinini putting himself ahead with a meter almost in front of the rest of the field, going through quite nicely for everybody here. Watch out from the attack from Julian Cameron, who lost her place to Dino Strosku by the look of things. He was on the inside, able to take the slipstream from the pole sitter. Cameron down in P3, in need of good results as well after a couple of penalties yesterday. As Strosku goes for the lead already, clipping the curb. That was a ballsy kind of attempt of a move in turn number 8. It didn't go through just yet. But Strosku, of course, is showing Danny Carinini that is just here to give him a hard time.
Very, very close, but on these opening laps, you've got to take these opportunities as well. As back down to the inside goes Cameron. Julian Cameron takes that one, and Dino Storescu has been swallowed by the pack now as he tries to fight and hold on to third place. Amazingly, he does manage to hold on to third. I thought he'd gone much, much lower than that one. Back over the start-finish rate, or is that Louis Johnson-Cool? No, that's Johnson-Cool. Storescu's gone down into 4th place, so he did lose another position, but it was to Louis Johnson-Cool. Now he's still there, and Johnson-Cool looks to the inside. He goes for 2nd place. Julian Cameron down into 3rd, but crucially, Danny Carinini has got a little bit of breathing space, but I reckon at the end of this lap, that'll be gone.
Carinini has been very consistent in those difficult conditions of yesterday, picking up some strong results with a 2nd, a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th as best results so far. Not just able to win a race, but that could be his day. As run inside goes Marcus Lucio on Tonon, but Lucio is being pushed a little bit on the outside, unfortunately, with that London Norris machine. Watch out for Lucio, who has won as well one race to get his weekend and week started. And look at that back, how tight that is with the 219 in the middle. This is Joe Dennis, actually the Portuguese driver, with that CRG machine being pushed on the outside by Lucio a little bit, clipping the curve into turn number 17, side by side. It doesn't go that way quite easily, and unfortunately it's forced to go the long way around on the turn back to the start-finish straight. So not the easiest position for Joe Dennis from P9 as in the lead. Watch out for Louis Johnson-Cole. He's been a regular as well throughout the sharp end of the field, with a second, a third, and 2 second place actually as best results for Louis Johnson-Cole. And now he's just taken the lead. As we were discussing his accolades of yesterday, well, the pace is stronger than ever for Louis Johnson-Cole on your leader into that X30 senior qualifying heat. Carinini still very much in second place, but Julian Camet has just joined him as the chasers to Johnson-Cole. To have a couple of laps into that race, of course, plenty of time to try to come to attack. That turn number 13 actually at the back end on the other side of the track has been certainly one of the strongest overtaking spots ever since the start of the week. We have a couple of them onto that track, turn number 3, turn number 5, and the double end in 8 and 9, but that number 13 certainly is one of the spots to keep a strong eye on. As run inside, taking advantage of the slipstream into turn number 1 that is. And it was a Marcus Blum, wasn't it? We're gonna need to get back to that, but a good move on the inside.
Yeah, it certainly was as they make their way through. Out to Marcus Lucio now with the fastest lap of the race, 59.460. Not on a fresh set of tyres in this one. A lot of the drivers, like you were stating earlier on there, Guillaume, have chosen to go for a brand new set of tyres in this one, remembering that they need these good results to try and get into that pre-final, and then of course in the final they get a brand new set. So again, they can afford to use them now, but they will cost them in the pre-final of where they start in that final. But right now, all eyes on this one with these drivers still leading the way. Johnson-Cole, Carinini and Julian Camen. Camen caught up to the back now of these top two, with Louis Johnson-Cole leading this one now. He's actually promoted himself up 5th in the intermediate classifications, continuing with the 21 points. He's demoted Danny Carinini behind him now, who is going to be gaining those 2 extra points, but not for much longer as he goes to the inside. And a bit of a hand gesture there from Carinini saying, no, oh, you should have kept going, but no, okay, fine, I'll go to the inside. And now he gets the lead of this one. And Julian Camen goes into second place now. Danny Carinini leading the way. Lucio again, fastest lap of the race, is starting to close in here.
Thank you very much indeed, and bye-bye, hopefully, for Danny Carinini, as he's pulling a little bit of a gap, but Camen and Johnson-Cole stay very much on his shadow. As from further back in 4th place, James Shorten in a strong explanation as well with Marcus Lucio, and Lucio just made his way past Shorten, the British driver, for 4th place by the look of things. Yes, indeed, Marcus Lucio, one of the fastest on track at the moment, as Kellen McQueen is making his way up to P6, where he started actually from Colin Cronin in P7. 8 places gained for Colin Cronin up to that spot, as Itu Alaculpi, unfortunately, is picking up a warning flag, as he's currently in P13 place, 17 positions gained for Alaculpi. That might be the reason why. Certainly something that the officials didn't seem fair enough into his process. Halfway through that race already, and the observation time it is between the 3 leaders, Carinini, Julian Camen, Johnson-Cole, as Luca de Grange, who pulled a beautiful move earlier into those first few corners. The fastest on track, Luca de Grange, and he's trying to make his way through as well from P9. Getting close to Strosku for just half of a second. Tino Strosku is lost of sight completely. He was fighting his way through for potentially the lead of that qualifying heat in the opening stages. As run inside is a response from Johnson-Cole into that very hectic turn number 13 into that last sector of the track before they make their way back up to the last sector. Putting themselves on the curve. Watch out not to go too wide. We've seen that plenty of times yesterday into those slippery, wet conditions. But this is really sort of double right-handed that launches you into that never-ending start-finish straight. And Danny Carinini at the moment quite able to hold on to that lead. I've spoken too soon as Johnson-Cole keeps on going. The momentum is strong with him, and now he's back in the lead.
Yep, good move there to the inside as Francisco Macedo setting the fastest lap of the race now into the 58. But yeah, Louis Johnson-Cole there back into the lead. He needs this. He was saying he was fighting for that first win of the weekend. And at the moment, he is looking the strongest out there, I will say. Got some great pace, but with the drivers closing in as well, James Shotton, Marcus Luzio also in the background. James Shotton needs a good result here today. Well, actually, he needs two good results. Is to the inside. There. Yep, down the inside goes Marcus Luzio, and he gets up into second place now. And Danny Caronini has dropped well back. He's down into P5.
Yeah, he lost a place to Shotton in the process as Luzio was making his commitment as well. So again, unfortunately, the pace is strong as well with Danny Caronini starting from pole position as he did his effort in qualifying. He's been consistent in terms of results, but not quite able to hold on to the lead as much as he would have liked. And that's another demonstration that setups will need to be worked out quite a bit furthermore for Danny Caronini. The tires, of course, will be starting to struggle over the course of that day. Don't forget that they've been using the same tires for most of them ever since Wednesday already, and they have to keep do this first set of tire as long as possible into the superheat, as we mentioned earlier. But a couple of them deciding to go for full fresh set of tires at the back end of the grid. Some of them just the 2 out of 4. And talking to the drivers in the paddock, you know, it depends on the situation you find yourself in. When you decide to go for fresh, sometimes better to go for the full fresh set, otherwise half and half can be interesting as well, but you will find yourself with half of a set already used coming to the latest race, the final, if you can make it there.
James Shotton now up into third place now, 4 places gained, getting past Julian Kamen. Kamen now under pressure again from Danny Caronini. Caronini not going for the move this time out, but it is currently right now British 1, 2, 3. As Johnson, Cool, Luzio and Shotton lead the way. Cameron still trying to find his way through, but right now I think on those used tyres as well, all of these drivers on the used tyres, I don't think anyone in this top 5 right now have put a fresh set of tyres on at the moment. They may have done it yesterday actually, not too sure. Could be a call that they had yesterday, but right now still looking very, very strong. Couple 1.5 laps to go in this one. Johnson Cool still leads the way, but Marcus Luzio looking very, very quick here, and now is right on that rear bumper, not even in the slipstream area, through the twisty section of sectors 2 and 3 as they make their way out of the penultimate corner, back on the start-finish straight. Last lap board then comes out, and who is going to take the race win this time out? Because for Luzio, this would not be his first win. He took a win in his first qualifying heat of the weekend, but right now he is looking for his second one. But with Louis Johnson-Cool, he is looking for his first. He needs to defend this one as much as possible. James Shotton still on that rear bumper. This is a good result for him. He needs these good results after that disqualification he had yesterday, as well with many other drivers having disqualifications. Warning flag going out to Conor Grant. That will come with a 5-second time penalty. Defensive driving here to the outside goes Luzio. Gets the door slammed on him by Johnson-Cool.
Yeah, there was nowhere to go for Luzio. He was the kind of driver who's been through ups and downs yesterday with a win and strong results, but 2 difficult races puts him in jeopardy. So he needs that P1 more than ever. Into the last sector, could he maybe make it stick? He's missing certainly 1 meter or 2 to be able to catch up. Quite enough with Johnson-Cool. One last kick at the throttle, and that will be good for the premium karting driver, picking up his first win of the week for just 1 tiny tenth of a second from Marcus Luzio. Good recovery for Marcus, has been fighting his way through and was able to hold on to that second place to James Shotton, climbing 4th place to P3. But that's the second place, to my knowledge, for Marcus Luzio, starting his day on a strong foot. But he has 1 win already for Luzio, and the first one for Louis Johnson-Cool, joining the winner's circle of that senior category, including the likes of Gus Lawrence, Anke Kalteren, Ein Ekmans, Paco Musenberger, as well as Kala Actings. These other ones who have picked up 2 and 3 wins so far. And welcome to the club, Louis Johnson-Cool, who's been certainly the most consistent and strongest out of this first race for those 2 groups.
Yeah, certainly wanting that one, and it meant a lot to him as he crossed the line. You saw his body language there. He'll certainly be delighted with that one then, as the drivers now make their way back in towards Parc Fermé at the end of their first qualifying heat of the day. But good results there, and we'll go through the full provisional classifications at the end of that qualifying heat. Louis Johnson-Cool then for the United Kingdom takes the win from Marcus Luzio and James Shotton. Julian Cameron from Danny Caronini. Caden McQueen, who took a race win after an incredible 3-place overtake. He finishes P6 in this one from Colin Cronin. Luca de Gagne from João Dennis, Francisco Macedo from Dino Storescu, James Wood from Matthias van der Kerkhoff, from Hugo Heron, and the driver just behind Eto Apokupli, finishing in P15.
Then we have in P16 Pirovano, followed by Longoni, Van der Heyden, Rodriguez, Cottrell, P20. Good recovery as well for Lumdo, 10 places up to 21st, followed by Cromdal, as well as Lambert, Isabella Paz, Venet, NSC, Conor Grant, Jules Radmans, Diogo Pinto, Rafael Rajani, Jules Vanul, Marcus Glum, as well as Alex Moore. And surprisingly enough, everybody made it through the checkered flag. So 33 drivers at the start, 33 at the end of that 10-lap race, won by Louis Johnson-Cool from Premium Karting, all the way from Great Britain. And a bit of words and congratulations between fellow countrymen and Marcus Lucio that you saw as well. Here's a look back at what happened during that race, as we had a good getaway from Dani Caronini. We might see those highlights later in the day. Now we switch our attention to the race, and there comes the highlights of that F versus G race. But it was a good start from Dani Caronini from pole position. Julian Kamen lost a place to Dino Strolsku, who was very strong, the Premium Karting driver, in the early stages of that race, before falling apart through the course of that qualifying heat, all the way down to P11, unfortunately for him. But those few stages, of course, are very important to place yourself, as Marcus Lucio just did that brilliantly, even though it was shaken up a little bit on the outside of that line before getting his pace back. One of the CRG machine over there into the mix. Making his way through, there was João Diniz, indeed, the Portuguese driver, who was shaken up a little bit in that particular moment. He was on the outside on the way to turn number 17. It was pushed out of the track and would finish in P9 still. Quite a decent result considering the trouble he went through. A couple of interesting moves into turn number 1 from the 226 Colin Cronin on Luca de Grange, that would finish respectively 7 and 8 of that race. In the meantime, well, we had the charge, first of all, on Julian Kamen from Louis Johnson-Cool before making his commitment on the inside of Dani Caronini. And from that point on, not only would Louis Johnson-Cool hold on to that lead, but it was the start, unfortunately, of the defeat for Dani Caronini until the end, as he crossed the line only in P5 and started from pole position.
Certainly so. A great result and the first win of the weekend then for Louis Johnson-Cool. He will be delighted with that one, and I'm sure he'll be happy when he goes out for his next race a little bit later on today. Plenty more races coming up, though, throughout the day. We still have one more senior race to go before we turn our attention to the junior, then to the minis, and then round out the first half of the day with the first of the Masters category to go out for their qualifying heats. The grandstands are full. The crowds are filling the arena here at the International circuit in the Algarve. Beautiful venue, great backdrop. I've got to say, this has been one of the greatest views I've had out of a commentary box all season here.
It's a change from some of the tracks that we've been used to as well, that's for sure, as we find ourselves in the motorsport park of the Algarve region. We have the motorsport and car racing track just nearby. If you're not familiar with the place, well, Google it, because it's worth a look, certainly. With the car track, it's been the scene for the past few years of so many international races as well, along with the Cartodromo. So this has been really a buzzing area in the south of Portugal when it comes to motorsport activity. And before we get back to racing, let's hear more from Jake Sanson on the IMA Warriors final stage into the paddock.
What a fantastic moment, and what a great opportunity this is now for Louis Johnson-Cool. It's not just a pipe dream. He's been waiting 18 months for his first win on AMX30 at international level. You got your first podium at the beginning of the year. Now here you are as a race winner during the IWF week as well. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's a really good feeling. Like, we've come a long way in such a short time, and it doesn't even feel real to be honest. Like, we've got to the front so fast, and I can't thank Moose at Premium Karting enough, to be honest. He's just helped me so much.
I can remember you at the beginning of last year, you were struggling to even make it into the A final for a lot of the first part of last season, and here you are at the front, authoritatively going for moves and going for race victories. I mean, just how much work has come in the last 18 months to turn that around?
There's a lot of work. We've put in a lot of hard work. We've Spike at S Sport Engines, he's helped me a lot. Moose has helped me a lot. Like, I can't thank them enough, to be honest. But last year we were really struggling, first time in Europe, so it was obviously going to be a challenge, new experience, new atmosphere. But this year I feel a lot more at home and feel a lot more comfortable and confident to go for the wins and the moves.
And now you've got a real chance to actually be competing for the overall podium come the final tomorrow. There's one race left. There's still a bit of life left in the tyres in this heat. Are you still confident?
Yeah, like I get better as the tyre gets older. I always struggle a little bit at the start, and then we get going. But my tyres are sweet. I'm feeling confident, so there's no reason I can't go out and win the next one.
It's always really satisfying to watch when the light switch clicks and you manage to get your first breakthrough win. So, Louis, that was an honour for all of us to watch. Well done, bruv.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff. So we're going to continue on with the action. Back upstairs to the boys, and there's one more heat, of this senior rotation to come. And then after that, everybody in the seniors will have just one race left.
Thanks, Jake. Indeed. Yeah, interesting there from Louis Johnson-Cool saying that he works better on the older tyres. So he says he's going to save those for his next one. Crucially, though, he's got a brand new set that he could use. Maybe he should bed them in now in the next one, and then they're all used up, ready for the pre-final. Who knows? Who knows?
That's
next
the other
race,
way
though,
around, isn't it, of what we used to see?
Exactly, exactly. Next race, though, is coming out onto the circuit. Qualifying heat E versus H. This is their penultimate race, then, of the weekend. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Ian Eichmans, who has had a brilliant day and current points leader going into this weekend. He starts on pole position. Heikki Kaltonen starts alongside. Calai Atkins and Mehdi Laswan go from row number 2. Kian Geraghty and Anna Malaysia on row 3. Tyler Harris, who starts on the 4th row of the grid, he's got a brand new set of tyres on both sides of his wagon. He starts on the 4th row. He needs a good result. Jack Buckley starting alongside. Ruben Moya and Pedro Kashida going from row 5, from Mika Voss and Charlie Glum on row 6. Hugo Besson and Emanuele Leodaitis on row number 7. Lucas Horchiska and Christopher Bingham round out the top 8 rows.
Row number 9, we'll see Yuta Suzuki and Rice Newburn, followed by Alexander Mono and Santiago da Costa Ribeiro. Then we have Adam Lazari, GC Bennett, Andy Rattel, Tom Remert, Ethan Faramond, Harry Tiggerson, Adam Harley, Hugo Brun, Michael Kuiper, as well as Harold Mattison, Arthur Barrio, Marco Lopiccolo, and the grid is full. Ruben Moya doesn't seem to be with us. What just happened to the Spaniard? I don't see Ruben on the track. Ruben Moya, who is supposed to be starting from 9th on the grid, but is missing at the moment. I'm trying to see where Ruben Moya could be. He's not on the pre-grid, he's not in the Parc Fermé. What on earth happened to Ruben Moya? Is one of the strongest competitors in that senior class.
Well, he may just have a transponder issue. He might be out there. We'll find out when the race starts to see if there is a gap there on the grid. But certainly, this is going to be an interesting one, though, if he is not
I see one on the Pantanos, though, so that might be him in the middle of the pack out there, but is shown missing on the live timing that we have here as they come across. So to have, yes, the 203 is very much with us. So this is just a transporter problem, our apologies. Ruben Moya is very much with us on track, so that might update itself in just a few moments. But Ruben Moya still very much from P9 onto that grid, and the Pantano driver has had all sorts of results yesterday as well, all sorts of up and down for what has been a difficult weekend for everybody here. But Ruben Moya, definitely one of the clients of the senior class, 3rd of the IMA Euro Series this season, winner en solo of the IMA Winter Cup back in Valencia earlier this season, you might remember. So watch out for Ruben Moya, and is very much with us on track.
Exactly that. Let's see what happens in this one then. Certainly a very exciting first couple of rows. Eichmans, Kaltonen, Atkins and Mehdi on that 2nd row of the grid. Let's see what happens then as they make their way out of the final corner onto the tramp lines. Here we go then. Lights go out and down in towards turn 1 they go. Great start then from both front rows. Eichmans holds on to the lead. Oh, but Kaltonen's been swamped by the pack. He now switches to the inside now as they go down in towards the apex of turn number 3. Everyone getting through. Atkins, yellow flag in the background. 3 cuts off the track. That's not gone too well, has it?
Yeah, make it 4 actually, because one of them went cross country and going around a long way to join the tarmac again. We had Charlie Glum as well as Leodaitis and Rice Newburn, but look at Tom Remert involved as well. So let's see, but all drivers fell down the order, unfortunately, as it goes pretty well for the rest of them into turn number 8 and 9 under the leadership of Ian Aikmans. Has run the inside, making his way past is Heikki Kaltonen. Kaltonen is back in contention and just got ahead of Kyla Atkins. Now Atkins done his speed in P5, and Ruben Moya, the one where we thought went missing, is very much with us and up into P3 already. Cracking opening lap for Ruben Moya, just behind Kian Geraghty, one of the revelations of yesterday. Certainly Kian Geraghty has been absolutely fantastic in terms of proper results, picking up 2, 5, a 4th and even a 3rd place throughout the course of his races. Watch out on the outside and the inside goes Heikki Kaltonen. Oh, what a move pulled by the Dutchman, and a bit of a wheel banging out there. They're all coming together as Ruben Moya might take advantage of that get together and takes P2 from Ian Ekman. So what a cracking start of a race as well for Ruben Moya.
Yeah, very good start for Moya indeed. I'm just going to have a look to see if he has
chosen
some new tyres as he goes to the lead on this one.
It doesn't have any tyres.
He hasn't. No fresh tyres for him. But he is under investigation, possibly for the start of that race. So we'll find out. Or actually, it might be because of his transponder that he could be under investigation. We're not too sure, but certainly that will be looming over his head. But right now, he's in the lead of this race, and all he needs to do is focus and maintain that position.
And one thing is for sure, you need a transponder that works well as well, because the officials might not appreciate that. We'll see about that, but certainly not a good news for Ruben Moya. But look at the pace on used tires. Indeed, is Tyler Harris just behind him on the grid. Indeed, put a fresh set of tires, not so much for Ruben Moya, but it keeps on changing hands at the leadership of that race. Enki Kalteren is back in the lead just before the breaking point of turn number 3. Kalteren very strong as well with the RSD machine. Ekman's up into P2, and Moya back into P4. Callum Atkins, this year's winner of the IME Euro Series, making himself up to P3. Then we have Kieran Girardi and Mehdi, Vos, Ochika, Hugo Besson and Suzuki running up the top 10 as for now. A couple of drivers making their way through the field. Hugo Besson being one of them with 8 places gained so far. For Hugo Besson, 4 places, my apologies, and 7 for Luca Orsica. But look at how tight that gap, that group of drivers still is. This is only lap number 3 out of 10, obviously. And Ekman's gesturing to Enki Kalteren, keep on pushing because I'm under fire right now. Carla Atkins having other ideas in mind. He's going to go for the move certainly into that slipstream. Watch out for Carla Atkins.
Yeah, certainly so. Kalteren leads the way, though, as they go down into the slipstream. Any changes here? Yes, indeed. Eichmanns goes to the inside. Atkins tries to follow as well, but Kalteren doesn't deny it. And now Ruben Moya goes through as well as Mika Vos. Mika Vos gets through as well. Lasway Mehdi also trying to get involved, but he's just fallen back just that little bit. Right in the mid-pack there, Yuta Suzuki sets the fastest lap of the race. That's a cracking time there. With some good pace as Lasway Mehdi to the inside there, moving up into, I think, P5 just behind this group. But Eichmann's leading the way and still looking very, very strong here. But again, it's just, you've got to wait for the slipstream as Moya to the inside again, gets past Enki Kalteren, and through goes the MDL as well. That is Kean Geraghty, who's got himself up into P3. This is a brilliant run for Geraghty.
Yeah, another one for the British driver. Very, very strong since the start of that weekend, as we said. As we're trackside as well, as always, close to the action. But Ian Ekman's in the meantime is trying to pull away just a tiny bit. Watch out for Geraghty making his move, but Moya was there to respond as well. The Spaniard is taking back second place. Geraghty down into P3. Look at how tight that is on the way to turn number 5. Geraghty up down into P3, as we said, overtaken just now by Ruben Moya. Kalteren, Luca Orsica down into P5. We haven't seen much of Luca Orsica so far, but that could change. That's on the outside in turn number 8. He's trying to go the long way around Geraghty, but there's no way to pass through on Ruben Moya defending into that double left-hander. That was a close call for Geraghty, the first of many to come. So we're only halfway through that race, don't forget, as GC Bennett seems to be in trouble, lost a couple of places, as well as Arno Malizia down into P23rd position into the last 2 corners. Ian Ekman's trying to shake up the order a little bit, gaining some pace outside of the curb. As you can see, the mechanics trying to give as much advice and gesturing them to them drivers, to signaling them to what to do. Always easier said than done, as into the breaking point. There's no way to go for Ruben Moya on Ian Ekmans.
We're on lap 6 of 10 now, and still Eichmanns leads the way. No position change there after the slipstream effect through the start-finish straight. Here again to the outside. Ruben Moya just looking now, lining up the move. He got wheels to wheel and gets through turn number 7 there. No time wasted before they even hit the braking zone of turns 8 and 9, gets it done, and already starts to open a gap. But remember, Moya under investigation at the moment. He still needs to focus, and he still needs to try and pull a gap as much as he possibly can. But Eichmann still there in second place from Geraghty. Geraghty still in 3rd, and communication now happening between the two of them, saying, right, don't go for the move, get behind me, get the slipstream. Now we'll get him going in towards turn 3.
There's a theory, as always, but between theory and reality sometimes. Some of those drivers might want to play tricks, as taking advantage of the slipstream. You can see that Ruben Moya was able to put 2 meters between himself and Ian Ekmans and Karl Gerhardt. The Belgian still very much in second place, and he actually swapped the racing suits. Yesterday he had the Belgian colors. He's back to his special livery of a suit, Mr. James Bond 007. If you haven't seen that, well, you can check that out on Instagram as well. Very cool looking racing suit for Ian Ekmans. Give him wings, not so much on this case, as it's being pushed a little bit on the outside. That goes the way of Karl Gerhardt. Anki Calteron was there to try as well to make his way through. Not quite able, as he finds himself back in the claws of Luca Orsica. He's going to have to try one more time. Orsica goes through on Anki Calteron in turn number 13. Certainly not what he had been expected. Anki Calteron were starting at the forefront of the grid, certainly hoping to fight. Oh, and some trouble, unfortunately, for the 331. That's one of the back markers by the look of it at the tail end of the grid. This is Arthur Barrio from the Quebec competition. With his Alonso Kart machine, he was getting himself out of the way, and there's been some trouble for Ian Ekmans. It wasn't a result of that back marker in the way, but look at Ekmans actually dropping place after place.
Yeah, he was gesticulating there into the grandstand. Not sure who he was trying to talk to, but yeah, he's not happy
Something's
at
wrong.
all. And yeah, is he slowing down? I think, yeah, he's got the pack right behind him. He's dropped down a couple more positions now. He's behind Calai Atkins. He's all the way down into P8 now for Ian Ekmans. And again, another change here as Hugo Besson goes to the inside. And now Yuta Suzuki getting past as well. So Ekmans is falling down the field. I think, yeah, you could be right. I think he's got a mechanical problem.
Yeah, big drama for Ian Ekmans, the 3 times winner. This is the leadership, the leader points of that senior class we're talking about. And now something is definitely wrong, as a yellow flag was waved on the entry to turn number 8. We did indeed confirmation that we've just lost a driver, Santiago da Costa Ribeiro, the Portuguese driver. Mechanical problem for Hugo Brun as well. He's going to have to get himself back into the pit lane in no time. But what on earth is happening to Ian Ekmans? All the way down to P12. He lost all momentum he had been building in the early stages. And I do wonder if it just happened at the same time as they were trying to make their way through the back markers over there, but something certainly wrong with his pace.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, big drama then for your points leader, but that does promote now Gus Lawrence up into the lead of the intermediate classification. We won't see him out until after the lunch break, but certainly before he even goes out for his first race, he's gaining places elsewhere. Big shame for the retirement that you can see out on the circuit, but action still kicking off here. Ruben Moya leading the way, but it's all happening behind. Here's an action now. What's he talking about? So he's pointing to the crowd there. What do you think that was?
I think because his mechanics and his family from Ekmans is actually down on that grandstand,
Right.
by the breaking point of turn number 3. So everybody, the GP racing team, by the way, seems to be gathering over there. So this is where he was gesturing.
There we go. So still kicking off here though. Gerhardt closing in as we go on to the final lap of this race. Moya still leads this one. This will be a good result for him. This will be his first win of the weekend as well for Ruben Moya. He'll certainly be delighted with this one. Still Horchiska, who's there in 3rd place. He's had a brilliant run. Lucas Horchiska, 12 places gained. He's up into the top 3 on this one. He's appeared out of nowhere in this race. Brilliant running for him. Has he, though, got a fresh set of boots on? Answer: yes, he does. So that's why he's up there into P3. Still a fresh set of boots on his wagon. Mika Voss as well, who's just behind. I think he's also got a fresh set of boots on. So now the newer tyres are coming into play on this last lap, but it's not going to be enough for them. Ruben Moya out of the final
Mika
corner
Voss
will take the checkered flag.
Look at Mika Voss, actually, he just made his way past on the line.
He did indeed. Well, now it sorts itself out. Yes, it was Ruben Moya from Kia Gerhardt. Mika Voss, you were right, does pit 3rd place across the line. Horchiska finishes in 4th place. Heikki Kaltonen finishes in P5. Now, where was Ian Ekmans at the end of that one? P13 for Ian Ekmans. That is his worst result of the weekend, and hopefully all is okay with the wagon. And if there is an issue, they can get it repaired relatively quickly. But for Ruben Moya, the Pansano Racing Team driver on the top spot here at the IWF in 2023. Certainly the results he was looking for. It's been a tough weekend so far for Moya, but right now he is on the top spot. He'll be delighted with this one as they make their way back into Parc Fermé. Gerhardt from Voss, Horchiska, Kaltonen, Besson from Atkins, Rahali the top 8 from Mehdi and Harris as well. Brilliant result then for these drivers.
The first win of the week so far for
Yep.
the Pantano Racing Team. Let's not forget that Ruben Moya is still under investigation
Yes.
from what we've seen at the early stages of that race. So
I'll
we
forget
don't know
that.
yet what's going to happen for that win. Hopefully nothing for Ruben Moya, but it's down not to us but to the officials making their mind after the race, but still under investigation as for now for Ruben Moya. And we'll keep you up to date for any concerns or not coming the way of the Spanish driver.
Exactly that. All those results you see on your screen are, of course, provisional, pending any investigations and, of course, scrutineering that make their way back into Parc Fermé. CJ Bennett then finishing in 16th place with Jack Buckley, Arthur Brado from Charlie Glum, Anna Malaysia from Ethan Farrimond, Christopher Bingham from Hugo Brun, Reece Newburn from Tom Renmart, rounding out the rest of the field as well. Several retirements in that race as well. But there on screen, Ruben Moya, his first win of the week, and certainly can be delighted with that one, but it's still a long way to go in this weekend, isn't there?
Long way to go, the long game that is for Ruben Moya. Certainly feeling positive about his pace and what he's been showing us here. He was only P9 onto the grid, don't forget. So a good climb. He was very, very fast in the early stages from where he was able to build on that victory. Let's have a look back and a good start and get away from Ian Aikmans before all sorts of trouble were coming the way of the Belgian driver. But his first part of the race was strong. Couple of drivers, up to 6 drivers actually, making their way into the gravel out there into turn number 3. So disaster in the opening lap, as we said. But most of them were able to make their way back onto the track. We only did lose Da Costa, the Portuguese driver, later on, as the battles were aplenty at the forefront of the grid between Aikmans, Calteren, with Callum Atkins at some point fighting his way through, as Ruben Moya was taking the lead very, very early on into that race. Calteren fighting his way back with taking Ian Aikmans with him as well, as Callum Atkins was fighting his way through for P3 before losing momentum all the way down to P7, unfortunately for him, as Aikmans at some point we thought that he was going to be able to stay in the lead before the Pantano driver Ruben Moya was making his commitment on the inside. One of the revelations of the weekend, Jan Garati on a strong pace like yesterday that would offer in P2, and Luca Orsica as well on a fresh set of tires, as you said, with 11 places gained up to P4 in the end. So certainly new rubber helping him out in his recovery, and then some of the drivers as well. But this is the start of the trouble for Ian Aikmans, gesturing to his team about what on earth just happened to my car, something mechanical certainly that put his result into trouble. And in the end, there was no catching up. Just 1 tenth of a second, though, between Ruben Moya and Kian Karate. Still chasing his first victory, Kian, but certainly another strong demonstration.
Certainly so. That brings the end to the first rotation of senior karts. We see them back after the lunch break. But between now and then, we've got some more races. We'll head down to the paddock with Jake Sanson on the IWF stage.
Thank you very much. Not a bad run at all there from Ruben Moya. Good to see the Pantano Racing Team campaign getting back on track. Ruben, tough start to the week, but that's a great way to get back into the game. Has that galvanized you and the team a little bit more now?
Yeah, we have been fast all the week. Just some, I don't know what to say because probably it's better that I don't talk. So yes, it was difficult at the beginning. A lot of people going against, so it's difficult. I can't say anything else. It's just for avoid something bad.
Okay, so during the course of that race, we saw that there was an investigation under your name. Could you pinpoint anything in particular that might potentially be for, or is that a bit of a shock to you on that one?
I don't know. I don't know. I prefer not to say nothing.
Okay, so we're here at Portimao with one race to go, and the conditions have changed completely compared to yesterday. Over the course of Thursday, drivers and mechanics were sweating, trying to figuring out, you know, should you go on slick, should you go on wet, should you go on old wets? It was always very, very difficult to calculate. Now that we've got the sunshine out, just how much easier does that make the strategy for you guys to cope with?
It's easy for everyone because it's just slick and then just the side of the sprocket and everything. And then now we see the real speed of everyone. So we will see tomorrow. Looks like it's going to be sun also. So I will try to be in the final. It's hard because I had one very bad race with a strange penalty and some unfortunate races. But I will try to be in the final and show everyone who we are.
So if you're in a difficult position going into that race tomorrow, I guess the comfort that you have is like a circuit like Portimao, you can do a lot of slipstreaming, you can work your way through the pack a little bit, a bit more overtaking, or have you not been able to find that so easy this week?
No, I don't care if it's Portimao, Valencia, or everywhere. I know how to overtake. I think I've shown this all along my career, so I'm confident even whatever happens.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to seeing the Ruben Moya we all know and love over the course of tomorrow and going for the big one. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. It's been great to have a great battle there from Ruben Moya. Obviously, we now focus into the next part of the agenda. It's going to be a tricky one, having had some good battles out there and having Ruben Moya fighting his way back forward. That senior battle, when that continues for their last race, it's going to be very exciting stuff. Back up to the boys.
Thanks, Jake. Yes, indeed. We'll look forward to seeing the seniors out later after the lunch break. We turn our attention now to the junior categories, qualifying heat B versus E, with Santiago Alves starting this one on the front row. The number 5 seed, who has had, well, himself a very up and down weekend. 28th place in his first race after the chain coming off the cut. 18th place in his second after having a spin. But his third race, third time's a charm, P3. Great result for him. He starts this one on pole position, with Freddie Lloyd alongside, who had 2 race wins, a P7 after a penalty in his third heat. He will start this one on the second row of the grid, but Morgan Moore and Louis Caman go from the second row of the grid as well. Jensen Graham and Henry Carter round out row number 3, with Aston Sharp and Vilma Svan on row 4. Javier Varesca and Sasha Van Bad Bosch round out the top 10 on row number 5. Harrison Mackie and Martin Menendez on row 6. From Julian Sorvillo and Anthony Bongartz on row 7. Isaac Say, who should be on the grid, but unfortunately has been declared unfit by the medicals team after an accident yesterday. He will not take to the grid, with Clovis Nogueira starting on the 8th row of the grid.
They followed on row number 9 by Toby Gale and Just Mulder. Then you have TG Tafe and Joaquim Ascalan, Afonso Azevedo and Toma Gomez on row number 11. Row number 12, Elvis Krasoskas and Gabriela Teixeira, followed by Bernardo Pinto, Marius Barryberg, Anna Malmes, Omar Cindy, as well as Katrina A, running up the top 28. That is, with Isaac Sea indeed forced to step down out of this event. Always the best outcome, unfortunately, when you deem unfit after the troubles that many of the drivers have been through yesterday. A lot of incidents and penalties, unfortunately, given by the officials after some misplaced front fairing. That's part of the game, isn't it? And when the game is that long, over 4 days of intense racing, and when the weather comes into play, well, it gives even more difficulties on the shoulders of those young drivers throughout all 3 classes. A 4th one, the X30 Master, will be with us for the qualifying heats later on. Today, we'll actually run things up for the first part of the day with the Masters before having a quick lunch break, and we'll be back for some more races, 25 on schedule just for today, the biggest of all 4 days here at Portimao. Thank you once again, as ever, for tuning in and joining us on IMAmotorsport.com, as we get a lot of content for you guys on not only on YouTube, but also on Facebook, on Instagram, all social media covered for you not to miss anything that's happening here. Don't forget the IMA app as well, when you get all the information, all the links, all the documents, all the results that you need, everything at your disposal. And we've been told to believe that you've been many of you out there using that app since the start of this event. So thank you again for being with us and supporting the IMA brand in the Warriors Final 11 edition.
Certainly so. I believe around 2 million downloads of the app as well. Brilliant to see. Here we go then. Junior X30, their first qualifying heat of the day. Day 3 here at the IWF23 at Portimao. Here we go then. Out of the final corner. Are we going first time? No, we're not. They're going round again. Race director Martin Bean not happy with the formation, and crucially, these drivers will have another lap to get everything, warmed up, but to get everything in order, ready to go for their first qualifying heat. I will just say, obviously, as Isaac say, not taking part in this one, and of course he's had to withdraw from the event after being unfit. We do wish him all the best. We do hope for a speedy recovery. The driver who came all the way from Singapore, hopefully he has a speedy recovery, and we do see him back here next year. Best luck to Isaac Say.
Good words indeed, as we had yesterday the chance to celebrate the drivers with more than 350 of them from 41 nations at the Drivers' Parade that took place at 7 o'clock yesterday. If you missed that, well, it's available to you on YouTube. You can check out IMA Heart of the Card, the YouTube channel official of this event, and the streaming of yesterday at the end of what had been a long day. Well, an hour long of presentation with all the drivers onto the stage, where we have our interviews with the flags, the medals, the trophies, and the celebrations as well. With a lot of you attending that Drivers' Parade. Thank you very much again. This has been a great way to round things up yesterday, as we had a welcoming party, for those of you who don't know, at the main hotel where everybody's staying here at the Algarve Motorsport Park. Thank you again for tuning in and joining us over there. There's been one heck of a fun night as well to get us started for this big celebration of karting in the IMA30X30 world.
Yeah, certainly so. It's always a brilliant weekend where the globe comes together. All the best IAME drivers from around the globe come together for the IAME Warriors final in 2023. But certainly, here we go. We're looking forward to it. Are the lights going green? Yes, they are. Here we go, down and towards turn number 1. Great start then from Santiago Alves, who holds on to the lead of this one. Down and towards turn number 2. Watch for the direction change. A little bit of sideways, clipping the curb there for your race leader, but it's all good. Morgan Moore up into second place on that inside line. He's had a good start. Freddie Lloyd holding on to third place. Constantineering in the mid-pack there as side-by-side battles all happen all the way throughout. Jensen Graham getting a few places out there as well. Watch out for Henry Carter and Vilmos Svan. Vilmos Svan making good moves in the background.
And we go into the opening lap with a couple of gaps already built. Switch almost for second position between some of the leaders, with Freddie Lloyd trying to make his way through. A couple of extended gaps already into that opening lap, but everybody making their way through into that sector number 2, down into 3, turn number 13 it is, with 22 on your picture. This is Jason Graham, apologies, making his way to P2. So Freddie Lloyd is a little bit further back, trying to fight his way as well. The number 4. Number 1 as well, Freddie Lloyd, as the complete lap number 1. Under the leadership of the number 5, our pole sitter indeed, Santiago dos Santos Alves. 7/10 of a second already that he's been able to build around the inside. Oh, that was a good move pulled by the MDC racing driver, Javier Brasca, on Morgan Moore for P4 that was. Into the breaking point of that turn number 3, still field unshaken as for now. Oh, a little bit of a contact by the look of it. Between Sasha Van Padbosch and Harrison Mackie, wasn't it? We'll need to watch that back. But as Van Padbosch is making his way through, as he's now into P4, but the fight back from the 36 of Sharp, with Aston Sharp from Mike Barrett Racing, fighting his way through and resisting from the comeback of Sasha Van Padbosch.
Freddie Lloyd has had a terrible start to his race. He's gone down to P15. What happened there? He has fallen down the order. This is, well, this would be his worst result of the weekend, even if he doesn't get a penalty. That is disastrous from the front row of the grid.
Well, I might have a bit of an answer. Outside line onto turn number 3. He was just by the side of Santiago Alves, maybe not quite able to hold to that position and shut that door. As we're on back in the lead, there's a switch with Jason Graham, the British driver from Fusion, taking leadership of that course. 7 laps to go through for the juniors. 6 for the minis, and there will be 10 laps as well for the masters. But now, under the pressure, Jason Graham, Santos Alves now in second place with Morgan Moore, the Irish driver, very much on his rear bumper, coming to turn number 8. Not quite able to commit to the move just yet, but seems to me that Santiago Alves is quite stuck a little bit. With Pauline Machine, not quite able to resist, at least for now. But he needs not only to go defensive, and it doesn't make it happen, unfortunately. Morgan Moore makes his way through on the inside of turn number 13. Moore was, of course, eager to get results. He had a win taken away from him due to a penalty yesterday. Apart from that, he's been consistent into results. Morgan Moore with a 2nd and 7th place as best results. But that double penalty and a P20 to start with has really been hurting his chances and ambitions in this IAME Warriors final. But he's back on pace and taking the lead from Jason Graham, and taking as well Santiago Santos with him in 2nd place.
And that's great to see that it's not upset his mindset here for Morgan Moore, despite that, like you say, double penalty that he got, dropping him all the way from P20 after winning the race. He is still back at the front here, so showing that he's got some good pace, good waft in his wagon as well, running very, very strong. Santiago Alves now, I think, has dropped back. No, he's still there in 2nd place. So he's all good there from Jensen Graham. Harrison Mackie now up into 4th place, right behind Sasha Van Padbosch from Aston Sharp. Vilmos Svan there in 7th place at the moment from Clovis Nogueira. And Menendez, who's there as well, just in P9. Freddie Lloyd is back up into P10, I will say. So he's had a good recovery drive on those last couple of laps. Into the slipstream, here comes Mackie to the inside of his teammate. He goes through, and so does Sasha Van Padbosch. So they both get past Jensen Graham, moving up into 3rd and 4th place. But Sasha Van Padbosch wants 3rd place. Oh. He comes in, as that's Henry Carter, the 63. That's a disaster. He's lost his front. That's a panel.
Yeah, incredible actually what happened there, and we might need to see that again, but certainly not what he had been expected before starting this race. As Morgan Moore under the pressure of Santiago dos Santos, or pole sitter from Paul in Portugal, outside of turn number 9, not quite able to get enough momentum to get ahead. And Morgan Moore is going to do everything that he can, find all the possible tricks in the book to stay ahead and pick up that win that got taken away from him yesterday. Morgan Moore, in terms of winners so far, we've had 2 wins going the way of Cathal Clark, Romeo Russell, as well as 2 wins for Freddie Lloyd, but not yet, at least on track, not yet officially for Morgan Moore. And the number 15 for Cork Promotion is stepping out of that race. Unfortunately, that's Vilmos Van. Unfortunately, he had a penalty yesterday for the first day of racing, if my memory serves, and that's a DNF, unfortunately, for him.
Change for second place, Sacha van Bad Bosch getting up into the top 2 now, getting past Santiago Alves. Alves down into 3rd place. That was his best result he's had yesterday in his 3rd heat of the weekend. Santiago Alves needing to gain more. Vilmos Van again, well, sitting on the chair, and well, I can imagine not very happy with that one, especially in this latter half of the weekend as well. You need the good results right now, so make sure you get through into those pre-finals. Right now, that's happening at the front here. Look at the train starting to form now as to the inside here. Oh dear, backwards going Santiago Alves. He's being swamped and off the track now. That's disastrous. Falls right back into the pack, crucially losing about 4 or 5 positions now.
Quite unfortunate for Santiago dos Santos as we get into the final lap. Watch out for the charge of the Fusion drivers. There's 3 of them against just the one Morgan Moore. Watch out not to do anything otherwise, as making his way through Justin Graham, by the look of it, on Van Pat Bosch and Harrison Mackie. Beautifully made by the 24. Yes, Mackie up into 2nd place with Graham and Van Pat Bosch left battling along. Look at that with the 56 of Hassan Sharp just in the middle of that pack. But he's being able to make his way through, losing a place to Jason Graham for P3, that is. P2, my apologies. No, P3, that is indeed, into tournament 9. Right now, with the 22nd of Fusion, Jason Graham in front of Aston Sharp. Then we have Sacha van Pat Bosch further back under the pressure of Freddie Lloyd, who got back into pace after that disastrous start of his race. Freddie Lloyd not quite able to make his commitment anywhere near Sacha van Pat Bosch. Waiting the last few corners, clipping the curb. Watch out as well on the outside for Freddie Lloyd. They're going to be side by side onto the start-finish straight and the checkered flag, where Morgan Moore wasn't catchable with almost half of a second from Harrison Mackie, and Freddie Lloyd able to get past Sacha van Pat Bosch on the line. Those two split by just 800 of a second at the checkered flag. Mackie taking 2nd place from Jason Graham and Aston Sharp. What a beautiful end of a race that was. And as we said, Freddie Lloyd, disastrous start of a race all the way down to P13, was able to get back into momentum and fought his way through up to P5. Sacha van Pat Bosch P6 for Meneses, Nogueira, Servillo and Bogarts running up the top 10.
Superb drive there for Morgan Moore, then Premium Karting getting another win there in a 2nd category. Junior X30 and Senior X30 now being dominated by the Premium Karting drivers. Morgan Moore making his way back to Parc Fermé. Harrison Mackie, though, good result for Mackie. Several positions gained, 9 in total. He gained in that one to get P2. Jensen Graham and Aston Sharp locking out the next 2 rows as well for Sacha van Bad Bosch. Best he could muster at the end of that one was a P6 from Martin Meneses, who finishes in P7 as well. 5 positions gained. A very good run for him. Clovis Nogueira finishes in P8 from Guillaume Solvillo. In P9, Anthony Bongartz from Toby Gale. Jos Mulder and Thomas Gomez. Santiago Alves is down there in P14. Not a good result. Javier Borrasca rounds out the top 15. Very tough race for these drivers.
And 12 places gained by Omar Cindy up to P16 from Gabriel Teixeira, Adam Olmes, Myers Barryberg, TG Taffy, as well as Kroskas, Azevedo, Wayne, Verano Pinto, and Askeland. A couple of drivers that we lost with Isaac Sia, the team unfitted, unfortunately couldn't start this race. We lost Louis Comin and Ricardo Vilmos Van, as you saw. Vilmos Van actually was our first winner on track of that Army of Warriors final, but his victory was taken away due to a 5-second penalty for bad maneuver. And after that, a DNF for the Swedish driver from Cork Promotion, as victory also was taken away to this young man, Morgan Moore, with a double penalty to start the week with. But now he got his revenge with his first win for the premium karting driver.
Certainly so. Let's take you through some of the highlights on that one. Good start initially from Santiago Alves, getting a good breakaway from the rest of the field. It would a bit wrong for the rest of the drivers just behind, and one in particular. But it would also go wrong for Freddie Lloyd, who would drop back all the way to P15 on that opening lap. He would certainly fight his way back, gaining another 10 places. He would finish in P5. But the battles happen thick and fast all the way throughout. This is where Morgan Moore and Aston Sharp gaining those positions on Sasha Van Bad Bosch, Harrison Mackie coming through as well. Mackie getting the move done on Sharp, going down into that top one. This was the change for the initial lead. This was Jensen Graham going to the lead of this one. Santiago Alves losing 1, then losing 2 positions with Morgan Moore going up into 2nd. Morgan Moore would fight back, and Santiago Alves would follow as well, changing those positions again. Morgan Moore would lead the way for the entirety of that race. Mackie and Sasha Van Bad Bosch getting the moves done there on Jensen Graham, and then Van Bad Bosch going through. Carter retiring. Henry Carter not the result he will have wanted. Unfortunately, the Croc Promotion driver retiring from that race. And again, Sasha Van Bad Bosch fighting for 2nd place would unfortunately drop all the way down to 6th at the end of that one. This was the moment there we lost Santiago Alves to the rest of the field. He would finish all the way down in P14, a big shame for him. But the Fusion battle at the front here, the Fusion Nick Barrett Racing battle happened, which allowed Morgan Moore to break away. He took the checker flag by quite some way, 0.4 of a second from Harrison Mackie and Jensen Graham. That does change the order a little bit, but crucially, it's still Romeo Russell and Cathal Clark who lead the intermediate points classifications at the moment. A very good technical race. But I think a big change with those tyres as well. A lot of drivers moving up from the lower ends of the field now, all thinking, right, we need these good results. We had shaky days on the first couple. Day 3, this is our last opportunity to gain these points. We need to make some moves, and that's what we're seeing right now, Guillaume.
A lot of new moves being indeed accomplished by those young drivers. This is the last day of the qualifying heat. After that, well, it all comes down to the superheat and the final. We have a bit of a break, and it's time to hear from Jake Sanson back at the stage.
Thanks, Guillaume. Thanks, Anthony. Well, today has been a day of firsts, hasn't it? Every driver that we've had on the victory day so far has won their first win of the week. First, Ellie Goldstein. Then we had Louis Johnston-Cool. Then we had this young man here, Morgan Moore. Your first win, not just in the week, but I think that's the first time you've ever been a heat winner in the European paddock as well. So talk us through that brilliant race from your side.
Well, we did win one of the heats last year in the Worlds as well, but yeah, it was a tough race because the pace was really hot, so everyone was really, really fast. But lucky at the start, we got a bit of a gap, the 3 of us, and then I think just the moves were at the right time, and I managed to break away at the end. So happy with that.
You and Premium seem to have absolutely nailed the setup this week. It's not just 1 or 2 karts towards the front. The whole fleet seems to be strong. How hard have you guys been working to turn the form of the squad around?
Yeah, we've had a tough year, just trying different things. But thanks to Moose and Spike, Moose for the setup and Spike for the engines, they're doing a really, really good job bringing everyone along.
So considering how consistently you guys, and particularly yourself, are running towards the top 5, you must have real confidence going into the last heat today and then into the super heats and the finals tomorrow that you guys can really come up with a strong result.
Yeah, just looking to be consistent for the next few heats, climb up the ranking a bit more, and yeah, hopefully we can just do a good job in the final.
Well, let's put the smiles on the faces in both Senior and Junior X30 for Premium Karting now. Well done, Morgan. Great job. Thank you very much. So it's going to be a very strong race for the rest of the day. Thanks, Morgan, for the rest of this one. We've got some more great battles to come. Another Junior X30 race on the way. Are we going to make it 5 first-time winners of the week in a row? Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed as the next grid gets its place started on the pre-grid. Qualifying heat D versus F then for Junior X30. Tyke Buckley, who'd be starting this one on the front row of the grid. He's had 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Still yet to have that first win. Could he have it on this one? Let's find out.
That's a big question, as here's the timetable that we have left for the remaining of the day. A couple of junior qualifying heats coming after this one. Then we'll go back to the minis for the first time today. Before the Masters and the first 2 of the 6 qualifying heats for the master category, 38 competitors this weekend before the lunch break, and we do it all over again this afternoon with the last rotation of qualifying heats for both the senior, the junior, the mini, as well as the master. The masters actually have all of the 6 qualifying heats in the course of just one day, so busy schedule ahead for the competitors over 30 years of age, as we're waiting here for the signal, the green flag, to be waved and allowing drivers to make their way onto the track. You've seen as well the in the background the car track of the motorsport park of the Algarve here in Portimao. And if you happen to hear, or maybe have a good ears into the live stream, you might be able to catch some of the engine noises coming from the car circuit. There's a Formula One historic event, as I've been told, happening at the track as well. So we might actually hear some very loud old F1 engines in the background of the IWF Warriors final. Don't worry, it's not any of our drivers getting into mechanical trouble or any sort of that, but a lot of engine noises as well happening on the course here. 1500 meter, 1.5 kilometer, one of the longest track that we had this weekend, that we had this season, shall I say. As we go through the grids, Ty Buckley and Joseph Smith sharing the front of the grid. Sandro Perez and Harry Battle, row number 2 from George Nassar, Zach Green, Rocco Coronel and Ilya Weiss on row number 4. Row number 5, Sam Woolley and Anton Spanswick, Evan Johnson and Daniel Dalakian on row number 6. Row number 7, Florentin Attemer and Wouter Berganu.
Roberto Bass and Travis Teo then go from row number 8. Nicholas Haraganis and Alexander Dahlstrom go from row 9. Louis Castellini and Connor Clancy, who I don't believe is actually on the grid, so hopefully Connor is all right. The row number 10 will be a bit quiet there. Andra Puta and Riley Scott go from row 11. Felipe Caras and Bertrand Sasha round out row number 12. Eva Doniston and Zarif Rakal round out row 13, with Oni Tedescu and Jean-Paul Caras rounding out the field. Doniston and Caras both on a fresh set of boots out on circuit at the back of the field. Can they make some decent moves? Let's find out as the drivers make their way out onto the track, getting everything warmed up, ready to get going. We've had a couple of false starts today. Hopefully these drivers have got the rhythm now and they know what they need to be doing, and yeah, we get some nice clean starts in this one. Race director Martin Bean watching very carefully all the way around the lap. Yeah,
they got the memo from our race director Martin Bean indeed, but between the theory and the practice, sometimes there's a bit of a gap, and it comes down to a couple of different factors for the grid to go for one more round around the track. Either this is the pole sitter not pacing everybody down quite enough, or accelerating just too soon and spreading the drivers as they make their way back onto the grid, or it's maybe due as well to the second part of the grid not aligning themselves the right way, especially when it rains. Those starting procedures can be quite tricky to get on the first attempt. But now we have Ted Buckley and Joseph Smith, one from Victory Lane, the other one from Mike Barrett Racing, sharing the front row of the grid. The pole sitter on the left side of your picture with the theoretical advantage of starting on the inside, coming to that braking point, as Sandro Perez from MDC Racing, third on the grid. Often said that, and look at him actually, he's not happy at all, Joseph Smith, because the pole sitter, Ted Buckley, is a little bit further back, and now he needs to pick up the pace a little bit, so to speak, to be side by side coming to lights out.
There we go then, into the tram lines. Lights do go out, and away they go, down in towards turn number 1. Great start then from Ty Buckley in the inside row, and Joseph Smith gets swamped by the pack. The debris getting kicked up in the midfield there as carts going wheel to wheel now down in towards turn number 3. Is the Constantine effect going to kick in? Yes, it very much does, but crucially, everyone gets through it somewhat unscathed now, down in towards turn number 5, the first of the hairpins, and again, it looks all good. 2-car breakaway then, and it's Sandro Perez and Ty Buckley who lead the way. Look at the gap they've got. And
Rocco Coronel had a good start as well, up to P4 with that Aragno crash helmet of his, as a couple of drivers trying to line themselves into turn number 8 and 9. This is that part of the track where yesterday there was a bit of a wet patch that put so many drivers into trouble. We're having none of it this time around. But in the meantime, indeed, Sandro Perez was able to take the lead with Ted Buckley in front of him. Joseph Smith turning down the order just a tiny bit as they complete the opening lap of that race. 7 in total to go through. And look at the gap indeed. Sandro Perez, Ted Buckley in front of George Nassar from GGM Motorsport, 8 tenths down. under the pressure of Rocco Coronel. Then we have Joseph Smith all the way down to P5. Coronel makes his bid on the in-3 to turn number 3, and he commits on the exit as well. Well done by Rocco Coronel on George Nassar for P3. And we have for the back as well. Oh, look at how tight this becomes, and a couple of drivers coming together to turn number 3 by the look of things, as we seem to have had Kareniazis from Danilon Racing into trouble, as well as Oni Tursku from Koch Promotion at the back end of the grid. We'll get back to that. As behind Rocco Coronel, we have Nassar, Joseph Smith, and as well as Sam Worley battling along for P4. 3 drivers close together, coming to what is turn number 13 at the back end of the circuit over there on the other side. It's about trying to find enough space to get yourself into a good rhythm in the next few laps. 0.2 of a second between the 2 leaders. Ty Buckley very much on the rear bumper of Sandro Perez. Very strong in the early stages of that season, with a podium in the IAME Winter Cup on home soil in Spain for Sandro Perez. Ted Buckley, a client in the junior category, trying to shake off a little bit the Spaniard. Ted Buckley, as Sandro Perez was indeed second to the IAME Winter Cup earlier this season. Ted Buckley, what can he do so far? He's going to try to stay as close as possible to Sandro Perez all throughout the course of that race. Ted Buckley, who hasn't been able to win just yet a qualifying heat, and not so much so for Sandro Perez. So they both are in search of their first win this weekend in the junior category, with Rocco Coronel trying to get close as well. He's a bit on his own, the Dutchman at the moment, 7 tenths down, but he has a 1.3 second advantage on Harry Battle now, who fought his way through up to P4 from Sam Hooley, and Nassar, Green, Joseph Smith, opposite, tumbling down the order to P8 from Eden Spanswick, and Johnson running at the top 10.
To Iscu there, unfortunately receiving a warning flag mid-race, not what you'll want to see. No changes between the top here. Sandro Perez doing a good job leading the way. He's got Ramon Pinheiro here this weekend, tutoring him, making sure he's all up to speed. And Ramon, very well known in the racing community, but Sandro Perez doing an absolutely fantastic job at the front of this one, controlling the pace. But got to keep an eye on the drivers behind, because Rocco Coronel is closing in. Coronel, who has had a very up and down weekend. 2 penalties in 2 races, 14th and a 12th in one of them. But he did take a race win in his second heat of the weekend. And right now he's looking for another one, and he's there in 3rd place, closing in on these 2. Slipstream effects going to start kicking in for these at the main straight. Back here, though, still kicking off. Harry Bartle leading the next group of drivers from Sam Woolley, George Nassar, and Zach Green. Zach Green just at the back of that one as well. They're all closing in as well. Keep an eye behind, crucially. Buckley, is he going to go for the move here? Ooh, thinking about it. Looking to the inside. No, not enough legs there to get it down the inside. Wheel-to-wheel action, and that's allowed Coronel to really close in now and immediately go for the move. Straight to the inside and moves up into P2. Rocco Coronel wasting no time whatsoever. Now they soon need to work together to see if they can try and close that gap up to Sandro Perez.
Textbook move from Rocco Coronel in the hairpin down in turn number 5. Up into P2 for the young Dutchman, who's been all over the place in the karting world this season, in other series as well, doing wonders, representing the Netherlands. As he's been a busy young man, Rocco Coronel, with a victory, and so far for him. But up and down sort of results for him as well. A P12 and a 14 for Rocco Coronel so far. So the win didn't help him that much. He has a chance to maybe snatch what would be his best result so far, and maybe another win. Watch out for the slipstream. He's going to commit to that. He's going to go on the inside. Oh, look at Sandro Perez shaking the order, shutting that door. It wasn't enough, and Rocco Coronel takes the lead.
Yeah, he does indeed. Sandro Perez fighting firm for that one there, down in towards turn number 2 and 3. Dropping down now into P3, but it's okay. He'll get that same advantage in the next time they reach that point. Sam Worley now with the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 0.705. Very, very quick, but Rocco Coronel leading the way here. Ty Butley, who's just been Well, he's been stuck there in second place, hasn't he? He's not managed to lead this one, despite the fact that he started this one on pole position. And he's looking for his first win of the weekend as well, as he looks to the inside now. And this is the first time he takes the lead of the race now. Brilliant stuff there for Ty Butley as he breaks away now. And Rocco Coronel, hand up in the air, saying, what was that for? Well, I'm looking for my first qualifying heat win this weekend, not you. Right, here we go. Back down the start-finish straight they go. And Rocco Coronel instantly on the charge back, and crucially, Ty Butley goes defensive on this final lap. You've got to defend that inside line going down into this one. This is the last opportunity that they get for the slipstream, and he has defended it beautifully there, has Ty Butley, and now he's managing to break away just that little bit more. Check over the shoulder there for Rocco Coronel, and he's looking to try and reclaim that first place spot. Where's it going to be? Into the braking zone of turn number 8 they will go. Many overtakes can happen into this one. Is it going to happen now? They go defensive, sideways moments there, as now the group behind's closed in. The group behind's closed in. That's Sam Woolley. Sam Woolley up into third place.
Sam Woolley and Harry Battle kicking in as well. That's going to give us one heck of a finish for that qualifying heat in the junior class final lap, that is. There won't be many opportunities left into that last lap, as Rocco Coronel is glued to the back end of Ty Butley. Ty Butley needs to shut that door in the next two right-handers. Doing so onto the curb. That's going to give us a photo finish. As for the back, Sandro Perez, Sam Woolley battling along. Coronel on the line, split only by the tiniest of margin. 500 of a second, but victory for Ty Butley. Going defensive on the crossing of the checkered flag. Rocco Coronel had to go for that. He had to go for that tiny gap. Maybe a couple of meters more would have been needed for Rocco Coronel. And further back as well, Sandro Perez back on Sam Woolley, taking third place in beautiful fashion on the line. And Harry Battle running up the top 5, split by just 0.4 of a second on the line.
Well, crucially as well, that gives us our 5th different race winner of the day. And brilliant stuff there for Ty Butley. And he will be delighted with that one now. He can say that he's got a win, a second, a third, and a 4th now this weekend. I'm sure he doesn't want to end his next one with a 5th, but I'm sure he'll want to replicate this one. But certainly very, very good results. Shows what a good night's sleep can give you for a lot of these drivers. We've had a big shake-up in the order now, as the weather certainly has improved. The sun is shining. Temperature at the moment 20 degrees. It's still relatively cool. The air temperature is cool. The sun is still behind some cloud at the moment. It is sunny, but it is a very lovely day here in the Algarve. Ty Butley then takes his first win of the weekend from Rocco Coronel. Sandro Perez, brilliant result. P3 for him from Sam Woolley. Harry Bartle from Zach Green. George Nassar and Joseph Smith. Ian Spanswick and Evan Johnson. Elia Weiss and Florentine Hattemer. Felipe Caras and Eva Dorinson. And Dalakian rounds out the top 15.
And those new rubber were really useful for Eva Dorenstein, climbing 11 places up to P14. She was one of the few drivers in that class with a fresher set of tires. Then we have in P16 Berganu from Castellini, Bertram Sach, Caras, Dahlström in P20, followed by Scott Rayleigh, Travis Teo, as well as Farudin, Roberto Bas, Caragiani, Andrea and Onituscu. Everybody makes it through from start to finish. Good to see that we have everybody on board, all 27 drivers. Seeing at the end of this race, won in a beautiful fashion by Ty Butley for the first time this week for Mike Barrett Racing. And as you mentioned, this is the 5th different winner that we've had in the course of 5 races this morning, with in the junior class not only going to Ty Butley the victories, but Morgan Moore in the seniors. 3 first race, Eddie Gorstein, Louis Johnson-Cole and Ruben Moya. So let's keep it that way, shall we? Because the more different drivers we see fighting at the front, the more different winners, while the tighter it will be for the battle for supremacy.
Certainly will be. Right, well, as they make their way back in towards Parc Fermé, let's remind ourselves of what happened in that race. Very good start then from the inside road. Ty Butley, who started this one on pole position. It wasn't great for Joseph Smith. Unfortunately, he fell back and was actually a bit unhappy with the start procedure as well, with that one as well, with the hand gesturings just before. And Rocco Coronel starting to make the moves. We lost a few drivers in the background there, the 55 and the 52. That was Oni Tuiscu, who did receive a warning flag as well. That was with Nicholas Karanjanis as well out on circuit.
Oh.
Big shake-ups there. That's why Joseph Smith fell down the order so much as well, off the circuit after a little bit of contact.
Yeah, we missed that in the live stream, so good to have it back in the highlights. And Joseph Smith, who was starting at the forefront of the grid, not quite able to get himself into the battle. P8 in the end. That move, textbook, into turn number 5 by Rocco Coronel. and he would go on to try at least on Sandro Perez going defensive, but the door was slightly open well enough for O'Connell to commit to his move. And then Tate Buckley keeping the charge at the 51. That was the move that would offer him the final win and the first one of his week. But look at that, look at him actually sliding on the entrance of turn number 8 and then going defensive to prevent any overtaking on the line by O'Connell. As part of the game, it's tight, it's competitive, and a good piece of driving from those youngsters.
Certainly so. 5 cars battling for the lead of that one, but a very exciting one. Next race coming up very, very soon. Qualifying heat A versus C. They're about to make their way out onto the circuit, but certainly it has been a very interesting start to the third day here. Plenty of new faces on that top spot. And yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing what happens in the next one. Junior qualifying is due to start in around 5 minutes' time, but looking at that one, we are very much looking forward to the minis coming up after that one. Then we go to the Masters for their first qualifying heats, and then, of course, we go to the lunch break. We're back with the seniors, then with the Masters again, Junior, Mini for their last heats, and then Masters for their final heats as well. Certainly looking forward to this one, Guillaume, but beautiful to see the sun out shining, and I'm sure it's shining on the IWF stage as well, down into the paddock with Jake Sanson.
How about that? 5 new winners for the week. We had Goldstein, we had Moya, we had Louis Johnston-Cole and Morgan Moore, and now we've got Ty Buckley. Ty, brilliant drive out there. Really, really tricky stuff, but you managed to hold on despite all the pressure. Just talk us through how the race felt for you.
Yeah, well, we got a really good start off the inside, and then I pushed with Sandro until Coronel caught us, and then we just battled until the end.
It's really, really tough in the slipstream on the way down. What's it like when you're trying to pick your moment, when to make a move and when to defend from the guy behind?
Yeah, it's really hard because they all just use the slipstream to pass, but you have to sort of defend sometimes.
Now, everything has changed a lot from yesterday. It was all about trying to pick whether it was a dry tyre or a wet tyre. Now, obviously, it's a lot hotter and the dry tyre is the way to go. How confident are you guys with the tyres that you've got left? Are you quite happy with the life they've got?
Yeah, we're pretty happy. We're going new tyre in the final, I'd say, and it's getting hotter, so it's also grippier.
And the battles out there, I mean, you were mixing with guys that you've been struggling to keep up with in qualifying, and now you're faster than a lot of them. That must be a real confidence booster.
Yeah, it's really good to be battling at the front.
Fantastic. It's been a really good race, and we hope there's many more of those to come, Ty. Thank you so much. It was great entertainment from us, so thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. So, another new winner here in Junior X30. How many more are we going to get? Back to the boys. We could have 6 out of 6.
We could do indeed. Well, as the next session about to get underway, Junior X30 qualifying heat A versus C. David Cosma starting this one on the front of the grid. David Cosma having a good second half of the weekend. First race didn't fully go his way. P13 after a penalty sees him fall back just that little bit. Fred Green, though, however, on the outside row. 3rd place and 2 second places. He's looking very strong this weekend, starting on that front row as well. But Romeo Russell, who's on the 2nd row of the grid, he has been on it. 2 race wins and a P4. He, at the moment, is your points leader, tied with Cathal Clark at the moment, who is also out in this race, which means these two will be battling, and we will have a definite leader and a definite second in those intermediate classifications. Himself, 4th and 2 race wins. Guillaume Alvarez, I love this part of the weekend because you get such a shake-up in the order, don't you? So many drivers thinking, oh, I need to try and gain these positions back. I need to do this. We just don't know. But the track itself, a beautiful venue. Take us through it, Guillaume.
It was opened in 2010 indeed, with still a lap record held by Aaron Walker back in 2021, 58.1 seconds. One of the longest track that we have in this year's karting calendar, with 1.5 kilometer of length, and that never-ending start-finish straight on the way to turn number 3, 340 meters split in 2 between turn number 1 with 160 and 180 meters long. 17 turns, one of the longest and one of the most challenging circuits, as we said, with 10 corners going to the right, 7 to the left, and one hairpin as well in the mix at turn number 5. That happened with the double left-hander in 8 and 9, 2 curves, 2 corner in 1, so to speak, with a couple of overtaking opportunities in those particular spots, including as well turn number 13 with top speed of about 120 kilometers an hour in the senior class with the slipstream on dry conditions, obviously, and about 94 km an hour of average speed. It is fast, it is ruthless, it is technical in sector 2 and 3, and this provides one of the longest slipstreams that some of the drivers have ever experienced into their respective careers. But watch out for this young man, David Cosma Christopher. As you said, a penalty that didn't go his way, unfortunately, for his first race, that he finished in P13 in the end, even though he was able to bounce back with a 6th and a 3rd. Still searching for his first win of the week in the junior category. But that's going to be an interesting one, as you mentioned, because we have the two leaders close on points at the moment, on equal points even so, Romeo Russell and Cathal Clark. But Fred Green has been among the consistent drivers so far. The thumbs up, ready to go for the Jamie Green Racing with 2 seconds and a 3rd place. Let's keep it that way for Fred Green, and another one of those drivers looking to gain a victory so far into this week of IMA Warriors final.
And that's an amazing job for him as well, because he is a little bit over the weight. As we look at Romeo Russell there, starting on the 2nd row of the grid.
Look at that crash helmet.
Nice, beautiful helmet design, that with the lightning there, bolts in the chrome red design. Beautiful helmet design there, loving that one. But yeah, and again, he's our points leader in this one, with the driver who's starting a little bit further behind him on the 3rd row of the grid, Cathal Clark. But nothing can take away the fight that Ralston Zaren has had as well. The number 26, who starts on the outside row of row number 2, also a race winner this weekend. Also a penalty as well in the 2nd race, dropping down to P7, but a P3 in his 3rd. He's still in a good spot here. Next race, Junior X30, qualifying heat A versus C. Let's take you through the starting lineup, because it is a busy old grid. David Cosma starting on the front row with Fred Green alongside Romeo Russell and Ralston Zaren on row 2. Tyrone Kinnard and Cathal Clark, 2nd points leader as well on the 3rd row of the grid. Arthur Didonka and Christopher El Fagali on row number 4. Vasilius Apostolidis and Sebastian Mins go from row 5, rounding out the top 10 from Maxime Blanchimont and Luke Agnew on row 6. Shunsa Kikuchi and Quintin Van Llewellyn on row number 7, and Eloy Gilter and Gabriel Hugon on row number 8.
Row number 9, we'll see Alexis Genole and Nikishov Nikita, followed by Truly Adams and Fares Jalil, Daniel Kelleher and George Cartemain. Then we have Emil Epi and Maki Euro, as well as Marlon Bayer on row number 12. Row number 13, Martin Foley and Arthur Wang. Then Martin and Marcus Knut Nielsen, Mathis Riba and Devon Hagelen. Rounding up the top 30, Devon Hagelen, who has been celebrating his birthday on Tuesday, I think it was, for the young driver from the Netherlands, who has a lot of work to pull out, starting from the back end of the grid. Let's see what he will be capable of doing. 2 drivers actually that are not on the grid by the look of things, Mathis Riba and Elio Gilter from Karting Pro. That's quite unfortunate for the young Elio Gilter if he's indeed not on track. He's the nephew of another driver that might sound familiar to many of you, Evan Gilter, the winner of last year's IMA Warrior final in Le Mans, and freshly crowned the new champion of French F4 this season for his first attempt at single-seater, with certainly more things to come, hopefully for him in Formula Regional the next season. But Evan Gilter is with us this weekend, coaching for Elio Gilter, and working as well with PB Kart, the French team with which he won the title last year.
Now there is off-screen a kart that has just gone off through turns 8 and 9 there, now at the back of the grid. Not sure who that was. Could you confirm?
Yeah, I'm still looking for the name. It might have been one of the young Finnish drivers that we have out on the track. Looking at the yeah, it might have been Emili Epi Maki Muro, actually, the Finnish driver at the back end of the grid. Is due to start from 33 position, 23rd position, my apologies, on the grid, and he ran into trouble outside of turn number 9.
Well, they've passed the red line now, which means you cannot overtake, and whatever position you're in, you have to stay in it. If you're caught overtaking, the stewards and, of course, the guys and girls in the camera room will spot you and will drop you a penalty, so you have to be very, very careful. Nice and slow and steady then for our front 2 drivers, David Cosma and Fred Green, controlling the pace of the pack before they reach the yellow line, the acceleration line, just before the start-finish line, and we get the race underway. Into the tram lines we go then for their first race of the day, and it's looking good. Lights go green, and away they go down in towards turn number 1. Great start from Fred Green. Was it too good though, as he goes to the outside and now takes the lead of this race? David Cosma getting swamped by the pack. He's gone down into 4th, maybe even 5th place now. Around the outside and cart scattering and into the barriers.
Yeah, 4 drivers by the look of it, and one of them hitting the curb and the tire wall.
That's who hit the wall.
Elio Gilter was indeed with us, so another transponder problem for some of the drivers out there, as we had with Ruben Moya. So Elio Gilter is very much with us, and maybe so Mathis Riba remains to be confirmed after the opening lap. There's certainly trouble for the young Frenchman, as a yellow flag still. A couple of drivers, a lot of them actually getting together at turn 8 and 9. A wheel going off as well. So big drama with 4 drivers. As you can see, they're now still stuck in that double left-handed. 83 seems to be involved, 94 as well.
Yeah, I think it's Vasilios Apostolidis in the 83 that's involved. It looks like Truly Adams also involved in that one. Alexis Jonale also. Yellows have come out onto the circuit. The race has been neutralized. And yeah, big damage to one of the carts there. There's nose cones off, there's NASA panels off, there's wheels that have come off as well. Hopefully all the drivers are okay. But certainly not the way they wanted to start this race.
Yeah, one of the VDK drivers, Truly Adams, was involved as well over there, as the tire wall, you can see, need to be put back in place on the outside of the double left-hander over there in the middle of the track. Full Cruciero, that is, and this is very much a logical decision by our race director, Mr. Martin Bean. The time for the marshals to finish the operations. As you can see, picking up the missing pieces, the front fairing went loose, one of the wheels went loose as well as a result of that contact. And you can see them now with the number 59 machine from VDK, and the 17, this is Trudy Adams and Marlon Bayer that we lost, as well as Alexis Genole. And seems to me that Apostolidis, as well as maybe potentially Gabriel Hugon, have been involved there. And they're one of the drivers as well. Yeah,
I think they've got back going though, those last two.
Yeah, back on track indeed, yeah.
Yeah, big shame then. Well, drama then in the opening laps of this qualifying heat for A versus C. Several drivers are retiring already, but it looks like we could be going green very, very soon. No, we're going round again. We're going round again. One more lap. So, yes, it's another lap. I saw the acceleration there from Fred Green as he went into turn 16. It looked like he was going very, very quick for a restart, but no restart just yet, sending them round once more as the marshals still cleaning up round turn number 8 there, you can see on your screens. And good stuff by the Orange Army. We couldn't go racing without them, of course. They've done hard work all the way throughout this weekend to make sure the drivers stay nice and safe out on the circuit, as well as the medical crews as well, doing a brilliant job making sure all of our drivers stay nice and safe. But the race at the moment still under yellow flag conditions as the drivers try to maintain tyre temperature in those wheels. Very difficult challenge to do because you don't want to scrub them too hard, but you need to keep the temps up.
Absolutely, it's one of the key challenges for the drivers to cope with and be able to maximize, as we're still waiting for the race to get going again into green mode. The time for all the drivers to be taken care of here at in the middle of the track. And for those of you wondering if Fred Green is actually very much a fan of the black Mercedes that we had in F1 not so long ago because of his livery, well, it's down to weight gaining. And he was explaining to us, as he's been competing this season in the senior category. He finds himself in the junior class. It was a little bit too heavy coming to this event, so they decided to strip his entire car from all the painting, stickers, and some of the components in the frame of the regulations for him to be able to compete in that class. And in total, they gained up to 6 kilos, would you believe, for him to be able to compete. It was a little bit above the minimum weight required into that class, and that's the reason why he has a very cool looking black livery on his machine.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, running without the sticker kit, like say, weight saving there, playing a big game. But here we go then, drivers now on another lap to get themselves sorted out and ready to go. Tension building then for Fred Green, still yet to get that first qualifying heat win, and I can imagine he's had a lot of practice now to try and see what he wants to do going through 16 and 17. Of course, they're very fast corners on the exit, so a good run out of those corners on a restart will certainly help you out because you want to try and break away from that slipstream as much as possible. But with the Marshall team and medical team still working out onto the circuit, yellow flag conditions still out as they come in towards 16. Now he's backing them all up. Is this a sign that we're going this time? Lights staying yellow. We continue under yellow flag conditions. And drivers still being told to stay nice and slow. Long yellow for this one here, and hopefully our drivers are okay out to the circuit. I can see a driver has just been lifted to his feet there by the team out on the circuit, which is good to see, but obviously a big shake-up here.
A big unfavorable, but I think that it was Marlon Bayer from Spirit Racing by the colors of his racing suit that was being taken care of. You can see him on the picture right now in the corner, as the medical team was very fast, as always, to intervene on the spot. And now I do think that the situation has come to a clear, as for the driver and as for the track as well. But it was a big hit, certainly, involving all those drivers. Most of them were able to get back onto the track, but we lost a couple in Alexis Genolet, Truly Adams, and Marlon Bayer, as Matus Riba was nowhere to be seen. So we had two drivers missing into the opening lap, including Matus Riba, and unfortunately for him, the MDC Racing driver is indeed not part of this race. As we go green, back again, racing is on, and Fred Green already going defensive on Cathal Clark. This is an important move potentially for Cathal Clark. Don't forget that he's on equal points to Fred Green, and if he stays where he is, well, he could take the lead provisionally of the classification, so he needs to commit to that move. Zaren, Cosma, El Fegali, Russell, all the way down to P6. The French driver was the other leader coming to this race, but this result won't help him certainly fight close to Cathal Clark.
This will be a two-lap sprint then to the end of this race, and well, with Fred Green holding on to it, goes sideways under braking as Cathal Clark tries to send it down the inside here. Where's Romeo Russell? Because he has tumbled down the order just that little bit. He's down into P6. So Russell, who was leading in the point standings, will now drop down several positions actually, because it'll be Cathal Clark from Fred Green and then Tyke Butley in that top one. Investigation flag going out to Eloy Gilder, unfortunately in that race, possibly for the starting incident out on circuit. But Fred Green leads the way then as they go on to the final lap now of this race. And again, it is Fred Green that holds on to it. Oh, look at that, Clark to the outside, trying to get back down the inside now. Fred Green denying any opportunity. Here comes Raul Zaren to the outside though. Could he get the switchback here? The undercut through turns 3 and 4. No, he can't. Stays there in P3. Get ready for the lunges. Then again, as he goes to the outside, all the way out the outside here for Raul Zaren. He can't quite do it as well now as David Cosma starts to fight back. But Fred Green leads the way. Watch him into the braking zone, Guillaume. This is getting very, very close.
Sprint into the sprint. Fred Green going defensive on the outside. There he goes. Cathal Clark takes the lead into that final lap. That's going to be hectic, and he takes actually behind David Cosma Christopher up into P2. What a ton of event. Unfortunately for Fred Green, I think he lost another positions indeed to Raul Zaren up into P3. The Spaniard Green fights back into the last sector. But as for now, Cathal Clark has taken the lead of that race on the way to consolidate his leadership. One last kick of the throttle, and this is P1 in that fantastic restart from Cathal Clark and victory lane. David Cosma Christopher securing second place from P6 to P1 for Cathal Clark. Another win, his third one so far this week for Cathal Clark, and as stronger as ever for the young driver from Britain. 4 points clear now as on Romeo Roussel, his closest opponent at the start of this race. He was able, Romeo Roussel, to climb from 6th to 4th into those last 2 laps, but what a finish it was. Cathal Clark, David Cosma Christopher, Fred Green finishing in P3. He was leading at the restart, unfortunately, was able to get back on pace on Raul Zaren. And while he was doing that, well, it opened the door to Romeo Roussel for P4, Zaren having to make do with P5 in the end.
Cathal Clark reading the road there perfectly to determine when was the best opportunity to go for those overtakes, knowing that he only had the 2 laps to get it done after the yellow flag conditions. But for Cathal Clark, that is another tick in the box, and he will be delighted with that one. Points leader then going into the final round of qualifying heats coming up later on today. Let's take you through then the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Qualifying heat A versus C. Cathal Clark takes the win from David Cosma. Fred Green, unfortunately, dropping down to 3rd on that last lap. Romeo Roussel finishing in P4. That puts him down into, well, out actually, no, into second in the point standings at the moment for Romeo Rissell from Ralzanzaren, Christopher El Fagali from Dodonka from Van Llewellyn, Jalil from Agnew, Nikita Nikashov from Tyrone Kennard, Sebastian Mins from Daniel Kelleher, and Martin Marquez rounding out the top 15.
P16 is Carter Main from Wang Sekiguchi, Blanchemin, Devon Hageland climbing 10 places up to P20 from Nielsen, Makihiro Apostolidis, Ugon, Eyo Gilter, and Martin Follet Jr. Eyo Gilter was one of the two drivers with transponder problems into the opening lap. He picked up an investigation flag as a result, maybe of that or something else, but definitely a race that didn't go according to plan for Elio Gilter, and that race, of course, that was cut in half pretty much due to the incident in turn number 8 and 9 with Alexis Genole, Julian Hams and Marlon Bayer missing out on that final result. The Cathal Clark was there for the taking, a third victory for the British driver from Victory Lane, another of the strong drivers from the French team. Here's how it unfolded around the outside when Frank Green, he was our first leader, a cracking start for the driver from Croc Promotion. With the Croc chassis, a couple of drivers involved in the early tussle, one of them hitting the tire wall quite badly, but was able to make his way back to number 7. It was Elio Gilter. He was actually the first driver involved in that big incident, so it might have something to do with investigation flag to what happened indeed. And then we had that big coming together with the three drivers missing out, Alexis Genole, Julian Hams and Marlon Bayer getting involved in that big incident in that particular corner to number 8 and 9. Then it was a sprint into the sprint onto the final lap already. Fred Green being able to climb back to that third place that is so getting away from his hands in just a few corners. And in the lead, Cathal Clark was able to contain David Cosma-Christopher on the line.
It certainly was. Very dramatic race then, all down to the last 2 laps of that one to decide. They still have one more race each to go for the juniors. That is them done for their first rotation of the weekend. The juniors will be next out at around 20 to 5 this afternoon, local time. So do set your alarms for that one if you are a junior fan, or do stay with us for the rest of it, because we have got the minis coming up next with the Masters before the lunch break. Then we go back to the senior rotation for their final qualifying heats, and we will determine who will be starting on the front rows for those super heats, and crucially, who makes it into those super heats for the pre-finals tomorrow. Certainly looking forward to that one. But Guillaume, busy old days here, but it's a busy old day for our man down in the paddock on the IWF stage. Jake Sanson, over to you.
Thanks, Anthony. Well, I suppose the run of first-time winners of the week had to run eventually. Cathal Clark is the man who manages to do that. 3rd win of the week, and in only 3 racing laps. That's not bad going, considering it was a pretty tricky opening lap, though.
Yeah, it was very tricky, as you said. I started on the outside as well, and I got a bit of a lucky start, to be honest. And then all of the slow laps just kind of made the race a little bit less exciting. But in the end, we was able to get the win, so.
And of course, at this point in the proceedings, that now puts you into the permanent interim leadership with 1 heat still to go for you. I guess this is a culmination of essentially the whole season. I mean, in the AMA Euro Series, you came so close to winning the title, and this is really the opportunity to put things right from your perspective.
Yes, for sure. We came with 2nd in the IAMA Euro Series, so I'd love to finish my junior career and in general the season on a high with a win.
And the Victory Lane team have put together such an incredible package right from the start of the season. It's not just here in Portimao, and you guys look really, really confident. With 1 race to go, tyre life is obviously a real key factor here in Portimao, as much as it is slipstream. How confident are you guys that you've got the package going into the final heat?
I'm really confident, or we are. Yeah, we've been really fast all year, and I think we've got it just right here. And the tyre life, the track really takes the life out of the tyres quite fast, but we've managed to hang on, so only 1 more heat left.
And now this is such a tougher race event compared to some of the others that you've gone through over the course of the year. I mean, we look in the IAMA Euro Series that you've been racing in, and there's usually about 7 or 8 drivers that can win races at any one time. Here there's about 16, 17, so it's already doubly as competitive as it usually is. Some of those have come from other places, but some of the drivers you raced all year who have caught up. How difficult is it to sort of maintain that flow at the front?
Yeah, it's difficult because everyone's improving all the time, and because it's the World Finals, everyone wants to win it. It's like the biggest race of the year.
So with this being your Indy 500, what do you think the key factor is going to be going into tomorrow? Is it going to be tactical positioning on the circuit? Is it going to be use of the slipstream? Is it going to be tyres? What's going to be the key element?
It all comes down to what happens in the race. You can't predict anything. Just try and stay at the front, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, looks like it could be a real challenge tomorrow, but you're right up at the front, and with one race to go, you could well still stay there going into tomorrow. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
It's going to be a really exciting battle. Up to you, boys. It's not done yet, but it's just getting exciting in Junior X30 now.
It certainly is. Well, we'll see the Junior X30s back out after the lunch break, not till later on. We turn our attention now to the mini category that is about to get kick-started out into the circuit. And again, for this one, qualifying Group B and E, it's very, very close everywhere. But for Dan Alaman, who was fastest in his qualifying group a couple of days ago, he starts his one on pole position. He's had a good run of events. 2 second places, did have a P16 though in his second qualifying heat. He is looking for a good result in this one. Leonardo Peruzzi, though, who starts on the outside, 2 second places and a 7th place, also having a good run. Here it goes, Mini X30, qualifying heat B versus E. Let's take you through then the starting lineup. Dan Alaman and Leonardo Peruzzi on the front row. Austin Newstead and Mason Brooks on row 2 from Archie Lovett, who has maximum or minimum points as possible. 3 race wins for him. Sid the Rademaker starts alongside. Enrico Sant and Charles Ural go from row 4. Javier Lazaro and George Howes go from row 5. Liam Carr and Theo Bastari on row number 6. Liam Lira and Anton Bouchard go from row 7. Ludwig Granquist and Esteban Ferber on row number 8.
Sharing row number 9 will be Aurelio Longitano and Ben McLaughlin. Then we have Achilles Peruzzi and Derek Rivera, followed by Tony Cacciaferro-Ferri, Emil Peteri, Lawrence Hava, Alexander Sorli-Schimstadt. And we have Alexander Hochstadt, Francisco Correa, Kevin Garib, Adrian Guerri, Luis Bierond, Yamaha Oft, Jill Decun, Yanis Lovos, as well as Gero Buzas. And I do think that we have pretty much everybody on board here. As 6 laps is the length of those qualifying heats, the shortest that we have this week for the mini category, obviously B versus E. As for now, Archie Lovat, as you said, on minimum points, he has 0. How come, you ask? Well, because he's won all of his first 3 qualifying races, and the more you win, the less points you get. I know, quite strange compared to what you might be used to, but this is the way of karting, as Stig de Radermacher at the moment is on equal points as well. And de Radermacher, who in the mini category inherited a win yesterday after Mason Brooks, who won on track, unfortunately picked up a 5-second penalty for overtaking under yellow flag. So Stig de Radermacher joining the circle of winners, including with a 2nd victory, that is for Stig de Radermacher, including the circle of winners, including Max Dan Derkot, as well as Kaspar Raschpold and Jarlar Serrier on 2 occasions as well.
Crucially, though, both of them are in this qualifying heat now, which means we're about to find out who is going to be leading and who is going to be second in the intermediate classifications between then Archie Lovett and Sid de Rademacher out on this session. Here we go then as the drivers line themselves up at the bottom of the field now through in towards turn 13. And they start to make themselves formed up. The red line is between turns 15 and 16 on the next little straight that they come to, where hopefully they're all in formation. Even at the back of the grid there, drivers saying slow it down, even though you've got to bunch up a little bit there. So don't say slow down too much. Make sure you catch up to the pack in front. Make sure you slow it all down.
Come on, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Actually, he might be doing that because there's still a driver who's just latching onto the back of the pack now, who now joins up, and we've got the entire grid there. Good to see. Right then, here we go. Dan Alaman and Leonardo Peruzzi on the front of this row. Peruzzi looking over the shoulder and just saying, right, come on, hurry up, let's get going. And, well, Dan Alaman responds to that one and sends it. Here we go then. Lights go out and away they go down towards turn number 1. And Peruzzi's been caught sleeping there. He drops well back into the field. Dan Alaman leads the way and the infield train goes through. Newstead, Lovett, Cumpin and Lazaro all getting a great getaway as they go down in towards turn number 2 into 3. And a brilliant start then for that inside row. And crucially for Dan Alaman, who now starts to break away with the drivers behind him.
And Pellizzari, I think, dropped all the way down to P6 by the look of things, as it's a good getaway for everybody into that field, into that opening lap. Then Aleman, who has been warned and penalized earlier this week. Oh, and one of the driving from Errors Day from Belgium, the AA82 that is. This is Louis Bieland. Oh, that's quite unfortunate for the young Belgian driver. Yesterday, he did not start in one of his first qualifying heats, and another trouble for the young Louis Bieland, as the next generation of a very well-known family back in Belgium, competing in the IME Series Benelux. And Louis Bieland certainly trying to catch up with the rest of the field. As Dan Aleman, as I was saying, had been warned by the officials for his starting procedure not being according to the rule book. And once again, you could see that Pellizzari was not happy about the way he was coming back onto the straight, and he's about to lose the leadership of that race to Neustadt, making his commitment on the inside and taking Archie Lovat with him. Dan Aleman trying to fight back and shut that door. It was a little bit too late because Archie Lovat had committed to the turn already. Archie Lovat, 3 wins out of 3, and certainly willing to add one more to his tally.
Exactly that. Lovett taking full advantage of being on that inside row here, and now taking the lead as he goes to the inside. And Aleman follows suit as well, and Austin Newsted back down into third place. Anton Bouchard under investigation as well at the start. The only driver who really, I think, has maximusly missed out, Stig the Rademacher, who unfortunately has dropped all the way down to P12 at the start of that one. Not the start he would have wanted, as back to the inside there goes the 803.
It was Peruzzi indeed making his way through the inside, I think, on the Aricon stock company.
Yep.
He's back in P4, Peruzzi.
And back to the lead now. Archie Lovett leading the way here from Dan Aleman as they make their way across the start-finish line. Now, are we going to see a change of lead going in towards turn number 2 and 3? Here comes turn 2. Here's the direction change. Watch them just jack the steering wheel there. Nice and smooth, actually, that time around in the mini category. Oh, dear, there's someone going very slowly. The 853, that's not gone too well. That's Ioannis Glavosos down there, and that is another driver who's gone off. Now, who is that? That's a little further down as well. I think that was Ava Lawrence also coming off the circuit as well. So maybe they were running close to each other, maybe having a little bit of a dispute over track position.
Yeah, we might need to see that again. We're back with the leaders in the meantime, with that top 3 on your picture. Further back from Archie Lovat and Dan Aleman. Oh, and 873 this time around into trouble.
That is Ava Lawrence.
Yes, indeed. Confirmation that the Kidditch driver, performance driver, will retire from this race, as Archie Lovat and Aleman battling along on their own planet at the moment. They've been able to build almost a full second of a gap on Luca Peruzzi. Leonidas Peruzzi, shall I say, who is back into P3 in front of Neustadt, Kempen, Brooks, Mazzaro, Radomarco, Theo Battisti, this year's IME Series France champion, up into P9 from House, and then got the top 10. But as for now, as we just got past the halfway mark into that race, Dan Aleman is waiting for the right moment, is not getting himself into too much trouble at the moment, keeping his head down, waiting for the right moment to launch an attack. As I do think that, Peruzzi has lost momentum in the process. He went from 3rd to 5th, and Neustadt and Kempen has just both made their way through.
And indeed, halfway point of this race, clear breakaway for the top 2.
Look at how far Peruzzi has fallen back, actually.
I was going to say, yeah, all the way down in P5. Feels like a million miles away, doesn't it, from the rest of the pack? I mean, he is leading that next big train. That's got Mason Brooks, Lazaro in it, Stig the Rademacher, who's managed to get back up into P8 now. George House is there, Battisti there as well in the top 10. Ural also from Carr, McLaughlin there as well in 13th place. We keep our eyes on this battle, though, here. Lovett and Aleman. Lovett looking for that 4th qualifying heat win to keep his score at 0. Max Endicott would jump up into 2nd in the point standings, actually, from Sid the Rademacher, as he has dropped down past at least 4 points. He's there in P8, so he needs to get at least 4 more places to confirm 2nd overall, meaning he'd start on pole for one of the pre-finals as well. Aleman, though, with that fastest lap of the race, is looking quick out there. I suspect we may see a move here, and Archie Lovett is not that comfortable right now.
Definitely not. He's going to have to shut all the doors at every corner. The ultimate lap halfway through already, turn 8 and 9. Archie Lovat puts himself in the on the racing line in the middle of the course. But Dan Aleman is following him through. Doesn't do anything otherwise at the moment. He's trying to shake him off a little bit. Archilovat knows that he is there in turn number 13. Not quite able to launch his move just yet. He might want to wait for the last lap indeed. If he is able to get a good momentum out of turn 16 and 17. Those two right-hander clipping the curb a little bit. That won't do good to his momentum for Archilovat, who is going a bit wide here on the outside of the course. Final lap it is. Let's find out if Dan Aleman has what it takes to go around Archilovat, going defensive, looking over his shoulder. Not on the right, he's on the left, mate. But there was no way for him to go through. Maybe switching his positions by switching the racing line. Not happening quite yet.
No, not quite yet. Checks over the shoulder once more as they come down now in towards the bottom section here. Turn 5, back up the hill they go. And again, through turn 6 into 7. Now we're going to come in towards turn 8. This is another major overtaking opportunity, and defensive goes. Love it. Aleman goes to the outside, potentially looking for a switchback here. Hasn't got the momentum on the exit of the corner, though. Watch them as they come down in towards 12 and 13. Again, we've seen a lot of overtakes in towards turn 13 here, but you've got to be careful because you've got to have the momentum up the hill. And look at that switchback. The direction change there for Dan Aleman. That was absolutely superb. Read the road beautifully, and Lovett had no defense from that one. Lovett goes to the outside now. He's going to try and get back down the inside. He does get his wheels alongside, but not quite enough. Aleman holds it on as they go out of the final corner, and Dan Aleman will take the win across the line after an absolutely superb dummy going in towards turn 13. Sold it beautifully.
Bringing on Dan Aleman. What a beautiful demonstration of driving skills and driving with your head as well. Switching the line and going for the dummy, as you said. And just a couple of corners from that checkered flag for the finish. Once again, 70 thousandth of a second on the line. Archilovat had done the job, of course. Nothing to be ashamed of here. First place and a second. He's still very much the leader of the classification, but Max Undercut finishing as for now finds himself in second position. Max Undercut as didn't have the best of outcome so far, but Undercut is still very much on close points to Archilovat, with Stigler Hardermacher still third, in front of Seyer, Herman, Warner and Cosma Christopher. That's for the classification of points at the moment in this mini class. But Dan Aleman with his first victory of the weekend, and he knows how important that will be. He's going to try to do that all over again, of course, for the last qualifying heat that we will have this afternoon. Dan Aleman picking up the win for Spirit Racing from Archilovat. And we have Austin Newstead in third place from Mason Brooks, Leonidas Peruzzi, Henri Constant Compen, Xavier Lazaro, Stigler Hardermacher, Josh House, Charlie Earl, Theo Battisti, P11 from Liam Carr, Ben McCaukley, as well as further back Granquist and Longitano running up the top 15.
Yeah, Tony Cashfera and Anton Bouchard then running out 16th and 17th from Esteban Feria, Derek Ferreira, and the other Peruzzi driver there, Kilias Peruzzi, finishing in P20. Let's see through the highlights of that one, as a very happy Dan Aleman at the end of that one. Good start for the inside row. Not great from the outside row. Leonidas Peruzzi was, complaining about something going into that last corner, and then unfortunately I think was just caught sleeping there by Dan Aleman hitting the loud pedal.
And Luis Bielant in the meantime hitting some trouble as well as in the inside Dan Aleman. So the move from his opponents with Archilovat as well as Newstead making their way through before the counter-attack of Archilovat, taking Dan Aleman with him on the inside of turn number 7. And from then on, well, Austin Newstead was nowhere to be seen in the battle for the win, having to make, of course, everything that he could with Peruzzi, Leonidas Peruzzi, who was at some point, of course, on the fourth row on the grid, but a difficult start, dropped in all the way down to P6 at some point. It would be finishing in P5 in the end. But this is the textbook move, and the dummy going left and then switching to the right into turn number 13. Beautifully made by Dan Aleman, punching the air with joy, and he can be plenty satisfied about his dealing of the course. Archilovat as well, still very much our leader, but watch out for Max Undercut. Is going to be next one, starting from P5 on the grid coming up. Because Max Undercut is close on points, second overall in the classification to Archilovat, who certainly would have preferred to make it 4 in a row in terms of wins, but just picked up that second place, 2 points for him to 4 to Max Undercut.
Certainly so, yes, he sits second in that one with those 4 points. Can't better that one at the moment. You can't get rid of points that you've got. as the drivers fire up the engines and they get going for their first qualifying heat of the day. Qualifying heat D versus F. Let's take you through the starting lineup in a moment, but we are ready down in the paddock. Jake Sanson, it's over to you.
We've got Dan Alleman, the race winner from our first Mini X30 heat of the day. Dan, brilliant work, pole position and then to the victory, but it didn't look very easy to get to the victory. Tell us about the race from your side.
It was good. We were pushing with Lovat. We were fast. And in the last lap, I passed him, but he was very good.
How is the confidence now going through the rest of the race today and then going into tomorrow? You must be very happy with the pace of the Spirit and the Expert.
Yeah, it go better now. And we keep pushing. Yeah. And I hope tomorrow I will make a good result.
Fantastic. Good work, Dan. Great to see you at the front. Back to you, boys. Mini X30 about to get underway for the second race of the rotation.
Thanks very much, Jake. Yes, indeed. While they make their way round, let's take you through that quick starting lineup. Christian Kobe and Romeo Mello starting this one on the front row of the grid. Ayman Singh and Gilles Herman on row number 2, both of them having an up-and-down weekend. Max Endicott, who sits second in the point standing, starts this one on the third row of the grid. He's got Kasper Rajpol alongside, who has also taken a race win this weekend. Harry Williams and John Foley Jr. go from row number 4. Max Murray and Archie Owen on row 5. Harley Musk and Sukhmani Kira on row 7, or row 6, I should say. Valentin Lebreuve and Bink van Schneidel on row number 7. Flavio Carrier and Samuel Hogling, they go from row number 8.
They followed on row number 9 by Aaron Richardson and Will Green. And we have Gustavo da Silva and Mike Menard, Guilherme Lopez Mercado and Kamal Fu, Anu Jashgul. Then we have Antoine Venant and Nikita Botte on row number 12, followed by Edouard Godefroy, Benjamin Piscopo, Simon Carras, Charlie Glou, Didi Kreeft, Jordi Brockman, Mathis Brago, as well as Lilu Freyhuber. Pretty much the full grid is with us for that 6-lap race, D versus F in the mini class. And an interesting information for Harry Williams from P7 on the grid on the inside line is on a fully fresh set of tires. So he needs the results, he needs to be at the front. And let's see if through the course of those next 6 laps, he will be able to put those tires to good use.
Certainly so. Let's see what happens this time out then for our drivers. They make their way onto the circuit and round the final corner. Are we going green first time? Yes, we are. It's a good start then, and a good start from Christian Kobe. Holds on to that inside line, and it's a good start from the outside line as well. Romeo Mello not losing too much time, and actually he's got the momentum here. He might be able to hold on to second place. No, just get switched back. Now he's down into around P4. Rest of the field goes through. One car going a little bit wide, nearer at the back of the field, but everyone gets around the first couple of corners. And look at the breakaway already Christian Kobe's got from the rest of the field. So many cars just taking to that outside line, but everyone still in this race. I speak too soon to one of the George Gibbons Motorsports cars getting tangled up with the VDK there. Now that potentially could have been Gilles Herman and Max Endicott who are having issues. That might have been Max Endicott off the circuit.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for both, since Gilles Herman is one of the top contenders of that class, and so is Max Endicott. It remains to be seen how much places they've lost in the process, as we're about to conclude lap number 1. Good getaway pretty much for everybody here. And Christian Cody was able to really pull a bit of a gap as the 867, this is Aryan Singh, one of the other drivers from GGM Motorsport for the back, is just in front of Romeo Mello. So here's the classification in full as they complete that lap number 1. And confirmation that indeed it was Gilles Herman, and Max Endicott is still very much with us from P4 and making his bit on the inside on not one but 2 teammates, not just as much as Murray. He's just fed back from Fusion Motorsport, trying to shake up the order a little bit. Round the inside he goes, 867, beautifully made by Aryan Singh on Harry Williams for P2.
I will stress it was actually Romeo Mello who was the driver who went off with the VDK kart. He has tumbled down the order now. He's in P32. So it's Harry Williams in the GGM kart that's up into P2 now after gaining 5 positions on that opening lap. Brilliant start there as they're still all kicking off here. Yeah, real shake-up in the order, but Cody leading the way from Williams. Singh's still there, but having to battle away here. Look at them all diving into it now. The 871 of Rajpal is back up into P4 now by the looks of it. So big shake-ups then in this early stages of the race. But crucially at the front, it's Kobe and Williams who are breaking away. Endicott's back up into P3 though, and is leading that next group to the attack of these two here in the lead.
We had been expecting Harry Williams to put his fresh set of tires to good use. It's just not that. With 5 and now maybe 6 places gain on the inside of Kobe. And he commits to the turn beautifully on the inside. William Harry on the fresh set of tires, taking the lead of that qualifying heat. That's exactly what he needs. That's exactly why he switched to a new rubber for that one. Oh, and one of the Falcons, the 826, by the look of it, is in trouble. This is actually Van Schedel, the Dutch driver, in the P16 at the moment, and he's able, Big Van Schedel, to make his way back onto the course. We don't get to see what happened just yet to the Dutch driver, but maybe by the look of it, in turn number 3, he went on to hit the tire wall. We'll get back to that in the highlights, as Harry Williams, in the meantime, trying to get away as much as possible from Christian Corby, with the support of, for the back, Kaspar Haschpold from Oliver Roland Motorsport. Those two teammates trying to work together as they're being chased by Max Endicott. It is very much GGM against Oliver Roland at the moment, and we might see a switch again for the leadership as Christian Corby commits to the turn number 1 and takes his teammate with him. So well done from those two. Good working together.
Certainly so. Well, half race distance of this race now, and still looking very good here. Kasper Rajpal with the fastest lap of the race, looking very, very strong right there now as they make their way through. Look at this now, I'm loving this. 2 Oliver Roland Motorsport karts and 2 George Gibbons Motorsport karts battling away here. This is good to see now in the mini category. As Endicott's still there in 3rd place, having to fight through this one. Rajpal looking to try and get the move done on his teammate here, or possibly just sit behind them. Now, how do they look in the points standings at the moment? Both of them not within the top section at the moment, and themselves, Kobe with 22nd and 9th and a 6th, the best result here. So he's definitely looking for his first win of the weekend. For Rajpal, he has taken a race win, so effectively he doesn't need one. So maybe Christian Kobe is just saying to him, you've had a win this weekend, can I have one now?
Yeah, Max Endicott certainly is in need of a better result than that. From P3, this won't do him good, because now, it says like that, it's still 5 points clear from Hachi Lovat, and since Lovat has lost his first race of the week earlier for the race before, well, that might be a good opportunity for Max Endicott to try to decrease that gap, but for that, he needs to get close to both Kobe and Haschpold, which it is exactly what he's doing at the moment, with the fastest lap for Aaron Richardson from Fusion Motorsport. From P5 as well, another of the drivers trying to catch up as well. On the inside, there he goes, Haschpold taking the lead in turn number 8. That might open the door to Endicott and Williams to do so as well. Watch out, guys, because overtaking each other is one thing, but putting in trouble what could be a 1-2 for the same team is another. And there he goes, around the inside in turn number 13. Watch out for any wheel banging, but Max Endicott connects to that turn. Ooh, a slight contact by the look of it, but Endicott makes it through.
And that is exactly why Rajpal there went for the move on this lap. He knew that they were closing in at quite a rate of knots, and he did not want to give them any breathing space. Right, now we've got Aaron Richardson and Max Murray who have joined the fray. So now we've got 2 ORMs, 2 GGMs, and now we've got 2 Fusions involved in a battle, and they go wheel to wheel down in towards turn number 2 and 3, but just couldn't quite get the move done, and it's still, they stay in the same position as the back down to the inside there. Aaron Richardson does send it down the inside through turn number 3, and both his teammate goes through as well. Max Murray gets that move done, unfortunately. For Harry Williams, despite his best efforts gaining so many positions on this final lap, he drops back down into P number 5. Big shame for him, but he's still in this fight. But crucially for Kasper Rajpal, he's driven away from the rest of the field here.
Yeah, this will be victory number 2 if it stays like that, with a 0.6 of a second gap that he was able to build into that last lap. So well done to him, the Oliver Roland Motorsport driver, as it keeps on battling with the 8.34. This is Richardson getting ahead of Corby, and it opens the door to Murray. Well done to the 8.51. Well, while 2 other drivers were battling along, Richardson and Corby, Murray was there waiting in the wings, and all he needed was an open door, and that's exactly what he did, diving through the inside and take that position up to P3 behind Kaspar Haschpold. Brilliantly made by the Oliver Roland Motorsport driver, picking up his 2nd win of the week. Max Endicott back into P2, and that will do him good, even though he's still missing 4 points on Archie Lovat for the overall supremacy in the mini class. But Endicott at some point found himself into P4, so decent results in the course of things. Max Murray back into P3, having climbed 6 places for the driver from Fusion from Christian Kobe and Howie Williams, both surprised into that last lap. Howie Williams, who was on a fresh set of tires, at some point up to P2, but not quite able to make it through in that position in the second part of that race. Richardson is P6 from Will Green, and the rest of the classification very soon, as Antoine Venant, the young Belgian, has been able to climb 15 places up to P8, so the best recover in that qualifying heat, and there's been a couple of them actually putting out some strong effort to make their way back up into the classification. Here it is in full with Kaspar Raschbold from Max Endicott, Maxime Murray, Christian Kobe, Harry Williams, Richardson, Will Green, Antoine Venant, Aryan Singh, Sukani Kera, Harley Musk, John Foley Jr., Gilles Hermont, all the way down to P13 after that incident into the opening lap. Then we have Da Silva and Didier Kreeft in P15.
Also gaining 14 positions in that one. Jody Brookman finishing in P16 from Flavio Carrier, Nikita Botte and Mateus Brajot in P19. Also gaining 12 positions. Charlie Clough rounding out the top 20. Simeon Carreras in 21st place. Let's take you through then the highlights of that one again. It was a good start for Christian Kobe, good start for Romeo Mello. Unfortunately, he would drop back, like you say, dropping several positions in that one. But he would fight back a little bit, but certainly not a good fight. He would fall all the way to P30, his best result. Changes all the way happened throughout this one, and I mean, we saw kind of 2 by 2 by 2. We had the 2 ORMs, we had the 2 GGMs, and then eventually at the end we had the 2 Fusion drivers getting involved, and they had scraps nearly all the way to the end of that one. For Max Endicott, it was still a good run, gaining those positions. Not the results he will have wanted. He opens the gap up to now 4 points between himself and Archie Lovett going into the final one, but certainly throughout all of it, it was a very tough fight. That was the change for the lead. That was the moment, unfortunately, we lost one of our drivers out on circuit. Big shame there to Bing van Schneidel, who did manage to get away. There was another driver, I think, involved at the same part of the circuit there as well. This was the moment that we had the full-cut breakaway, and they still had a very good run all the way throughout this one. Very, very close and gesticulating wildly as well still.
That's what we love to do indeed. Some of the drivers really getting the head down to the task at hand, and gesticulating is a part of the business at stake, of course, as Randy inside making his commitment in a beautiful fashion for the 871 of Kaspar Raschbold, picking up in the end what would be his second win out of a couple of 4 races, out of 4 races so far for these mini drivers. As for the back, the battles were still plenty coming towards the conclusion of that race, as the 851 was committing as well to take in the end what will be a P2 finish for Max Murray, up into P3 that it was, sorry, as in the end it was victory number 2, as we said, for the RRM driver of what had been a strong contention.
Yep, Kaspar Raschbold taking that one. Next group has headed out onto the circuit already. They are eager to get going. Qualifying heat A versus C. Let's quickly guide you through the starting lineup on this one. Jarlis Sayer and Nilas Malik start this one on the front row. Nilas Malik needs a good result on this one. Malik unfortunately disqualified in his second race. Big shame for him, say, with a race win. Bogdan Kozma starting on the second row of the grid. He's got Ramigas Samchek on row 2, Maxim Bobichov and Alfonso Lopez on row 3, Sam Fargeau and Kirish Rao on row 4 from Priyan Bruno and Chesk Peters on row 5, Patrick Christensen and Jack McLaughlin on row 6 from Colby Patterson and Oliver Warner on row 7, Paras Dvorsky and Gabriel Girdle on row number 8.
Row number 9, Finlay Lenens and George Clark, followed by Conrad Garrow, Noah Grenier, Alex Rayleigh, Linnea Jensen, Danny Boers, Jacob Bachle, Tom Alderlisten, Jensen Ackerman, Callum Graham, Jan Rodriguez, Aaron Bihofer, Kim Minyaje, Lorenz de Kock, Ronnie Carter. Then we have Dario Mifsud and Vincenzo Capella. And I do think that we do have everybody on board, 34 drivers onto the track, A versus C. Once again in the mini category. This will be the last of the first rotation of the mini class for today. We have another one this afternoon, and after that we'll have 2 more races. Stay with us for the first time this week in Portimao, the X30 Masterclass will be on track for the first of the 6 qualifying heats, all in one go today. The first rotation of 2 before the lunch break, a short lunch break, and then we'll be back this afternoon from 2:35 local time live on IMAmotorsport.com, and 2:40 for the start of the next phase of races this afternoon.
Sun is shining, air temperature now up to 21 degrees. Still a lovely day here in the south of Portugal in the Algarve region. This is the last race of the mini rotation. Then we go to the Masters, then the lunch break. Here we go then into the tram lines. Are we going green? Yes, we are. Great start then from that inside row again. Jalasea getting a lightning start there. Stefan Cosma going with him as they go down in towards very defensive there. One of the GGM carts going wide there. That's Maxim Bobajov just trying to secure his spot in the pack, and I think he does, and he gets up into P3. Rest of the field slotting through. You can see there Finley Lyons on the outside, the very bright green helmet making his way through. He sets him up and down, results in this one as well, but he's right there in that mid-pack, 3 wide in the background as well as one of the Falcon carts gets up positions there. I think that's Alfonso Lopez also gaining places. Good start though from this final Mini X30 race.
And away we go into turn number 8 and 9. Oh, contact! Oh! Drivers coming together, and a bit of a flying incident, and a couple of them hitting the tire wall quite badly, unfortunately. But the 835 from Falcon just went flying. It was Christensen actually who was trying to make his way through, with all the drivers going into mayhem and spinning into the course.
So it's Remiga Samcek who's one of the drivers involved in that one. Stan Vargo is another one. Patrick Christensen is another, and it looks like Danny Bors is another as well, as all the way down Aaron Buffer also involved in that one. Big moment there. Here's a replay of it down the inside right. Okay, so there was the initial one at skywards there. Wow, that was a big moment for the Patrick Christensen Falcon racing team. Nearly became a Falcon himself, taking to the air, but luckily landing in the floor on all 4 wheels, and luckily getting away and driving away as well.
Yeah, he wasn't injured in that one, and none of the drivers actually involved into that incident were stuck into the tire wall and into the grass. So good news, they're all back onto the course, hopefully until the end of that race. But it was a bit of a scary moment. As we're back with the leaders, as Jalasea from pole was able to hold on to that lead in front of Bogdan Kosma Christopher, Bobrashov and Priam Bruno down in 3rd place, and the 874 is left stuck. This is Aaron Behofer from Spirit Racing. Unfortunately, might have been the result of that coming together just before. Lap number 2 completed already, almost. As going wide a little bit, Jalasea on course to potentially his 3rd victory so far out of 4 races. Here we go, running inside with Bogdan and Priam Bruno taking 2nd place. Thanks to the tow as well on the inside of turn number 3. Stay where he is, Priam Bruno, at upper positions, as Jalasea is waiting patiently in the wings. Of course, you don't see him actually going defensive just too much. He needs to protect himself from Bobrashov and potential comeback from the DJM Motorsport driver. But as for now, he's waiting steadily for the right moment to counter-attack.
Exactly that. So Bogdan Kosma leading the way here from Priam Bruno, but Jalasea back down the inside, sideways under braking, just slots that Fusion kart down the inside. Beautiful drive, and Maxim Bobajov gets up into 3rd place as well. Instantly, Jalasea to the race lead, wasting no time, gets down the inside of Bogdan Kosma and immediately takes the lead of this one. Now the rest of the field starting to close in. The 2 ORMs, Kanish Rao, Colby Patterson closing in, Ollie Warner, Noah Grenier, and Finley Lyons. Finley Lyons gaining 7 positions, Noah Grenier gaining 11 positions. Look at them all fighting away. Round the final corner they go. Look at the train that they've got here. This is a beautiful battle here down the start-finish straight in towards turn number 1. Look at them snaking, all trying to keep with that slipstream. This is beautiful stuff, but there's a bit of contact between the 2 of them. Amazingly, they hold on to it, but losing out will be the GGM of Maxim Bobajov, who unfortunately, I think he made a little bit of contact there with Priam Bruno. And Bruno gets up into 3rd place. It was just trying to follow that slipstream, and I think their front and rear bumpers just collided.
Yeah, we might need to see that again, as Priam Bruno is being chased by the 2 teammates for the back, as we have Kanish Rao as well as Colby Pattinson from RAM. Those 2 in 4th and 5th respectively, giving the chase and trying to work together, as Bobrashov fell down to P6 from McCaughlin. Warner, Noah Grenier as in P10th, and Pattinson is even dropping more, so some trouble as well for Pattinson as he's out of sight by the look of things. And in the meantime, Noah Grenier in P8 with 11 places recovered by the driver from Eurokarting. There's a good reason to that as well. Driving skills, but also a fresh set of rubber for Noah Grenier in need of a strong result. Run inside, committing to turn number 1 already, and taking again Priam Bruno with him is Bogdan Kosma Christopher. Watch out for John Lassayer being put into the close of the two teammates of Cow and Pattinson. Pattinson still very much in 5th place. There was a transponder problem by the look of it. It's updated now. So still very much into that top 5. Finlay Lane is the fastest on track at the moment from P10 in the classification, but it's far from over. This is the penultimate lap already. We would like some more, indeed, we'd like some more laps into that race. And we are being told that it starts raining here in Portimao. How could this be after what has been such a beautiful morning? But a few drops of rain have been signaled here in Portimao onto the track. On which side it remains to be seen. But as for now, that might be a struggle for the drivers to make it through in one piece.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that, but crucially, these guys have got enough temperature in the tyres that if it does start to sprinkle just that little bit, they might be okay. Here we go then as we go into the last lap soon of this race. A couple of more corners to go. Sayer leads the way of this one as they make their way round the final corner as they go on now to complete lap number 5. Final lap board comes out and Sayer leads from Bruno and Kanish Rao. Oh yeah, it is raining.
Oh
Look
my
at
God.
that, it's absolutely pouring it down. Well, they're going to have to be super careful now into these corners. Amazingly, they all get round. It looks like they've still got a large amount of grip. They've got plenty of temperature in the tyres, but that camera shot there, it was tipping it down.
And again, this is the Portimao trick, isn't it? Because the rain is pouring on the outer side of the track in turn number 3, but on the start-finish straight, it's still very much dry, so it feels like a little Spa-Francorchamps here all over again, as we had so many changing conditions yesterday. Watch out to make it through to the checkered flag into turn number 8 and 9. Still John Lassayer, who took back the lead from Priam Bruno. One of the new additions of Spirit Racing. Run the inside, trying to go to Bogdan Kosma on the Rao in 3rd place. Kanish Rao making his way up to P3. Watch out on the outside for Warner McLaughlin, all involved in that mix. As around the inside goes Oliver Warner on Bogdan Kosma Christopher. That was a battle for P4, and I think he just made it stick. Still further back behind. Watch out not to slide just too much into the last corner. That's going to be slippery, but they make it in the end to a checkered flag and a photo finish between the two. But Sayer takes the win for 28,000 of a second on Priam Bruno.
Brilliant race there. Great car control at the end, but I think they were very lucky with the fact that the track temp was hot as well. So as the water landed, it evaporated instantly and the tyres were up to temperature. But that shot when they were going down in towards turn number 2 and 3 looked very, very scary, didn't it, with all that rain coming down?
Yeah, I thought that we could end up actually with a bit of a drama coming to that breaking point, but thankfully we had none of it, as great demonstration once again of the driving skills from those youngsters of the mini class. There's still a bit of heat left into those tires, but that could be a first warning for the drivers, the mechanics, for the race to come. But thankfully, looking at the skies outside of our box, it seems to me that the wind has been picking up and really pushing away the clouds over our heads here in Portimao. So it might have been just a first warning, but that was a very short drop of rain there on the other side of the track, on the far side towards turn 3 and 5. But looking closely, still a bit cloudy, as you might be able to see, but not so much threatening at the moment. But again, maybe the weather will play with our nerves.
Exactly that, we just don't know. Well then, at the end of that one, Charles Sayer takes the race win from Priam Bruno. Kanish Rao from Bogdan Kosma, Noah Grenier from Oliver Warner. George Clark and Jack McLaughlin finishing just behind as well. Colby Patterson and Finlay Lyons both gaining places as well out in that one. Alex Riley and Ronnie Carter rounding out the top 12. 20 positions gained for Ronnie Carter in that one. Brilliant run. Kusweri Dodowski finishing in P13. Nilis Malik, unfortunately, dropping all the way down to P14 in that one. Conrad Garrow rounding out the top 15 as well on circuit. Big movers all the way throughout in that one. Noah Grenier, 15 places gained as well. Superb drive from all of them. But for your man here who started it on the front row, on pole position, Charles Sayer, a brilliant result, and he holds on to P4 in the intermediate classifications with one more round of qualifying heats to go later on today. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Guillaume, this was a very tense start, but a good getaway from that inside row.
A good getaway from Jola Sayer, who went into a bit of a trouble, and that big incident with one of the Falcon drivers turning himself into a real Falcon on that one. But thankfully, none of them was injured into that big incident, as they were able to keep going after coming together into number 8 and 9. But the Fusion Motorsport drivers were battling along with Bogdan Kosma and Jola Sayer, with Brian Bruno just in the middle. The former Barbie racing driver, now a part of the Spirit Racing team for that worldwide event. As and a bit of a contact indeed. That was a strong one. I didn't get a chance to catch that live actually, but Brian Bruno was thankfully for him still on the track. Lucky actually not to lose control on the way to turn number 3, and he fought that back, putting himself into second and at the pursuit of Jola Sayer, and on the line just 200 of a second between the two. A couple of meters more and maybe, but just maybe, Brian Bruno could have been able to really get ahead of Jola Sayer, and a bit of a moment for the Belgian driver there.
Certainly was. Well, that ends the first rotation for Mini X30. We see them out after the lunch break, nearer the end of the day, actually. They are due to go out again about 5:30 local time. We turn our attention now to the first of the X30 Masters, their first qualifying heats. They are coming up next. They have 2 heats before the lunch break. Then we go back to the senior rotation as well. So we'll start with groups A and B and C and D for their first qualifying heats. Looking forward to the Masters. We've not seen really fully what they can do in these races. We've seen them in warm-ups, we've seen them in qualifying, not seen them in a race yet.
And there's a couple of interesting names that we'll get to see performing at their best here in Portimao for the first edition of the IMA Warriors Final. And this is the first time over many years, over a decade now, that we only get to compete with 4 classes in this worldwide event for IMA X30 categories. There's been other editions where we had up to 6 to 7 classes, if you might remember, back in Le Mans. But the choice was made to reduce that to 4. Even though this is certainly the biggest event that we have all season long, with up to 75 races, can you believe, over the course of 4 days. 5 minutes before the next qualifying heat of the Master category. The Masters have been part of the IMA Warriors Final ever since the beginning of that event back in Lyon in 2012. And before that, remember that the IMA Warrior Final was organized as a trophy in tribute to Bruno Grana, the founder of Yamaha, back in 2010 and 11. Before we get our attention to the Masters, let's hear more from Jake Sanson at the stage.
So 3 great Mini X30 races, victories for Rajpal, for Alaman, and now for Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath, good to see you. It's been a very busy weekend for you so far, but to come up trumps on Friday...
Apologies for the audio troubles there. We'll see if we can get back to Jake Sanson in a few moments' time. Like you were saying, yeah, Masters coming up next on this one. Yet to see what they can fully do out on the circuit, but as you can see, they're getting themselves primed, ready to go for this one. And a very strong and competitive front row there at the moment, with Francois Perrier and Victor Urberg on that front row of the grid. But we look forward to seeing what they can do. I think we're ready. I think they've wound up and put 50p in meter, and we'll head back down to the paddock. Jake Sanson, over to you.
I'm pretty good with the old 50p pieces, Anthony. Yes, we're fine after the 3 Mini X30 races we just had. Great performances from Dan Alaman, from Rashbold, and now, of course, from Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath, good to see you, and after yesterday's performance, good to see you back in position again here and taking a great victory. Talk us through how that last race went.
Well, it went really well. We led a lot of the race, had a really good start. Me and Boggy, we got the gap, we got the jump on Nilas, and then we just it was a big scrap, just defending for the last 3 laps. So half the race we were defending, and yeah, it was really good. I mean, power down the straights was amazing, thanks to Johnny, amazing.
It was a classic Mini X30 qualifying heat. There were at least 6 drivers who could have won that one. It must feel quite nice to be the one to come through, and it gives you must be a massive confidence booster going into the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's a really big confidence boost, considering how much I've improved, because at the start of the year I didn't even make the final at Zuera. It just really shows me how much I've improved this year.
That's terrific. And now we're here in the IWF. You know, this is the pinnacle of the sport for IAME-X30 mini drivers. What's the feeling like now going into tomorrow, knowing that the finals are going to be very competitive? How are you focusing on it? What's your mindset?
I don't really think about it too much. I'm just, when I get there, and I do my job, which is to win. And I'm just trying my best, and so far it's going pretty well.
And for somebody like yourself on the international scene, you know, here in Europe for the first time, in the world stage, representing your nation in such a big competition, I mean, that's got to be a really cool buzz, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's amazing.
Fantastic. Look, Jarlath, you've been fantastic on track. I'm sure you'll be fantastic off it as well. Get yourself ready for the next one. Congratulations, and we'll see you out for the 5th and final Mini X30 heat. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys. Master X30 on the way.
Thank you very much, Jake, down there in the paddock. Yes, indeed, X30 Martyrs for their first race. Drivers are now seated, ready to get going. Qualifying was very interesting earlier on. Very close, actually, in qualifying that we saw. But it would go to the man, Francois Perrier, who would take the outright pole overall with that very nice time. What was it,
59.3.
Yes, yeah, indeed. Very, very close. And that is the best time I think we've seen all weekend as well. No one went faster in free practice or anything like that. That was the best time we've seen. Do you reckon that can be beaten going into these ones? I mean, the tyres that they'll have used in qualifying will be the tyres that they're using now. So there won't be any fresh tyres at the moment. But certainly, it could be a shake-up.
Yeah, conditions will be similar as they had in qualifying, that's for sure, even though the stress of rain coming up has disappeared as fast as it came, as the conditions are still very much dry and sunny here in beautiful Portimao. But François Perrier indeed improved quite significantly, half of a second on the fastest lap times that we had in practice and warm-up sessions coming to these races. The Masters were on track yesterday already for their respective free practice sessions. Warm-up this morning as well with the likes of Gary Edwards, Jim Ringelberg picking up the fastest laps. In qualifying, the Group 1 was the fastest of the two, with François Perrier, the Frenchman, being in 59.3, the overall pole sitter. And in the Group number 2, Victor Oberg, the Falcon driver, coming close to his fellow rival. François Perrier, who is back with us. He did a beautiful P5 finish in last year's IAME Warrior final in Le Mans. And is going to be, of course, more than willing to emulate that performance, even more so. But there's a couple of interesting names into that master category. Victor Oberg has been one of the fastest this morning. Watch out for him, as he will be starting on the front row of that grid.
Certainly will be. Next race then, X30 Masters heading out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for this one. Francois Perrier on the pole position spot. He's got Victor Oberg alongside the Swedish driver. Johan Vilo and Victor Luz on row number 2. Gabriel Zuccella and Nicholas Pizzardo on row number 3. Mark Daly and Anthony Delcourt on that 4th row from Romero Felipe, and Gary Edwards, who ran out the top 10 on row number 5.
And we have a row number 6, Hamza Dirani and Vincent Jean-Baptiste, followed by Jan Vanash as well as Antti Katasha. And we have Ling Chu-Wang, Luke Armstrong, Noel Brennan, Giorgio Busato, as well as Luis Irigoyen Nazeri and Javier Fernandez. 20 drivers onto that grid. We have a total of 38 competitors, adding to the almost 350 drivers that we have for this 11th edition of the IAME Warriors Final. And at the end of those 6 qualifying heats, we'll have the starting order for the super heat, for the Masters, 2 super heat and 1 final, with a couple of illustrious names that have been winning the IAME Warriors Final over the years, including the likes of Frédéric Blin, Thierry Racamier, as well as Jérémy Peclers, the Belgian driver, on 2 occasions back in 2016 and 17. And more recently, we had Richie Morgan, as well as Johan Renault. And last year, Fabrice Fret, the very well-known engine tuner from France, from FF Engine, a very fast driver who is not competing this weekend. Of course, he's busy with engine tuning to some of the drivers out there competing in other classes. And talking to him on the paddock, I was saying, such a shame that you're not doing double duty this weekend, because you could have been certainly Fabrice Fret, one of the contenders, as is demonstrated in IAME Series France and Benelux. We're going to have to make without him, but there's plenty of strong names out there who can fight their way at the front.
Certainly so. If you're just joining us and wondering, what is X30 Masters? Well, basically, it's Senior X30. The only difference is the age and the weight. 30 years plus and 167 kilos is the minimum weight the drivers have to achieve with driver and kart in total. So a little bit heavier and a little bit for the older drivers as well. But certainly they deliver some incredibly close racing on this one. Here we go then. In towards turn number 16, in towards 17. The first race of the weekend then for IWF 2023 for X30 Master. Francois Pedier and Victor Urberg on the front row. Here we go then. Lights go out and down in towards turn 1. Great start from Francois Pedier, who holds on to the race lead. Watch out for Johan Vilo though. Vilo to the inside. Can he go for the race lead? Sideways under braking. He can't. He holds on to that one as Victor Urberg holds on to second place as they make their way down through turns 2 and 3 in towards turn 5 now. Good start from the field as they all get away nicely.
All get away nicely, and already some gesturing from the drivers for the back, trying to give the chase from third place. Victor Urberg all the way down to P3, as we do have actually Victor Urberg in the lead, the Falcon driver, and a couple of drivers into the mix, and unfortunately going wide into and two drivers coming together. Unfortunately, already into the opening lap. What on earth happened there? That's in the run down to the turn number 11 and 12. And those two coming together into that opening qualifying here. The 401 was one of them. Mark Daly maybe coming together with, was it Del Kuru by the look of it?
No, that was Gabriel Zuccella who's involved, and Zuccella not happy at all, gesticulating wildly to his fellow compatriot out there, Mark Daly, just saying, what was that? Back with the race lead though, and Francois takes the lead again in this one, dives to the inside as again wheel to wheel. Here comes Victor Urberg again to the inside. Unfortunately, he's getting swamped by the pack now. He goes backwards just that little bit more. It's not been a good second lap for him. He drops down to 4th place now. Now that's Victor Luz who comes up into second position now. Good start for him, having a very good run. But for Francois Pedier, he is looking very strong right now as he's opened up nearly a half a second gap.
Yeah, Victor Luz not quite able to follow the pace of the Frenchman as the drivers coming together. Unfortunately, Mark Daly as well as Zuccella, Gabriel Zuccella from Argentina, forced to step out of this race. Such a shame. They're going to have, of course, a couple of more after that to try to make their way through and have a good spot for the starting grid for the Super Heat tomorrow. We're not there yet. Still a long way to go for the competitors of the Master Class. 3 races each. As on the inside, here's the response from Victor Urberg. That was a close call, trying to clip the curb just a tiny bit on the way to turn number 2. But there was no space whatsoever for the Swedish driver to make his way past the Brazilian in second. Francois Pedier obviously was building his gap lap corner after corner up to 7/10 of a second. He committed to that, now pulling away just a tiny bit on the Brazilian. Certainly Gary Edwards for the back from P4 with that fusion machine, trying to emulate the move that he just saw in front of him, and Vilo as well for the back. Del Kuru, Philippe Pizarro and Jan Van Asch as well as Dirani running out the top 10 as close to turn number 4. I saw clearly actually the 404 Nicola Pizarro in the opening lap, driving one of the, if not the only EOS chassis that we have this weekend. Seemed to be a little bit of a trouble into turn number 9. He was raising his hands out of concern. He's still very much with us. As on the inside, the outside line it is for the 419 of Johan Vilo. Johan Vilo from Force Racing, trying to make his way past Gary Edwards.
Yeah, Gary Edwards, who's up into 3rd place now. A good start from him, but these drivers really not working together right now. They're going to have to work together if they want to try and catch the leading 2, because Victor Urberg has actually broken away now from the rest of the field, and he is making his way through, and a change there for P5 as well. Del Kuru getting up into P5, and Vilo down into P6 as well. Crucially though, fastest lap, look at that, 59.8 for Victor Urberg. He is closing in now on Francois Pedier, And Perrier now under pressure. The gap is down to 0.2 of a second.
And that's going to be an interesting call indeed. Halfway through, not even of this first qualifying heat of 6 in total for the Masters. And with the fastest lap in the bag, well, that's going to be interesting. Also, Perrier, we thought for a moment, had built enough of a gap to fill a little bit on his own and to keep on building on that distance. But the Falcon driver has been able to get back into momentum as he's going to go for the move, certainly. He cannot allow himself to wait around in the wings. And François Perrier seems to be up for grab into that second part of the race. As Gary Edwards is able to hold on to that third place and keep Victor Lutz at bay from fourth place. Watch out with the slipstream, as we've said. Certainly one of the longest those drivers will ever experience in their respective career in the IMA Warrior final. He's not quite able to commit to the move into turn number 3. He's just waiting for the right opportunity, the right moment. He's trying to shake off a little bit François Perrier. He shows himself to the leader to see his reaction, and here's the coming together that we saw earlier. And the front fairing actually clipping itself out. And we could easily understand why those two drivers were furious with Gabriele Giucella from Argentina, gesturing to Mark Daly for that coming together, unfortunately, into the opening lap. We can easily understand the frustration.
Yeah, Mark Daly's front nose cone there getting caught in that rear bumper. I suspect that might be a 5-second time penalty for just the nose cone going to Mark Daly. Big shame there. Half race distance then completed. No change then at the front. Francois Perrier leading the way still. Victor Urberg in second place, not going for the move just yet. And I think that's a smart decision, using each other to use that slipstream, breaking away from that main pack, giving themselves a nice battle buffer from the rest of the field. If they do want to go at each other, they can do on the last couple of laps, and they don't have to worry about any third parties getting involved in that scrap. Francois Perrier, though, now with the fastest lap of the race, 59.801, matching the pace and just that fraction faster than Urberg.
That's very much experience talking, isn't it, in that master category. You can see that unlike what we've seen so far in the minis, for instance, or in the juniors, where drivers are buttoning along at each corner, having nothing to lose, basically pressured by the others behind. You can see here that the drivers, this is only the first race of a total of 6 in total, so they have to go through each of those races as one step further and collecting those results that they need. So there's no rush into doing anything unwise. Still, Victor Urberg is very much on the tail of François Perrier, so I don't see him finishing that race without at least a warning or a try to get ahead of the Frenchman. But we might see that coming in the later stage of the race. Now it just keep up the pace. Respective lap times very close indeed, but Perrier is the one doing the job at the moment. He's the one under pressure. He has to produce the effort in order to stay ahead. I'm not saying that it's not an effort, of course, to stay behind and to be the chaser in that one, but it's always easier, as they say, to be the chaser than to be the one chased. But Perrier is keeping himself on the racing line, not doing any mistake. Victor Urberg equally good as well. So they're really on rails, those two drivers at the moment, really trying to get that little bit of attention from François Perrier. If Perrier makes any sort of slight mistake or open that door just a tiny bit, well, Victor Urberg will be there to grab that first position. So I wouldn't like to be in the place of François Perrier at the moment, because he knows that he has all the right things in the bag to get that win done. But he's not quite able to shake off Victor Urberg. As for the back run inside, I was Gary Edwards by the look of it on a Velo. We'll get back to that, but it was a move for third place indeed, and Delcourt making his way through the VDK machine, and the 513 being pushed a little bit. Victor Luz actually dropping momentum behind Velo. It was indeed Gary Edwards making his commitment to P3.
Yeah, indeed. Edwards, who actually got back into P3 there. Velo got to the position done before the start-finish line. So, yeah, good results there. They're still battling away fiercely in that mid-pack, because they still go wheel-to-wheel there. And just losing out there massively is Anthony Delacruz. Unfortunately, losing another position there. Back with the front two here. Still no change. Staying the same here between Perrier and Urberg. Urberg again looking into the slipstream. We go on to the final lap. If we're going to see a move, it's going to be on this lap now as they wind it all up. And crucially, yes, Perrier going defensive almost immediately there, going through turns 2 and into 3. No challenge there from Victor Urberg. He stays behind in P2. Luckily, they've got themselves a 4-second advantage from the rest of the field. This is a good amount of time that they can go battling. Check over the shoulder there for Francois Perrier as they go down in towards turn 6 now and 7. Round into the braking zone of turn 8. Defensive again. To the outside goes Victor Urberg, trying to get the switchback. Not close enough. Maybe has a little look to the inside. Can't quite do it. Remember, we've seen the moves here in towards 13. Are we going to see another one here into the braking zone? Very tricky braking zone. To the outside. No change direction here. It all stays the same, and it might be all she wrote here. And I think Francois Perrier has done enough to hold on to this one now, but not much longer.
Ooh,
All the way around
oh
the
my
outside
God!
more. Oh, that's a brilliant move from Victor Urberg, but did he overtake off the track? We will need to see that one, but Victor Urberg takes the win from the outside through turn 15, or 16, I should say. But did he run too wide there and gain an advantage by leaving the circuit? I suspect that one may be under investigation. But for the meantime, from Sweden, Victor Urberg, what a race.
Yeah, before whatever is being decided, let's enjoy the beauty of that overtaking maneuver. We've seen that happening on slippery conditions, but in the dry, on the outside line. Well, we thought that maybe at some point Victor Urberg would have to make do with second place, but never say never until the checker flag is waved in a race. And Victor Urberg has once again demonstrated that you are never to give up any chance to go for a move. But I do wonder if Francois Perrier, seeing that he was going on the outside line, didn't go too aggressive to protect himself. And there we go. There we go, confirmation of Victor Urberg being investigated by the marshals and the officials.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it was a brilliant overtake, and if he was within track limits there, absolutely fair play to Victor Urberg there. Brilliant overtake to take the race win. And that is the first time we have seen that move done this weekend, especially for a race win. Francois Perrier taking second place from Johan Villo, from Gary Edwards. Delacruz finishing in 5th place from Victor Luz. Romero Felipe finishing in P7 after gaining 2 positions. Nicolas Pizarro in 8th place from Hamza Durrani in 9th. Antti Kateya finishing in the top 10. 4 places gained there, though. I mean, let's see the look of his face there after that overtake. I mean, cool, calm, collected. He's not bothered about it whatsoever. That's the first qualifying heat of the weekend. There's more to see. There's more to see.
Yeah, you have to keep it together, obviously, and at this stage, a win is a win. It will be remains to be seen if it will be official. Here's a look back at the start. Francois Perrier on the inside with Victor Urberg on the outside line, dropping a bit of momentum, but he was able to stay in second place before making his move, clipping the curb on Francois Perrier. As for the backstream drivers, in that particular part of the track, we're coming together just a tiny bit with Nicola Pellizzari and that coming together between Mark Daly with his front fairing dropping off, and Gabriele Zugella furious about that turn of event into the opening lap, and we can easily understand why at the beginning of this IAME Warriors final. Not the way you want to start your day and your qualifying heats, that's for sure. As Mark Daly was able to keep going and back into the pits, as while Victor Urberg was making his move up into P2, trying to chase Francois Perrier further back as well. We had Delacruz, as well as was Johan Villo from Forte Racing in a strong explanation out there in the turn, where we would see the move for the win. And at some point here, harassing him on the outside, and this is the move. Let's
see if we can really slow it down. And
or wheels outside of the line.
Well, it's out past the white line, but I don't know if the red and white is an extension of the track. I don't know that. I don't know what the rule is.
We've seen the drivers going quite wide on that particular part of the track, but not in overtaking. So I guess maybe it remains to be seen what the officials will make of that particular section, that particular move. It was a beautiful one, that's for sure. The first time that we get to see a driver overtaking in that part of the track on the outside to take the win. And we've seen a couple of late moves, of course, into that late section of the track. But it went wide, all 4 wheels outside of the racing line, on the white line at least, onto the curb. So it's down to the officials to make the decisions, but the investigation is going on. We'll keep you up to date. But that could be a warning for the drivers to try not to do that again, because you never know what might happen.
No, you certainly won't. Well, good to see then. The first race not disappointing. We're ready down in the paddock on the IWF stage. Jake Sanson, over to you.
Look, boys, I don't know if that move's going to be legal or not, but it was very cool to watch. Victor Oberg, the man who pulled it off, is with me. Victor, very tough race. A lot of defensive tactics that you had to deal with there. Just talk us through your mindset at the moment.
Well, as always, the heats are just about getting through in the front, you know, so I thought, yeah, if I finish second or third, it won't matter too much. But he was blocking the whole lap around, like on the last lap, and he really blocked the inside coming into that second last corner, and also stopped a little bit the inside, so I thought, yeah, I might just as well try on the outside, and it worked.
So to get the move done, that's one thing, but obviously there's going to be some potential questions from the guys upstairs about how legal that move is. From your side, is it just the intensity in that moment? You kind of have to dictate what you're going to do out on the circuit rather than leave it to chance?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the normal line in that corner is actually outside the white line every time. Everybody does it, so I haven't heard anything about it so far this weekend. And yeah, from my point of view, it's how that's the line we drive, what I did in the last corner. So.
Okay, so aside from the move, obviously the package, the competitive pace of the kart and you is obviously very strong. Coming into this week, you had a really difficult preparation because yesterday you guys were going through the practice sessions in unbelievable conditions. So to come in today, being fast in qualifying this morning and being fast on the track so far in the first heat, this obviously must give you a real boost in terms of your morale for how the week's going to go.
Yeah, for sure. We were here couple of weeks ago testing as well and felt good already then, so we were quite confident that the speed was there, even though the conditions yesterday, but yeah, so far so good, so it just feels really good.
Now X30 Master is a very different competition compared to the Mini Junior Senior. These guys are obviously raised in this and they race week in, week out. In Master X30, you guys are kind of coming back out of work as well as obviously getting your fitness up, and it's very hard to keep that sort of pace and that level. Once you get to the sort of mid-20s, it's hard to sustain that sort of pace. So when you're in Master X30, I guess it's just a completely different sport, even compared to the other three classes, in terms of how you've got to keep yourself focused, how you've got to keep yourself well trained.
Yeah, sure is. It's tough, you know, like you say, when you get a bit older, maybe you won't have as much time to drive, but I still really enjoy it, and yeah, one of the most funny things to do. So yeah, just really nice, and I can really feel driving against the seniors in Sweden that the maximum pace is maybe not there, but once you get into the race, then you see that routine counts.
Fantastic. There's a very good chance maybe that we see the nation's flag of Norway on the top step of the podium then this weekend. Victor, thank you so much. It was great to watch. We really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, there's more Master X30 to come right around the bend.
Thanks, Jake. Indeed, yes, the X30 Martyrs next group gets out onto the circuit. This is qualifying heat C versus D. Let's take you through the starting lineup of this one. Shane Daly and Thierry Deloyer start this one on the front row of the grid. Mario Barrios and Guillaume Bauran start on the second row of the grid. Jim Ringelberg and John Norris on row 3 from Gustavo Michelsen and Alexandre Bueno Besek on row 4. Carlos Souza and Keith Mikalev go from row number 5 in the top 10.
Then we have on row number 6, Tommy Nordvang and François Vautier, followed by Richard Faulkner and Mathieu Bourdon, as well as Thiago Concalves, Maurizio Montemayor, as well as Pedro Pachuta de Paiva and Nico Saxman. 18 drivers onto the course, and we seem to be missing Concalves from Pita Racing Portugal, unless there's another problem with transponders. We've seen that a couple of occasions this morning. But let's see if we do have everybody on board. Right, a couple of very interesting names in the master class in that particular group. Starting with Thierry Delarey, of course, the Belgian driver, the Belgian legend of the X30 shifter and master categories over the years. Twice winner of the IAME Warriors final in the shifter class that we don't have this year. Winner in that same class of the IAME Euro Series. And now, these days, very much a team owner, a chassis maker, and he's back here with us for the 11th edition of the worldwide event for IAME X30 classes, with certainly strong intentions, as he posted on social media. A surprisingly positive results in qualifying, P2 of his group, P3 overall into the master qualification after qualifying that we had this morning. Now he finds himself on the outside line. Further back, Guillaume Barbarin, last year's pole sitter of the IAME Warriors final in Le Mans, who did wonders in the IMA Series France this season. And another one who did wonders on national ground is Jim Ringelberg, the Dutchman who went on to dominate the this year's edition of the IMA Series Benelux in the master class. So those drivers are not here to make up the numbers. They're here for the victory. They're here to give it the absolute everything. They're not the only ones. Watch out for Shane Daly, obviously our pole sitter from DMS, is going to be on the inside line coming to turn number 3.
Here we go then. Last couple of corners then. We look good to get going for this one. 18 drivers set to do battle. Hopefully 18 out there. Maybe only 17. We'll find that out when the race starts. But looking good then at the front, keeping the pace nice and calm. Shane Daly and Thierry Del Rey on that front row of the grid. Who is going to get the whole shot in towards turn number 1? Revs raise and the lights do go out, and they do go racing, and down and towards turn 1 it will be Shane Daly who gets the jump, and that inside field Mario Barrios and Jim Ringelberg there in 3rd place as Ringelberg goes to the outside now and all the way round the outside. Is that Jim Ringelberg
yes,
to the lead, to the outside through turn 2? Absolutely fantastic.
And what did I tell you about Jim Ringelberg? Is on a charge, is really one of the best ones that we've had out there. But that move around the outside of turn number 3, unlike Thierry Del Rey, who didn't have the best of start from the outside, dropping from 2nd to 4th. He's going to try to fight back on the way to turn number 8. Del Rey trying to commit. As for the back, the 4, 5 is climbing as well through the ranks. This is Guillaume Barbarin with the DAP colors on his chassis. An interesting showing for Guillaume Barbarin as we are into the opening lap out of 10. Del Rey on the inside of the victory lane driver, Mario Barrios. That's one done for Thierry Del Rey trying to pursue it, and you can see him gesturing to Barrios. Stay with me, we are only getting started, and 2 drivers, as for the race before, coming together. And unfortunately, look at that bandit chassis. Unfortunately, we might not go any more than that. Unfortunately, a little bit of actually jumping around for the 410. Unfortunately, the power lane machine of Keith McAuliffe. Unfortunately, nowhere else to go. No more racing for him after that big coming together.
I'd know an appropriate song that would go well with that shot of the car wiggling around there. But yeah, that is a big shame for him in that parallel chassis, especially in the first qualifying heat of the weekend. Hopefully he can bounce back in the later half of the day, though. Well, Jim Ringelberg leads the way after an impressive move around the outside through Tesla. What is it with Masters and going around the outside of some of these corners? It seems, is there something in the water that they're putting in the XOD Masters paddock?
Yeah, the extra potion certainly that they have at breakfast and give them wings on the outside of those corners.
Downforce.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But brilliant start for him. But he's not managed to break away, though. Shane Daly has found some waft and has closed right up to that rear bumper and is in the slipstream. So Jim Ringelberg there now tucking as much as he can, but Shane Daly's got the power, he's got the momentum, and is he going to go for the position here into the braking zone of turn number 3? No, he's not. He's going to stay behind. He certainly thought about it. Just in the background there, looked like John Norris going for the move there up into P4 around Barrios, but I don't think he got that one sorted out. No, he stays there behind, or did he get that done? I think, no, he didn't. Yes, he did. Norris up into P4 now, so he did get that move done. Back here, though, at the front, and it's still Daly on that rear bumper, not able to get that car down the inside just as of yet. But again, we've seen the overtakes in very strange places so far in the Masters. Are we going to see some more phantom overtakes in this race? And we are going to see a big dive down the inside here as Ringelberg going very wide there into the braking zone of 13, side by side in the podding. And then Del Rey starting to come back now, and Jim Ringelberg's just saying, right, I'm not going to attack you. I'm going to keep pushing you. You keep going. 2 very different racing lines there, but now it's a 4-car battle for the lead. Ringelberg, or Daly from Ringelberg, Del Rey and Norris in that top 4 as they go down into the braking zone of turn number 2, and Ringelberg back to the inside there on Daly, but he gets his nose cut in front of, and Daly holds on to the lead here. Del Rey trying to get the 2nd place back, just unable to do it as Norris goes down the inside. John Norris gets that move done, and with the fastest lap of the race, has got some pure pace out there.
And Thierry Del Rey was trying to protect himself as well from that move from Norris, but the Irish driver had to wait just a couple of more corners to make his commitment on the inside. Del Rey under the pressure of Mario Barrios now, with Bessac and Barbarin down in P6 and 7 respectively, from Mikkelsen, Mathieu and Richie Faulkner in the top 10 at the moment, with indeed Concalves, the Portuguese, confirmation that he did not take the start of this race, and Mikalev out of it already. But now Jim Ringelberg. Let's see what he can do with Shane Daly trying to shake up the order a little bit, building that gap. Not quite able to do so just yet. 0.2 of a second. That slipstream on the inside, not the outside this time around for Jim Ringelberg, who tries to commit and gets through into turn number 2. Turn number 3 confirmed. And taking, hopefully, at least for him, John Norris on the inside. And yes, he makes it through as well. What a move from John Norris. He saw the opportunity. And Thierry Delray shakes up the order as well and takes P3. And I think that Shane Daly was a little bit pushed on the outside.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, trying to just hold on to as many places as he can. Now he looks back to the inside there of Thierry Delray, but unable to get it done. So Shane Daly down those positions. You've still got the likes of Mario Barrios still there as well. Alexandre Besek also there trying to gain those positions. He sends it down the inside. Brilliant move there. That was Alexandre Besek there, who's gained several positions and crucially communicating there with Guillaume Barbarin, who was trying to fight back his positions as well after he started this one. P4 on the grid. He finds himself now sitting in P6, so he's losing a couple of positions. But you've got to work together in these sections now because drivers are starting to break away here. Jim Ringelberg, despite the fact that that slipstream is very effective, is still holding on to the lead and has got a significant gap still from John Norris, who is still pushing so hard here and is closing in.
I do love those colors of the DAP brand on the chassis. This is an FA card chassis for Guillaume Barbarin. As on the inside, there's a switch for the lead. John Norris commits, and Jim Ringelberg has no way to go but to back out in P2. So John Norris, your new leader, the driver from NCM Racing, at the wheel of his Tony Kart machine. In front of Jim Ringelberg, Thierry Delray still down in third, under the pressure of Shane Daly. It's not over yet as we're about to conclude lap number 6 out of 10. But what a move from John Norris, very committed to take that first win of the week. 4 places gained since the start. This street now running outside again for Jim Ringelberg. That opens the door to Thierry Delray, who's not able to try to commit. He stays on the inside, takes back second place to John Norris. A little bit push and squeeze on the outside, but still able to hold on to that third because Shane Daly was keen as well on diving through that gap. But once again, Jim Ringelberg, what did he have for breakfast this morning? Because this is the second time in this race that he goes on the outside before the hairpin.
That is sheer commitment there, and crucially, superb racing by all parties involved there. You know, any movement of the steering wheel, it's a very risky move to go around the outside through turns 1 and 2. It's very fast, and there's not much runoff before you hit a barrier. And look at this now. Now they're 3 wide, and contact, and round goes the 409. It's a disaster for John Norris, who was leading the way at one point in this one, now finds himself spinning and at the back of this entire pack. It was never going to work out. So there were 3 wide, and it was the DAP colours who was on the outside there. So I think it was Guillaume Barbarin, and I think it was Alexandre Besek also there as well. Part of that sandwich. It was never going to work out, but they thought they could go 3 wide through one of the tight corners here.
Yeah, we'll need to see that action back again. But indeed, Besek and Barbarin were involved in some ways. And John Norris, after that strong run up into P1 at some point, finds himself at the back end of the grid, all the way down to P10 still. But he lost so much momentum that he won't be able to fight back, as we're here with Thierry Delray under the pressure of Shane Daly. Now it's up to them to try to chase Jim Ringelberg, and Alexander Besek very logically picking up a warning flag and a 5-second penalty that goes with it for his involvement into that incident. That sent John Norris sideways. Now, Thierry Delray working together with Shane Daly. Those two, of course, a lot of experience shared between those two, as they're going to try to shake up a little bit Jim Ringelberg. And there he goes, taking P2 already. Turn number 1, Shane Daly is not waiting around in the wings. And he decided for himself, well, I'll be the leading man in that duet. I want to go for Jim Ringelberg. I feel like I can take him. As we are into lap number 9, there's not a lot of time remaining for any of those two to give a proper chase to Jim Ringelberg. Taking his TD kart up in the lead. TD for Thierry Delray, same chassis as the man in P3. Different teams though. Jim Ringelberg very much is a privateer all throughout the season.
Here we go. Right, so Shane Daly now needs to have a absolutely perfect lap here to be right on that rear bumper of Jim Ringelberg as they go onto the start-finish straight. He needs to use that momentum to make sure that he can get that slipstream and the move done in towards turn number 3 on this lap, as they will be going on to the final lap this time round. Here we go, all the drivers using all the track and a little bit more available to them. Into the slipstream we go then, and the last lap board comes out. Well, they say to each other, let's work together. Is that going to be the case? Shane Daly now as they go in, and Jim Ringelberg's a little bit hesitant there just to allow the full inside line. But, well, Shane Daly sticks to his word there and does not go for the attack, but now he's put himself under pressure from Thierry Delaray, who is there in 3rd place, is starting to close back in now. So it's the top 3 with that breakaway from the rest of the field. It's still Barrios there in 4th place from Barbarin, who's got back up into 5th place now. There's the big overtaking spot in towards turn 8. No change there. Again, we've seen stuff down in towards turn 13. That's going to be the next corner that we approach now through this little kink here into this braking zone. Nothing there, but Thierry Delaray on the outside. He might have to run here in towards turn 14, and he does. A little bit of contact between the two of them, and Daly holds on to 2nd place. But crucially, that's allowed Jim Ringelberg to break away from the rest of the field, and at the start of this race, from taking the outside line through turns 1 and 2, Jim Ringelberg has been absolutely on it, and that is only their first race of the day. I tell you what, I'm looking forward to seeing what X30 Masters can provide for the rest of this day and this weekend.
Yeah, this was intense but pure Formula racing as well, with a lot of experience. You can feel through the way those karters have been dealing with their own race. That's what we like to see. Jim Ringelberg, 0.8 of a second, take advantage of that big of a tussle between Daly and Delaray into that last lap, with indeed Thierry Delaray trying to go for the move. We need to see that again, if there was some sort of a contact, if Delaray was caught a little bit out of surprise, clipping the curb out there, but certainly a lot of things to talk about into that race. With Jim Ringelberg, certainly a strong demonstration with, on 2 occasions, an overtaking by the outside line coming to number 3. We'll see that again in a moment.
Yes, we certainly will. What a drive then for X30 Master as they make their way back in towards Parc Ferme. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Jim Ringelberg taking the win then from Shane Daly, Thierry Delaray and Marius Barrios on the 4th place spot. Guillaume Barbarin finishes in P5 from Alexander Bernard-Bessec. Budamata finishing in 7th place from Gustavo Michelin in P8. Richard Faulkner finishing in 9th place from John Norris, unfortunately, who did have a spot leading the way, unfortunately finishes in P10 on that one from Tommy Nordvang. Mauricio Montemayor finishing in P12, gaining 4 places from Nico Saxman, gaining 5 from Carlos Souza in 14th place as well. 2 more finishers on that one, Pedro Paiva and Francois Vauteur finishing in the top 16, 2 retirements out that one, and 1 non-starter, Keith Micallef and Tepo Gonzalez not starting this one. Here's a look then at the highlights, and watch the man who sits there in 3rd place. He's on the 3rd spots there. Watch him go to the outside, all the way around the outside, and gets 1st place. I mean,
beautiful.
Perfection, perfection.
Perfection it was, and 2 very interesting move. On the outside as well, we have Victor Oberg in the 1st, Jim Ringelberg on the 2nd. Remains to be seen if the first one will be deemed according to the rules, but unfortunately for the 410 of Keith Micallef from Paralin, Portugal, there was nowhere more than 1 lap to go after that big coming together in the opening lap. Then the race was raging in with Shane Daly, Jim Ringelberg, Thierry Delaray battling along. Ringelberg on the inside taking the lead back and opening the door for John Norris with the Tony Kart machine on the inside. He thought for a moment that he could actually take that 2nd place, but it was indeed done after that. Thierry Delaray as well climbing to P3. Then we had that almost coming together, but just the lap after. John Norris on a strong run, taking the lead with Jim Ringelberg once again on the outside just before committing to turn number 2 and 3. The door was open for Thierry Delaray to make his move as well. Then there was a fight back, and this is what happened with Guillaume Barbarin on the right, and then the attack for the 420 of Alexander Bessac, sending John Norris in a spin.
Yeah, Bessac with a very opportunistic move to the inside there through one of the tightest corners on the circuit. It was never going to work, and unfortunately he did receive a time penalty for that one. Shane Daly then again defending and trying to attack. There was the last-ditch attempt there from Thierry Delaray to get into second place. It wouldn't work out. And Jim Ringelberg would take the checker flag after gaining 4 places from Shane Daly and Thierry Delaray. Brilliant first opening race for groups C and D. The second race that we've seen for the X30 Masters, plenty more. Both those classes have got 2 more races to go. That brings us to the end of the first half of the day. The second half is coming up very, very soon. In about half an hour's time, we'll be kickstarting again with the senior categories, then going back to the Masters for their second round of heats, then back to the juniors for their final round, and then minis for their final rounds as well. And we end the day with the Masters category as well. So an action-packed day of racing yet to come. Do not go anywhere. Guillaume, this is going to be an exciting day.
There's going to be an exciting second part of the day. Stay with us. We're going to take a short break. Before that, 2 quick announcements. The first one for the drivers with RGMMC transponders. Don't forget at the end of the day to bring them back to the main tent of the event in the paddock for charging. So please do remember, drivers using RGMMC transponders, to bring them back at the end of the day for charging. And another quick announcement, there's a very nice picture-taking session taking place in the paddock at the moment between the drivers from the Netherlands and Belgium. So please do join them for the drivers from Belgium and Netherlands, with a family picture being taken at the moment, and some of you guys were still missing. So please join them in front of the main tent and just nearby the stage for that family picture between Belgian and Netherlands drivers.
Day 3, part 2, coming up soon in half an hour. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, live on IMAmotorsport.com on the beautiful Cartodromo do Algarve in Portimao. Myself, Guillaume Alvarez, Anthony Jordan, as well as Jake Sanson. Happy to welcome you here with the entire RGMMC group, organizer of the 11th edition of the IMA Warriors Final, the pinnacle event in the world of IMA X30 classes, as we have 350 drivers and more competing over 4 days of racing on this beautiful Cartodromo Internacional, one of the longest tracks in the karting calendar this year. 1.5 kilometer over 17 different turns, and that never-ending start-finish straight split in two between turn number 1 with over 340 meters of length that those drivers get into a lot of slipstream. 17 turns, 10 to the right, 7 to the left, one hairpin as well down at turn number 5, and a couple of overtaking opportunities on this beautiful layout here in Portimao. Now, there's been visited in the past by IMA international events, but this is the first time that we get to have the World Cup for the X30 classes. Top speed of about 120 km an hour for the senior class with the slipstream. Coming to turn number 2, a little bit on the brake, coming to the every braking point on turn number 3 for an average speed of 94 km an hour. One of the fastest portions that we have all year. Very technical in sector 2 and 3. That makes for a very interesting and diverse layout in the south of Portugal. We're not far from the south coast of the country, as the weather has been kind to us ever since the start of the day. Day 3 out of 4 for the IMA Warrior Final 2023. Yesterday wasn't so much the case in terms of weather conditions, changing from one race to the other, and sometimes in the middle of qualifying heats. But so far, so good for the drivers, even though we had a few drops of rain, but nothing to worry about earlier this morning. The lunch break is behind us, and we have a busy schedule ahead of us this afternoon, as Gus Lawrence will be your pole sitter for the upcoming race of the senior class. We had a first rotation this morning. This is the last one for those classes. We're going to start with the seniors, then back with the masters, the junior, the mini, and then the masters to round things up. This is the last rotation of qualifying heats, as we said, for the first 3 of 4 categories. The masters coming into play with 6 heats in total. And at the end of the day, well, we'll have a classification and points and order for the superheat of the morning. Can this man get back to winning ways? Ian Ekmans, who lost his last race, certainly willing to take revenge with that beautiful racing suit, Mr. 007, as he calls himself in the paddock of Portimao. And let's see if this will bring him good luck.
I certainly hope so, because it could fall down to those top 2 in this one. Gus Lawrence and Ian Eichmans, who currently sits 1-2 in that one. Just behind, though, Sam Shaw is another driver who could certainly make an impact here this weekend. He has come away with a race win. One of his previous races, though, finished 22nd. So still, it's been an up and down weekend for lots of our drivers. But for Sam Shaw, he has had a load of good results with a couple of P5s, P2 and P3, as well as his last race also. The driver starting alongside him, though, Caroline Atkins, again, another driver, double wins in this one, 2nd, 3rd. He did have a 10th place throughout the week, but this driver here certainly could come away with a good result. The 2023 Senior IAME X30 champion in the IAME Euro Series certainly is wanting to see what he can do in the IWF in 2023. Plenty of racing to come, though.
And interestingly enough, in the senior class, ever since this morning, we had 3 different winners over the course of the first 3 races, which means that ever since yesterday, we didn't have drivers, winners of yesterday, picking up on the past results. So new faces coming to the fore, and Gus Lawrence with 3 wins, Ian Ekman's 3 wins as well, under the close watch of Martin Bean, the race director of the IMA Warriors Final. And a quick look at the camera as we're getting ourselves ready for 14 races this afternoon, starting with the A versus E in the senior class.
Here we go then, the final chance for any of our drivers to make it through into the split. Remember, 72 go through into the pre-finals, and then of course that goes down all the way to the last drivers for the final. Let's take you through the starting lineup then. Gus Lawrence and Ian Ekmans on the front row. Sam Shaw and Caroline Atkins on row number 2. Harry Platten and Kian Geraghty, they go from row 3. Packham Reisenberg and Tyler Harris round out the top 8 on row 4, with Sam Balota and Ruben Moya on row number 5. Macaulay Bishop and Mika Voss, they go from row 6 with Hamza Al-Fayez and Hugo Besson on row 7. Kevin Benjamin and Lucas Orchiska round out row number 8 with Rafael Perard and Yuta Suzuki on row number 9.
Row number 10, Santeri, Marty Kainen and Alexandre Monod, followed by Hugo Trichard, Adam Alzari, Mirko Wouters, Andy Rattel, as well as Riccardo Cirelli, Ethan Faramond, Clément Massot, Adam Harley, Tristan Powell, Michael Kuiper, Luna Cléret, Arthur Barrio, Alfonso Ayres, as well as Chao Zilin, who is missing on this grid, unfortunately, for the Chinese driver. A couple of different winners through the course of that grid, with a P1 for Sam Shaw, P1s as well for Carla Atkins, 2 wins for him, 3 wins for Ian Aikmans, Gus Lawrence so far in the course of proceedings, and 2 wins for Pacom Weisenberger, starting from 7th on the grid. Ruben Moya, this morning, the Pantana Racing driver, added his name to the winner's circle, alongside Ellie Goldstein and Louis Johnson Cole. New names, as we said, new faces. We're still waiting for the drivers who came to the fore yesterday to emulate the performance for what will be the last rotation of qualifying heat for the senior class. With this is now or never for those groups, obviously. 4 races in a row. The last one for the senior category to for any of those drivers to maximize the performance, to maybe get back into pace and into satisfying results. But this is the last chance for their respective groups to be able to make a difference, and for some of them make it through on the superheat grids that will be taking place tomorrow morning, and for others to fight for pole position. As it stands, Gus Lawrence is your leading man, 4 points clear from Ian Aikmans. Aikmans, after a string of 3 races won, unfortunately had been through some mechanical trouble in his last qualifying heat before the lunch break, and he ended up P13 if my memory serves. As a result, a lot of positions and points dropped. He stands currently in P2 in the classification, 5 points clear from Clément Autran down in 3rd. This is still very much provisional, as we'll get into the calculation as we go and move forward the last 4 races of the senior class.
Certainly so for the other drivers out there. Keane Geraghty had his best result of the weekend as well in that last race. 2 positions gained. The same as Tyler Harris. He had a top 10 finish in P7. Still looked good. One car breaking down, though, through turn 16. That's not good, but the rest of the field get going, and the green lights do go out nonetheless, and it's a good start from Gus Lawrence. Aikmans immediately slots in behind him as they go down in towards turn number 3 into the braking zone. Platten in the middle of a sandwich there manages to find some space. Little half spin in the background, some karts going up, but all karts still rolling. Albeit, I suspect, somewhat slightly damaged.
Yeah, one of them cutting across country.
Is that Sam Shaw?
That could be. Yes, it is. It is Sam Shaw, unfortunately. The 205 from Premium Karting. Incredible ton of event. He was the one actually who couldn't rejoin the rest of the pack before the start. And he went to a stop into turn number 16. Unfortunately, Sam Shaw, mechanical trouble for the British driver.
Oh, this is a disaster. I'm not sure if it's mechanical or just a failure of the car or an incident, because, yes, that's a disaster for him. That might be the end of his weekend. That might be the end of his weekend. We're not too sure. We'll have to work out. That body language tells me that that might be over. IWF23 over for Sam Shaw. That could be it. Well, here now the battle is not over, because down the inside goes Ian Aikmans, and so does Calai Atkins, both of them getting past Gus Lawrence. Lawrence now into 3rd position as they still battle their way through. Keep an eye though, Platten is up into P4. I say that, he's not anymore, because through goes Packham Weisenberger and Keane Geraghty. Platten down into P6 now. And
there's going to be a good tussle between those 4. 10 qualifying races won between those 4 drivers in the lead. 3 for Aikmans, 3 for Lawrence, 2 for Atkins and Pacom Weisenberger. With Geraghty, Platten, Bishop, Ruben Moya in P8 from Sabalota and Al-Fayez. That's for your top 10. And that's going to get very close indeed, because the quartet in the lead hasn't been able to shake up the order and build enough of a gap. So it might actually go very wrong if any of the drivers put the wheels against one another. We're not there yet. Lap number 2 completed for the first race of the 14 to go this afternoon. Ian Aikmans is doing what he does best, leading the pack and trying to resist from any counter-attack. Watch out for Carl Atkins going for the move on the inside. Ian Aikmans saw that coming, The door was slightly open, not resisting just too much a Belgian driver who goes from first to fourth. Carla Atkins is the on-your leader, taking Gus Lawrence and Paco Mosenberger with him. Before Eijkmans, again, karting is about playing not only with your foot and hand, but with your hand as well. And on that one, Eijkmans felt it coming. Of course, the slipstream is one of the strongest ever experienced by the drivers here, all the way down to turn number 3. And as a leader, you find yourself as a victim sometimes of charging a pack behind. Exactly what happened. But Eijkmans knows that this is still very early stages of that race. There was no point resisting and be too aggressive. His time will come.
Yeah, especially when you've got the entire pack still there behind you as well. Got to be very careful in these early stages. Don't want to be pushing too hard or defending too hard as well. You just need to find that perfect rhythm to really just open up that gap and be able to break away. But no one's been able to find that right now as Gus Lawrence sends it back down the inside before the full slipstream takes effect. And now Atkins has been left out to dry. Weisenberger goes through around the outside there. Cian Geraghty trying to get it done, and he does. That's absolutely superb driving. Cian Geraghty up into P4, all the way around the outside of Atkins through turn 3.
Yeah, beautiful move around the inside by one of the revelations of that weekend here in Portimao. Gus Lawrence, who found himself in pole position for the second time, loses the lead to Paco Mosenberger. Well done by the Frenchman, 2 wins so far for the young driver who finished second this year in the IMA Series France, and a couple of strong results, 2 wins as we said, a second and a third as best performance so far, a 31, my apologies, so it was a DNF pretty much for Paco Mosenberger, who is in need of a strong result. There's no way to be seen into the top 8, so now it's gloves off and everybody for themselves. Paco Mosenberger not only gets himself in the lead, but I was going to say build himself a bit of a gap, but reduced to tears or to nothing thanks to the slipstream by Gus Lawrence. And Eijkmans on his shadow, glued to the back end of the driver on the inside. Eijkmans saw that opportunity, the door was open, but shut already in turn number 4.
Yeah, exactly that. Very, very close as well. You try to squeeze as many drivers as you can through, but you've got to be so careful that you don't go a bit too late into that corner and the driver turns in on you, because then you could end both of your race, and a bad result in this could be bad. And back to the lead, back on Weisenberger, wasting no time thinking, I want to get back in front of you, I don't want you to be behind me. But again, if this is just going to continue, it's going to chop and change. Lawrence is going to come back at him as they go down the start-finish straight. It's an absolute given. It's just a case that can Eijkmans do it? Down the inside there, Bishop, Macaulay Bishop going wheel to wheel with Geraghty, and Cian Geraghty off the track. Oh, and he tumbles down the order, shake of the head. He's not happy whatsoever, as now he has to go wheel to wheel with another one of the Eijkmans carts who just goes through. Who was that he's battling with now, as he drops all the way down to P17. An absolute disaster.
And we've lost as well Ari Platten and Hamza Al-Fayez. By the look of it, they came together by the look of things. We might need to see that again, but as a result, they're both out of this race, but at least tumbling down the order. Might be still with us, but Samshu is the only one who had to DNF so far. He's going to be joined certainly very soon by, I think it was Hamza Al-Fayez or Ari Platten. We get to see. As in the meantime, Ian Eijkmans commits to the inside of Gus Lawrence for P2. It was about time, because as we're about to conclude lap number 6, well, Paco Mosenberger is pulling away, not watching over his shoulder, walking towards what could be his 3rd win finish. But Ian Eijkmans needs to grab, of course, that gap, and he thought to himself, well, I want to be the leading man out of that duet. And he just made his move on Gus Lawrence outside of the last turn, as we have Ruben Moya making places up to P4 and taking Carla Atkins. As on the inside, we have Riccardo Cirelli on Suzuki as well. And I think he took one of the drivers just behind as well in the lead. I mean, on the inside of turn number 1, that was.
It was Macaulay Bishop they got past. Yeah, so it was Cirelli and Suzuki that got past Macaulay Bishop. So he's gone down now back into P8. As you can see them battling away now on your screen.
And Cirelli, 18 places recovered, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Thanks to, of course, a fresher set of tires that Riccardo from 25th on the grid has put on. And Suzuki as well, 10 places gain for the driver who was 18 on the grid with new tires. There he is for Riccardo Cirelli. A full set on his Tony Kart machine, left and right. And that allowed him really to put on an incredible pace. It comes to a point, of course, this is the last race for those two groups. It comes to a point, well, if you find yourself at the back end of the classification as a 274 for More Racing.
That's an MDL kart. Now, who's that?
MDL, yeah.
74. That's Geraghty. That's Kean Geraghty again.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me. And it's gone from bad to worse now for Kean Geraghty, and he's parked up right next to Sam Shaw, who's just on the other side of the track there. Well, two drivers who are looking very strong going into this weekend, now broken at the side of the circuit, and that's a disaster for them.
And picking up on Riccardo Cirelli, pulling on now the fastest lap is very, very close. Run inside.
Wow.
Eric Manstrain again on Ruben Moya for P2, under the close watch of Carla Atkins, with Cirelli keen on joining the party as well. Another fastest lap and 19 places gain as he just made his move past Yuta Suzuki. Those new tires are working perfectly, as we said, for the Pantano machine.
They are indeed, and crucially, we've dropped back and we've lost Gus Lawrence, where he's down into P6 now, and this puts him in a danger zone here because the points are starting to get a little bit interesting now. They still lead as Macaulay Bishop sees a warning flag after that contact with Kean Geraghty earlier on. With the points are changing. It's Gus Lawrence from Eichmann's, 1 point separating them now in the intermediate classification. There's another driver off the track, and now who's that?
Oh, that might be Hugo Trichard from a PB card by the look of it.
298.
And I think that might not be the first time that he had to retire to 98.
Yeah, Hugo Trichard off the track. That is not nice to see at all, especially at the closing stage of this race with the Pantano around the outside there. Wow, look at that with Atkins. Very, very close. That's beautiful stuff there for Riccardo Cirelli. Cirelli with those new tyres. Seriously, look at him around the outside here. He can carry the speed. No drama whatsoever, but Atkins fights back. They go wheel to wheel once again, and again they manage to survive this one, but everyone's closing in now. Gus Lawrence right there, Suzuki, sorry, I should say, and Mika Voss still all there. Very, very close all the way throughout, but crucially, the battle at the front as we go on to the final lap, it's Paco Weisberger who leads by 1.7 seconds. This is incredible stuff, that lead that he's got. Here, though, Ruben Moira and Eichmanns still battling Linus Stern. If Eichmanns can get this position off him, he would lead the intermediate classifications and would start on pole for the pre-final later on in the week. So he needs to get this position on this final lap, but the battles are happening thick and fast here. There's Riccardo Cirelli and Calais Atkins, Atkins not able to retaliate to these fresh tyres on Cirelli. This is incredible stuff.
Yeah, impressive pace indeed from Cirelli. And we could see Ian Ekmans actually watching over his shoulder and knowing about the pace of Cirelli, certainly, as he was telling to Ruben Moya, sort of keep on pushing, because otherwise there's going to be trouble for the both of us. As we're about to conclude the final lap, it will be about time, certainly, for Ian Ekmans, with Cirelli coming back to him into that last corner. Victory, in the meantime, for Paco Mosenberger, number 3 for the Frenchman. And on the line, Ruben Moya taking his best result to date, 8 places gain for the Spaniard from Ian Ekmans down in P3. So that makes for 3 wins, a P2, a P3, and a P13 outside the top 10 for Ian Ekmans at the end of his run of qualifying heats. And as it stands, as you mentioned, Gus Lawrence and Ekmans find themselves on equal points, 17 each, 2 points clear from Clément Autran, with one of the Johnson Cole actually still very much in P4. Cirelli, 21 places gained on those new tires, 12 places gained by Yuta Suzuki, the Japanese, that climbed for 18 with new tires as well. Edan Faramon all the way down to P11, but 15 places recovered. So different rhythms, different levels of pace throughout those qualifying heats, very much down to the switch to the fresher sets. That it's down to the drivers and the mechanic to decide, should I keep those tires fresh for the final on Saturday afternoon, because the rulebook allows me to, but at some point, if some of the drivers find themselves at the back end of the classification or on the verge of being eliminated, well, there's no other choice but to try to gain some pace back and the positions and the points that come with it.
Exactly that. There's a look then at the provisional classification at the end of qualifying heat A and E. The last time we will see them out today, and with those results, that does of course confirm your 2 pole sitters for the pre-finals tomorrow, because no one can beat those scores, because everyone else will only gain points, they won't lose any. So Gus Lawrence will start on pole then, provisionally of course speaking, for the A pre-final, and Eichmanns would start on pole for the pre-final B, so the B superheat. So again, that's it, it's done. That's all they needed to do, and for them, they managed to just hold on to it. Here's a look then at the highlights, and for Lawrence and Eichmanns, it was wheel to wheel at the start of it, but soon they would split apart as Eichmanns would fall down, Shaw breaking down at the start. absolutely frustrated. He finished 22nd at the end of yesterday, and today he had to wait such a long time to start this race for it to just break down before the race even started. Massive disappointment for him.
Massive disappointment for Sam Shaw indeed, as we look back at the charge on the inside of Yannick Manson, Gus Lawrence, taking Calla Atkins with him. Calla Atkins would make it to P5 as he was making his commitment as well on the inside. That was on lap number 2. And Yannick Manson going into that race, of course, with the maths in his head as well, knowing that he needed the result and not to be too aggressive, as Atkins and Gus Lawrence were fighting their way through for supremacy to that race before Paco Mosenberger would make his move on the inside on the British driver. Fighting back into turn number 3, opening the door slightly for Calla Atkins, who was still pushed a little bit on the outside. And after that, the battle kept on going into the double left-hander with Yannick Manson battling along as well. And we had a disappointment, unfortunately, for the British driver Kian Gerarti, who was pushed all of the way before his race would come to a premature end. As in the meantime, Paco Mosenberger was pulling away in the lead of that pack, letting Gus Lawrence and Yannick Manson a strong explanation. As for the back as well, we had the recovery of Riccardo Cirelli and that contact involving two drivers.
That's why Kian Gerarti retired from the race. It was contact with the 244 out on circuit. That was Luna Crier out on circuit, your final winner from the Miami Ladies Cup, unfortunately coming to contact with another driver, and that is where we lost as well. That was Hugo Trissard, the 298, unfortunately retiring at the near the end of that race. But again, with a huge gap, 1.9 seconds at the end of that one. Paco Mosenberger takes his 3rd win of the weekend, and that certainly puts him in good stead to make sure that he does get through into those pre-finals and the superheats at the end of this weekend. But more races to go. The penultimate senior X30 category race about to get underway. Qualifying heat D versus G. Clement Utron and Julian Kamen out in this one, starting on the front row. Clement Utron, who sits 3rd in the intermediate classifications at the moment, is looking at a front row start in the pre-finals with Louis Johnson-Cool. Louis Johnson-Cool, who is not out in this next race, but certainly he will have his opportunity to see what he can do in their penultimate race of, or their last race of the day. 2 minutes to go before the next race. There is a look at what you have got in store for the rest of the day. We are on to our last couple of senior qualifying heats. Masters coming up for their 2nd round, and if you were here for the 1st round, you certainly don't want to miss the Masters, because they were certainly very exciting. Then we go back to the junior category, then to mini, and then back to Masters at the end of the day for their final heat of the weekend before they go into their 2nd round on the next day. But certainly it's an action-packed day, the busiest day we've had so far. 25 races today, 76 in total, Guillaume. These, the Miami Warriors final, every year certainly is a challenge for every driver.
It is a challenge for all the drivers, teams and mechanics and everybody involved. Before we turn our attention to the track again and the D versus G, let's hear from Jake Sanson back on the stage.
So our top 2 competitors then have been confirmed in Senior X30. We know the identity of the 2 pole sitters for the 2 superheats tomorrow. The first of those is Gus Lawrence. A brilliant opportunity for you, and you managed to take it with a very solid and consistent final heat. Just talk us through how things have gone so far this week.
Yeah, we've had quite a good set of races. A few that last night went our way. We had a wet one, which was quite good, and the dry one, which we won. So great.
Apparently your microphone isn't quite on there, so we'll try and go for that again. We really want to get the audio from you. Should we try that again? Let's just double check. Is that any better? Hopefully it is.
1, 2, 1, 2.
There we go. So let's ask that question again. Gus Lawrence, pole position for tomorrow's first superheat. It's been a very tough week for you, obviously. Very competitive, but very, very fast. But let's see how things have been from your point of view.
Yeah, we've had quite a few good heats. We've won 3, I believe, a few 3rds and a 4th. Quite a lot of changeable conditions, which made it tough for my mechanic and for myself, just to make sure we made the right choice at the right time. That last heat was quite tough due to people being on new tyres trying to make the superheat. So when they come flying past you, it's hard to deal with that when you're on 6, 7 race old tyres. So you just got to keep your head cool and keep plucking away for the points to get the grid points for where you're going to start for the superheat.
And considering that, you know, this is one of your first appearances at Portimao, you've had an amazing run. You must be really confident now going into tomorrow.
Yeah, so it is my first race at Portimao. Yeah, extremely confident, really. But again, there's a handful of people who can all win it. So it's going to be tough, but we'll see how the final goes.
Fantastic. We're really excited to see how it goes. Thank you, Gus.
Lovely, thank you.
And we wish you all the best for tomorrow. We obviously have an interview as well with the man who's going to be starting on pole position in the other of our super heats tomorrow in his 007 tribute suit representing Belgium. It's such a cool look. Ian Eichmans, fabulous run all through the week. You've had just as much consistency as anybody, but you've been able to channel that into speed as well. You're going to be on pole for the second of the super heats. Just talk us through how it's been to get there.
Yeah, first couple of heats were pretty good. Then the first heat today, we had a setback with some issues. But yeah, now we have the speed again, and yeah, I'm ready to fight tomorrow.
It's going to be very close with everybody out there still pushing to try and get to the top spot. What do you think the key factor of tomorrow is actually going to turn out to be?
I think it's just going to be a hard race. Just stay out of trouble in the superheat and then have a good starting position for the final. And I think that's the main key to win the race.
Well, we can't wait to see how exciting that's going to be. Good luck, Ian, and we wish you all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
There's still 3 races to come in Senior X30. Up to the boys to talk us through the grid for the next one.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's quickly fire through that one as the drivers are on their second and final warm-up lap. Clement Ultron and Julian Cameron start this one on the front row. Ellie Goldstein and Marcus Luzio on row 2. Jack Nettleship and Kevin McQueen go from row 3, from Diego Castro and Andrea Pirovano on row 4. Aaron Garcia and Marcus Glum on row 5, from Angelo Mello and Alex Moore on row 6. Lewis Bird and Hugo Heron go from row 7, with Kevin Latinga and Ronan Hennessy on row number 8.
Row number 9, we have David Concalves and Conor Grant, unfortunately not with us as he missed his time to make it on the pre-grid at the gate. Then we have Luca Federico Rodriguez and Jules Vanul, Enrique Oliveira and Charles Lambert, followed by Juan Alois Lesti, Gilles Redmans, Oran England, James Wood, as well as Francisca Queiroz, Sam van der Eyden, Austin Gale, Etu Ala Kulpi, Lars Venink, Felipe Rodriguez, Oscar Cura, and Thomas Gronal Iles. Pretty much a full grid, except for Conor Grant, unfortunately, missing out on that qualifying heat, D versus G, the last one for those two groups. We're going to have 2 more after that in the same rotation, and the last one for the senior category before the next classes will come into play. So it's now or never for those drivers to secure a good starting position on the grid for the superheat tomorrow. For the pole positions, it's done and dusted with Gus Lawrence and Ian Hickmans on pole position.
Formation lap complete then into the tram lines. Lights go green. Here they go then down in towards turn number 1. Great start from Ultron. It's not great from the outside row though. Julian Cameron getting swamped in by the pack as the rest of the pack disappeared. Here we go then down in towards turn number 3 they go. And any changes, any dramas, I think we're all good. And it's a good breakaway from Ultron at the front. A little bit of dust getting kicked up at the background there, but it's Goldstein who's there in second place. And he's got the close company of his teammate Andrea Pirovano in third place behind him.
Good getaway for pretty much everybody into that field under the leadership of Clement Ultron. Watch out, the TB car driver is further back, ready to give him a chase with Nettleship as well as Ellie Goldstein.
I say it's Nettleship in third, sorry, not Pirovano.
Yeah, Nettleship indeed. Different team, same chassis, but Goldstein is very much on the tail of his former teammate at Vidica Racing. There's been a different couple of colors for Ellie Goldstein over the past few years, but the Belgian is very much in need of another strong result so far. As he's been wearing new faces, picking up his first win to get us started today. As lap what is completed, Goldstein second. Can he commit to already making his move? He's just going to wait in the wings. Nettleship down in third. Cameron, Luzio, Castro, McQueen, Glum, Aaron Garcia and Pirovano. That's for the top 10 from Lantinga, Meli and the rest of the field. A couple of drivers climbing through as well. 4 places for Federica Luja, P16 up 7 places. Pretty good opening lap for most of the drivers out there. As now there's a switch. Goldstein taking the lead in front of Clement Ultron. The VDK driver shutting the door because Nettleship was ready to snatch that second position right away. He's going to have pretty much an entire race to try to do that. Clement Ultron under pressure now. As I said that into turn number 5, that is, turn number 13 that is. Clement Ultron loses another place to Nettleship up into P2. Now it's you can see that there's a double wagon. The top 3 trying to pull away just a tiny bit from the rest of the field. As we have Castro 287 with a lot of drivers who decided for this race to put on new tires.
Certainly so. On to lap 3 now, and Goldstein just looking to the inside there. No stays there in front. No drama from Jack Nettleship. And Diego Castro, who has put himself up into 4th place, running with a fresh set of right-hand side tyres. On the left-hand side tyres at the moment. So he's got a good benefit there of trying to gain some positions, and gain them he is doing. He gains one and then immediately loses it again on the exit as he's battling away with Marcus Luzio. Luzio denying that attack there. Has Utron back up into 2nd place now as well from Luzio. Castro there in 4th place. Changes happening thick and fast. So it's Goldstein, Utron from Luzio, Castro, Nettleship, Kamin. Then it's McQueen, then it's Glum, Garcia, Pirovano, the top 10. Latinga just outside of it in 11th place. But eyes on these battles here as Utron going a little bit wider on the exit of turn number 1 to the inside. Here comes Castro, very close there, but Marcus Luzio just slamming the door closed through turn number 2.
And we had not seen much. Oh, a yellow flag into the first sector by the look of things. Into turn number 3. Maybe some drivers involved there. We might need to see that again. But from our position, we don't seem to be. Yeah, it's over yet, or it's already over. Sorry. So it was a very brief yellow flag. But I was going to say that, of course, we haven't seen much of Castro, the Portuguese driver, so far, and there's a good reason to that. He's been having a bit of a up and down weekend. And that's why he decided to put on half of a set of fresh tires on the left side. And look at him having wings and trying to attack already. Clément Autran losing a place to Marcus Luzio, the new chaser to Eli Goldstein. So a couple of drivers decided not to go for a fully fresh, fresh set, shall I say, for this race. Half of it for Castro, which is enough for him to climb 3 places and really putting himself in contention for the win. A couple of the drivers as well. Andrea Brovano, who was 8th on the grid, decided to go for the right side with fresh rubber. But at the moment, at the 2:51, not quite able to maximize that performance as he just lost position after position, 15 positions gained. Lost, sorry, for Pirovano from TB Kart. So he went the other way around, unfortunately for him. As for the back, the Pirelli machine over there from MDC. This is Aaron Garcia committing to the move on the inside on Julian Kamen. So Aaron Garcia up into P6 on Julian Kamen by the look of it. As Clément Autran in the meantime is losing top 3 finish to Diogo Castro from Ana Santos. Diogo Castro, one of the many local heroes competing on soil, taking 3rd place as Kevin Antinga is being warned by the officials with a 5-second penalty coming with it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's not gone well for Kevin Latinga, has it? But away comes Castro to the inside again. Can he get just the one? Yes, he can. He gets Goldstein in towards turn number 2 and going very slowly there, the 3.39. That is Lars Vinek, and that's gone very wrong, and it's broken, and he's actually pushing it into the pit lane there. Well, fair play to him, trying to clear the track himself. Oh dear, and that's another driver who's gone a cropper. That's the 3.22.
2 drivers coming together actually with a 3.12.
Yeah, now that's David Gonçalves, who unfortunately has got a heavy amount of damage. The Portuguese driver in the CRG. Not very well, and the other one was the 3.12, did you say?
Yeah, Van der Eyden from WGS Racing coming together as they were battling at the back end of the grid. Just happened in turn number 3 and 4 in the first sections. By the look of it, we might need to see that again as we're back here on lap number 7. That is Marcus Luzio, overtaken by Diogo Castro, very much on the charge thanks to his half set of pressure rubber. Now Clément Autran is picking up the pace by the look of it. He's going to be charging through as well. Not quite in turn number 4. It's way too narrow for any driver to pull out a move out there. Turn number 5 could be an option. Everybody stays in as the 3.22 indeed. Goncalves is back with the CRG machine from Dino Motorsport. There's no more to do, unfortunately, for him. He was shown the mechanical flag. And you have within 3 laps to make your way back to the pits.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, dramas then throughout this race, but Diogo Castro here doing a brilliant job, and down the inside again goes Clément Autran on Marcus Luzio. No time wasted there, straight down the inside. Now these two are running on normal tyres. They haven't put brand new ones on these ones, the same as Eli Goldstein. No new tyres on, but they are sticking with Diogo Castro at the moment, who is starting to break away despite the slipstream and anything like that. He is holding on to the lead of this one. So absolutely no drama there whatsoever. But it brings the question as well, what about the rest of the drivers? There are so many drivers out there who have got a fresh set of tyres on both sides. But the side that's only got the fresh set on the left seems to be working the best.
Yeah, interestingly, we have 10 corners to the left, on to 7 to the right, don't forget, on this track of Portimao. So certainly a good advantage for the tyres to be functioning better in those particular corners. Some of them trying to go for the right, some others onto the left. So different strategies at play, which is always interesting from one team to the other. As we see what happened here in the contact, one of the drivers being pushed out a little bit at 263 by the look of it. And we'll get back to that. Yeah, that might be a Gilles Renmans, if I've seen correctly, from a GP that was leaving the track but rejoining as soon as he could. Up number 9, here we go, ladies and gents. As we still have up to 4 different contenders for the win. Running inside, Clément Autran is taking a good option. The door is open, and Marcus Luzio dives in through as well. And Goldstein, in the meantime, has been waiting in the wings a little bit to try to maybe switch position at some point. And he might see that opportunity roaring just in front of him. As Clément Autran has decided to lead the pack, entering the last 2 laps. Luzio might want to fight back, but he knows he has to go defensive as well, otherwise. Well, Castro and Goldstein in turn number 9, and there he goes, committing to the inside for Diogo Castro, back into P2.
That was a very last-minute call there for Diogo Castro to go down the inside of Marcus Luzio through turns 8 and 9, but he certainly made it work. And those left-hand tyres certainly allowing him to just grip that inside curb to pull the kart through the corner. Very, very lucky with that one indeed. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. And again, we'll see this slipstream effect come in as wasting no time now. Straight to the lead does Diogo Castro. And now he's going to have to defend here from Marcus Luzio, who's going to try and sell him the dummy here. No, he can't quite get that cut down the inside. So it's still Diogo Castro who leads the way at the moment from Luzio. From Clément Autran from Goldstein. Goldstein trying to go around the outside there. That's not going to work. He checks over the shoulder, can see that he's got a nice big gap now to the rest of the field, which is being led by Aaron Garcia. And a little bit of contact between the top 3. And to the inside goes Marcus Luzio. And Autran and Diego go wheel to wheel, and Autran loses out. Goldstein up into 3rd. But a little bit of contact into the braking zone there, unsettled the top 3. And now Luzio comes out on top here. And Diogo Castro sits there in P2 with only a couple of corners to go. It looks like it's sealed and done here for Marcus Luzio. No drama whatsoever for him as he exits now. He'll take the win in their final qualifying heat of the day. It's Marcus Luzio from Diogo Castro, Goldstein and Autran. Oh, they have got another race, I think, today as well for that one, or it's his 2nd win for Marcus Luzio. There we go. Hand gestures working well in the commentary box here from Kim Alvarez. But what a race that was there. Well, I've got to give it to Diogo Castro. That's a brilliant fight for him with the fresh set on the left-hand side of the kart. Certainly showed that that's worked better than putting on a brand new set on both sides, or the right side on its own as well.
Yeah, correction to what I said earlier. Through the 17 corners that we have here in Portimao, we have actually 7 left and 10 right, so the other way around. So that might explain with, of course, the one side into the right corners on the left being put under more stress, while going left, well, the tires on the right side are being put under more pressure on the outside line on each corner. That might explain why it's a bit of a half and half sort of track, isn't it? And some of the drivers are picking the left or the right side of the tires to go for fresher rubber. So Dean has, by the look of it, with the performance of Diogo Castro going left, well, it seemed to be paying off. That could be something worth paying attention to for the other drivers for the last few races of the rotation. Marcus Luzio, in the meantime, picking up his 2nd victory for what is his last race for those 2 groups respectively, from Diogo Castro, Eli Goldstein, Clément Autran, Aaron Garcia. We have as well the Spaniard Aluja Orlesti, 17 places gained. Another beautiful performance and recovery from the MDC racing driver, from Colin McQueen, Angelo Melli, Igor Erwin, Marcus Glum, Nettleship, Oliveira, Gale, England and Lewis Bird running up the top 15.
Well, with that result there, that promotes Louis Johnson Cool up into 3rd in the intermediate classifications, meaning he'll be starting on the outside row on the front row in the
First
A,
of superheat.
the first
Yes.
superheat, yeah, the
superheat.
A superheat, or superheat 1, as we should say. Well, that secures that spot then. Well, here we go then. Let's have a look at the highlights of that one. Good start again from that inside row. It worked out well. The outside row struggling just that little bit, having to find a spot on that inside line early doors. Goldstein would take the lead. Tron would have to fight back, but not before Jack Nettleship had a turn at being in P2 for quite a significant amount of time. A little bit of drama further down the orders. Marcus Luzio starting to make their moves all the way throughout, but it was Diogo Castro that you had to keep an eye on in the 287. He started to make moves here, battling away with Marcus Luzio. In fact, he was able to follow Marcus through some of the overtakes through it. He would lead, though, for a fair couple of laps as Nettleship, Goldstein and Luzio would all fight for position. This was the moment where Diogo Lopez could get just one of them, getting down the inside of Eli Goldstein, not wasting any time. That was the unfortunate moment where we lost David Gonçalves, unfortunately the CRG driver, and yeah, like you said there, the 312 of Sam van der Heijden, unfortunately retiring from the race. And the rest of the field, that was the overtaking moment. Diogo Castro got the lead, and again, I was super impressed with that. Really impressed with how he's been able to get through and battle his way in that top moments.
And a couple of drivers into the mix as well, not in a very positive conversation, as on the inside Clément Autran was making his bit on Marcus Luzio at some point. A VK driver pulling out a beautiful gap and overtaking, opening the door into turn number 3. Luzio taking the second step before Diego, of course, was trying to fight his way through. Took the second position back outside of turn number 9. But then in the end, Diego Castro taking advantage of his half a fresh of set tires. Half a set of fresh tires, shall I say. Picking up the first place once again into the last lap. And Marcus Luzio was once again keen on battling until the end. It was just too strong at the end of this qualifying heat. And the Danone Racing driver picking up the win, is second in the course of the week. 2 wins out of 7 races for Marcus Luzio, who has been through a bit of up and down sort of weekend as well, in front of Diogo Castro and Eli Goldstein. The next race coming up, opposing Group B and F of the senior class. But first, let's hear on the stage from Jake Sanson and his guest.
A pretty good run from Marcus Luzio there, and not for the first time this week either here at Portimao. Marcus, it's been a really solid week, and that just finishes it off in style for you as far as the heats are concerned. Just talk us through how the week has gone.
Yeah, it's been good. Started off with a win. Was unlucky in the second heat with a couple of incidents, dropping me down to 13th. Then we bounced back. Wasn't outside the top 2 any race that well went our way. We had one mechanical failure which put us down the order for the super heats in the final, but hopefully we can bounce back well and come back for the final.
It's going to be really interesting going into tomorrow because there are so many evenly matched drivers, you being one of them right up there in the top 10. So what do you think is going to be the key difference in the first of the super heats tomorrow when you're going to be racing against these guys up at the front?
Well, I think the weather's played a big part because obviously, you know, people have got different types of tyre age, and since there's been more people with wet tyres and more people with slicks, it's going to be challenging, but, you know, people at the back will have new tyres, so you just got to keep your position and try hard.
Now, you're kind of the guy who's essentially been almost the captain of the squad to a certain extent at Dan Holland Racing. I mean, certainly in the Senior X30 battle, you've had a lot of experience now in this paddock. You've been here for 5 years. This is a real chance for you to showcase. I mean, I kind of feel that for you personally, this is you sort of stepping out of the shadows now. You've been so close to the victory on so many occasions in so many finals. This is your real chance to come up and do something special after winning the Winter Cup. I kind of feel this is like the next big challenge for you.
Yeah, of course it is. You know, we've came close to the Euro Series in 2019, my first attempt, and yeah, you know, winning the Warriors final would be good, but yeah, it's going to be tricky.
So tomorrow, obviously, there's a lot of big drivers to go up against, and it's going to be really hard to kind of keep that pace up all the way through. You confident on tyres? Do you think it's going to be enough to get you through to the top 3 tomorrow?
Yeah. I mean, I've saved them quite well. You know, with the DNF I had, it kind of helped out a little bit with the tyres age. But yeah, just got to push hard, try and win.
It's going to be really exciting. Marcus, good luck for it tomorrow. We really wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So as Marcus is obviously going to be working hard to go for the victory tomorrow, there's still a few more races to come over the course of the day, not just in Mini, Junior and Master, but also, of course, in Senior.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, indeed. Now, Marcus Luzio seems to be the only driver who, after a full race, can come out with a beautiful set of hair. Well, it looked absolutely fantastic there. Next race is coming up, qualifying heat B versus F. Let's take you through the starting lineup in this one. Once again, big names in it. Eduardo Villa starts this one on the front row of the grid. Danny Carinini starting alongside Marcus Littlewood, I should say, sorry, and Dino Storescu on row number 2. Luca Griggs and Louis Johnson-Cool, who is fighting. He's third in those point standings. Can he stay there at the end of this race? Otto Buchanan and James Shotton start on row number 4. Aaron Ferrazzano and João Diniz on row 5, rounding out the top 10 from Alex Linderson and Leonardo Lagoni on row 6. Hugo Gelade and Luca de Gronier on row 7, with Miguel Silva and Colin Cronin on row number 8.
Row number 9, Maximiano Roderick da Silva. Then we have Francisco Macedo by his side. Then followed by Hugo Martiniello and Diogo Pinto. And we have Natalia Granada and Matthias Wadenka-Korv, Benjamin Jones and Rafael Rajani, followed by Senna Ito and François-Xavier Venet, as well as Noel van Voorvelde, Ari Cottrell, Abdullah Kamel, Isabella Basse, Fernando Luque, William Lumdo and Martin Romaro. We have everybody on board. Yes, we know we're missing indeed the Portuguese driver, the 264, that is due to start at the back end, Martin Romao, unfortunately. So pretty much the entire grid is with us for that 10-lap race. B versus F, the last one as always for the senior class. And look at how crowded the buildings around the track are. All the mechanics, the family members, the team members, the friends. And there's a lot of people in that paddock of Portimao Cartodrome that has been buzzing with activity for almost 2 weeks now in preparation to this event. And as always, thank you very much for tuning in and joining us along on IMAmotorsport.com. As always, there's been a lot of you following us ever since Wednesday, live on Facebook, YouTube, and all over the world through the different channels, broadcasting this event with the beautiful car circuits of Portimao in the background. What a beautiful piece of land that is, the Algarve region. Very hilly, as much as the track is, with a 7-meter difference, can you imagine, between the lowest and highest points of this track that has been providing great racing ever since we stepped foot here.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been a brilliant venue. My first time here as well, I've got to say, absolutely loved it. Brilliant views, like you say, brilliant facilities, and a fantastic track to go racing on as well. Here we go then. It's the last time that we see groups B and F out on the circuit this weekend. Who is going to be starting where and who is not going to make the superheat cut at the end of the day? Let's find out then as we go into the tram lines. Lights do go out and away they go down towards turn 1. Big scattering in the background there, 3-4 wide, but the 2 front rows get away well, and it's side by side between Carinini and Eduardo Villa, and Danny Carinini takes the lead round the outside through turn number 2. Brilliant stuff.
Brilliant start from Danny Carinini, and a good getaway for everybody into that first section. Carinini will find himself in similar position earlier in one of his races. Unfortunately, not quite able to keep up the pace. So let's try one more time for that last race from the lead ever since the lap number 1 until the checkered flag. Always easier said than done, obviously, with Eduardo Villa, as well as further back Littlewood up into P3. The double left-hander of 8 and 9 that has been so treacherous for so many drivers throughout the course of the week has run inside. There he goes, not only of Eduardo Villa, but Littlewood as well. So Carinini, as we are not even completed the lap number 1, already losing 2 places, even more so, because I do think that someone else indeed was trying to get ahead of the Italian. Carinini quite able to hold on to that 3rd position. He's under the tread of Dino Troscu as well as Longoni. 7 places up for the Italian driver from TB Kart. Longoni, that was starting from further back onto that grid, and there's a good reason why he has such an impressive pace into that opening lap. He has fresher tires as well on the left side of his machine.
That certainly helps out, doesn't it? We'll keep a very close eye on him. It's going very wide there. Louis Johnson-Cool struggling a little bit. This is a race where he needs to finish well, because he is being affected by this one now, with him dropping down to 6th in the intermediate classifications. So he needs to gain a few more places. He only had 2 points to spare against Clément Outron, and that means he'll have to finish 2nd or even higher. So he really needs to get a push on here. The 291 getting a bit feisty there. Dino Storescu trying to get the positions gained, and I think he's lost a bit of ground there now, and he's under pressure from the MDL cut there. James Shotton just behind, who's managed to close in. So James Shotton now they're into P5, is piling on the pressure and ready to pick up any pieces that may fall down from this is Luca Griggs on the Pantano, and just behind him is Louis Johnson-Cool. So again, it is a very close-knit group of drivers, but any mistake would be costly here for any of the drivers. And again, Storescu just defending away from James Shotton here. No attack just yet. We might see one, though, from Luca Griggs here into the braking zone of turn number 6. No. Shotton does cover that inside line from any potential attack, going very slowly and coming off the track. There's the 2:24 of Benjamin Johns. And unfortunately, that's his race pretty much done. And that's a lot of damage to that rear bumper, that exhaust sticking up in the air.
Yeah, it's too bad for the PB car driver from France, French team at least. And gonna have to retire at the back end of the track on the other side of our view. And he won't get a chance to go any longer than that into that race. Back with the racing under the pressure there. And he steps out indeed. Quite unfortunate for the driver from PB Card. As he steps out, Benjamin Jones. Now, Eduardo Villa, 0.3 of a second. Another driver in need of a strong result. He hasn't been able to pick up a win just yet. Eduardo Villa in that senior class. He went through a DNF for mechanical reasons, as well as it did not start due to, well, bad timing, I'm afraid, when switching to wet, from wet to slicks or the other way around. There's been a lot of gamble on tires yesterday. If you were not with us, we watch all of that on YouTube, as always, with the stream available to you. And the highlights of this event, of course, post-race in the coming days. But as for now, Eduardo Villa, up and down weekend for the driver that finished second in this year's IMA Euro Series, to Carla Atkins. Littlewood trying to shake up the order as well and get within attacking distance from Eduardo Villa. As further back, Longoni, Griggs, Shorten, Johnson, Degrange trying to shake off the order a little bit. As we said, Louis Johnson-Cool is in need of a result. He needs to pick up the pace and the places if he wants to be able to stay and to start on the front row of the first superheat. And two drivers coming together. I'm afraid the 2:26, Colin Cronin and Francisco Macedo, by the look of it, have come together. And it just happened in the middle of the track, just outside of the double left-hander. But I think as a result, it just happened outside of turn number 14 and 15 into the last sector.
Yeah, that is a big shame there for those two drivers, working well earlier on. Near the halfway point of this race, in fact, we are on the 5th lap of the race, so halfway point achieved. Still no real changes at the top section here. Eduardo Villa with a comfortable gap now, half a second from Marcus Littlewood. Lagoni's still there in 3rd. Luca Griggs now up into 4th place from Johnson-Cool. De Granier there in 6th place now. Shotton's lost out a little bit as Danny Caronini trying to get on the back here. He's just behind Aaron Frezzano at the moment. He's all the way down in P10. Real shame here as change here is down the inside. Louis Johnson-Cool moves up into P4, gets past Luca Griggs and gets that position signed, sealed and done. He's got a lot of real estate though between himself and Lagoni. He needs to close that gap up as much as he can. He's going to need to work together with the drivers behind him. Shotton to going defensive now from the 216 of, or the 276, sorry, of Ferrazzano. Caronini waiting to pick up the pieces. Ferrazzano to the inside of Shotton, and no competition there whatsoever. Signed, sealed and done.
Having talked to Danny Caronini earlier in the paddock, he told me that he's saving his fresher tires for the final, obviously. So that might be the reason why he wasn't too happy about it. His pace all in the overall course of things in each of the races, even though he had been starting at the front row of the grid, the front of the grids for all of his qualifying races. Well, not quite able to translate that into pace until the end, even though he's been consistent. 10th place, if it stays like that, will be his worst result though, as the 266 has just switched position for 2nd place. Longoni, well, helped by his fresher set, half of a fresher set in front of Littlewood, as the two drivers that came together just debriefing what happened. Francisco Macedo and Colin Cronin on the backside, as Eduardo Villa in the meantime 9/10 of a second advantage on Longoni, using the same chassis. Longoni, they are from the same team actually, Eduardo Villa and Longoni. Villa, little correction, who has one win already. It was at the start of the event. So many drivers have picked up wins so far. But if it stays like that, this could be win number 2 for Eduardo Villa. A very much needed result for the Italian driver from TB Card. Well, his teammate is struggling a little bit to keep a little bit at bay. He's been contact! Oh my God! What just happened there? He just lost it completely. Was he pushed at the back?
Well, Logoni, now is that a breakdown? No, I think that's a breakdown. Now you say that he got pushed, but I think he was in front of Littlewood, and then Littlewood trying to push it again, and it broke down. I mean, I don't know. We have to see that again. Was it contact or was it a mechanical failure?
Different angle by the look of it, and seemed to be maybe too slight of a contact for him to lose it completely on that manner. Was it like a seized engine or anything mechanical that could have put him into that situation? But unfortunately, that's rain done and dusted for the Italian. He had been so powerful so far with 10 positions gained up to second, and it will come down to nothing.
Right, let's have a look. Well, that there just shows straight into the back, but with him in front of Littlewood, was it a mechanical failure and Littlewood had nowhere to go and just went into the back of him because of the speed difference? I'm looking, the rear axle's spinning, so it's not an engine seizure. Did the chain come off? I mean, I don't know. And there's another retirement now. They're falling like flies. That's 341 that's gone off the track. That is Alex Linderson, who has come off the track. The driver from Sweden, and that's another DNF.
Well, we can feel that we're coming towards the end of the rotation of qualifying heats for those drivers. Not quite as easy as it was to build a gap or to get close. And you can see the despair from Longoni, from TB Card. What an image that is. As we have as well the world racing driver, Anderson, coming back to the pits. Anderson, who is joining list of drivers with a couple of them already in it. Longoni, Marcelo Cronin, Benjamin Jones, as we had Martin Romero, who didn't take part in the start of this race. Marcus Littlewood, in the meantime, is being warned by the officials. Well. Here we go. He's about to lose that second place to Louis Johnson-Cole. Back into second place as we enter the final lap. So not only Littlewood dropped 2 positions, is your way that is being warned by the officials with a 5-second penalty that come with it. I do wonder why. Something having to do with something that happened on track maybe, or something that we might have missed. We certainly, highlights will be useful for that one. But the warning flag for Littlewood, who drops from 2nd to 4th, promoting Johnson-Cole into 2nd. And that could be enough for Johnson-Cole to remain, as for now, on that front row of the grid for the superheat tomorrow.
Yeah, wow, drama then in the final qualifying heat of the day for BNF, but Eduardo Villa would see none of it as he leads by 1.6 seconds then from this battle here. And well, Louis Johnson-Cole, we said he needed second place to secure 3rd overall, and he's only gone and done that then with out of the final corner. Eduardo Villa will take the win from Louis Johnson-Cole. And with that one, well, he would finish P4 in the points. He would be joint on points with Clement Outron, but because Outron scored him on that one, he would start, or out-qualified him, he would start ahead. So that does mean, though, that he would start on the, where would he start? He would start the outside row.
Well, basically, as it stays like that, well, Clement Outron 3rd on equal points, but as you said, with a better qualifying score, would start on the front row of the first superheat. And Johnson-Cole, if he stays where he is,
which he will.
Start, yeah, should be actually, because this is the last. We have one more after that with the CNH, and obviously no one able to catch up with him. He will be on the front row of the 2nd superheat alongside Ian Aikmans.
So there we go. The front rows of both the superheats have now been confirmed. It's now down to who's going to be starting on the 2nd row, and you've got to feel you want to be starting 3rd place in these ones, because the inside row always gets a good jump. If you can start P3, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, definitely. After the pole position, the P3 on the grid is always the spot you're looking for the most, certainly. As Eduardo Villa picked up his 2nd win of the week here in Portimao, the most impressive, that's for sure, 1.5 seconds on the line from Louis Johnson-Cole, who did the job, securing, if nothing changes, still unofficial, those results to be confirmed online. The front row start for one of the superheats tomorrow. Luca Griggs down in 3rd from Littlewood, the Grange, Littlewood under investigation. I mean, being warned by the officials, even more than that. So we'll keep you up to date. In front of Aaron Ferrazzano, Diogo Pinto, who climbed 13 places up to P7 from James Shorten, Martin de la Granada, the top 10, and here's a look back.
Yeah, the highlights from this one. Eduardo Villa, the start, very exciting. Danny Caronini with a perfect start. manages to hold it round the outside. Not for much longer, though. A little later on in the lap, he would lose the lead, but he does gain the lead in the early stages of it. Then we see the drivers starting to make the positions all the way through the field. Leonardo Lagoni, who unfortunately would retire later on in the race. There was Benjamin Johns retiring from the race. But yeah, Leonardo Lagoni was having a brilliant run on those fresh boots. There is Louis Johnson-Cool making moves through the field as well. He needed to do that one to help secure his spot on the front row of one of the super heats. Wheel-to-wheel action as the 304 going through the inside there. Very, very, very close, but all managing to keep it nice and clean. Luca de Grognier getting those moves done. There again, Johnson-Cool getting down the inside of Luca Griggs, wasting no time. That was Farizano getting the move done as well, further down in the field. Now this was Logano and Marcus Littlewood. There's the original overtake. And then down here, now he was playing with something at the side of the engine.
Well, could this be the reason why he's being warned? So they might have seen actually another reason for the retirement of Longoni with Littlewood just behind. Must have been something to do with that, because from our perspective,
from
quite
our
hard
view,
to say.
Yeah, from our view, it's impossible to tell what had happened there if Littlewood had gone into the back of him, and then that had made him gone off, or it was actually a breakdown and the gap closed up so quickly. There was the change then for Louis Johnson-Cool to get up into second place, and then he would hold on to that one. Littlewood then would just slowly lose even more positions there as Luca Griggs would also go through. But uncontested, Edoardo Villa happy with that result, I suspect. The Italian driver for TB Kart certainly doing what he needs to do at the end of his racing day.
And the racing day is away from over, as we have a couple of races left. The next one will be for the senior class once again, as we have the C versus H groups. This will be the last two groups that we have at play on track for the senior category. After that, we'll start the rotation, the second rotation of the three for the master class. And if you missed the first two classes of the masters, well, be with us. Before that, let's get down to the stage where Jake Sanson is having another guest.
It's been one of those weeks for Edoardo Villa. He's been threatening to be at the front all the way through, but finally you get the chance to be there. Now let's talk about this, Edoardo, because this has not been the easiest of weeks for you. You were so fast in qualifying, and then the race yesterday when you just missed getting through the gate, and then you had a DNF, and to come back today and be second and first, I mean, you must be really happy with the way today's gone.
Yeah, it's been a really bad day yesterday. I had a lot of bad luck. But anyway, we've been fast in all conditions, wet and dry. We demonstrated this all year. And yeah, I'm happy also about this last heat. And tomorrow it will be difficult to try to come back at the front, but for sure we will try all our best.
I guess the only consolation for you really is that there are so many drivers here that have also had problems. You know, nobody has had a perfect weekend, so that gives you guys, I guess, a little hope that you can still fight your way through tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a little chance to fight tomorrow because when it's a weekend like that with dry, rain, difficult conditions, it's the same for everyone. Everyone can have bad luck, and so there is still a good chance tomorrow to come back at the front and try to win.
Now, in the wet conditions yesterday, it seemed like the whole TB Kart crew was lost at sea, but today, in the dry, you guys have so much speed, so much traction. It looks like you guys have really found something extra special. So going into tomorrow, how confident are you guys that you can have that same sort of pace and work your way back into a winning position?
Yeah, we are confident for tomorrow because we have the speed. We have to give our best and come back at the front. And yeah, everything can happen tomorrow. It's final day. So for sure we will try.
We're really excited to see how that's going to go up. Edoardo, thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's really heating up in Senior X30. We're not done yet with that battle. There's still a heck of a lot to go. And now that Edoardo Villa has been able to pull off that fantastic victory, there is just one more Senior X30 heat to go. After that, we'll know who's in which superheat and who's going to be heading for home.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, indeed. This is going to be an exciting last couple of Senior X30. Well, actually, the last Senior X30 race that we've got to go out today. Well, certainly it's going to be a good one. C versus H as the yellow light starts to flash down there, indicating that they've got less than a minute to go before they head out onto the circuit. Francois Delity and Heikki Kaltonen starting this one on the front row. Next race coming up, Senior X30 qualifying heat C versus H. The light goes green, the engines fire up. Let's take you through then the starting lineup with Francois Delati and Heikki Kaltonen starting on row number 1, Alessandro Tedesca and Laswad Mehdi on row number 2. Malabolier and Anna Malaysia go from row 3 with Finn McLaughlin and Jack Buckley on row number 4. Diego Palazzi and Pedro Cachada on row number 5, rounding out the top 10 from Maxine Gillet and Charlie Glum on row 6. Christian Fagani and Emanuele Liadakis on row number 7, with Eloy Gonzalez and Christopher Bingham rounding out row number 8.
Row number 9, we have Conor Jebb and Rice Newburn, followed by QLA, as well as Santiago da Costa Ribeiro. They're followed by Linsan, as well as GC Bennett, Mark Granada and Tom Remer, Finn Leslie and Harry Tigerson, Koda Yoshida and Hugo Brun, Peter Stiller and Harold Matheson, followed by Thomas Teixeira and Marc Lorpicolo, as well as Ruben Byrne. Let's try to see if we do have everybody on board. Yes, we do, as the 32 drivers making their way onto the track for the pre-formation lap here in Portimao, under the beautiful sunshine of the Algarve region. Look at the background that we've seen with the mountains and the hills surrounding us here, and giving us that beautiful sort of natural layout, really into the curves of the environment, reminiscent of great tracks of the past, like Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, just to name one of a couple. But at the same time, Francois Delati and Heikki Kaltonen, your front row. Interesting information for you guys. Arnaud Malizia, who is starting from the outside of the third row, position number 6, has decided to put half of a fresh set of tires. So he has the right side with 2 new tires on. So watch out from Arnaud Malizia from the TB Kart racing team, trying to gain positions. Is in need of a strong result to conclude his rotation of qualifying heats. We are not in a position to know where exactly Arnaud Malizia is in the full classification, still very much provisional. After that last one, this classification will be made official on the IMAmotorsport.com. Don't hesitate to go there, as well as on the IMA app, available to you on the App Store and everywhere you can find for all the latest results and classification. As we're getting towards the second part of the afternoon, slowly but firmly, to a point where these are the last races for some of the groups in the class there. And it's now or never. The drivers here, C versus H. Green, green, green. Here we go. We're racing with Francois Delati from the pole position, holding on to that lead. Tried out for a good getaway for most of the drivers on the way to the first braking point. Delati in front of Alessandro Tedesca to get advantage of that inside line. And a couple of drivers going the wrong way around, but they rejoined just as soon and as fast as they left the track. No one else off the circuit by the look of it. And yes, one of the CRG machines, unfortunately, the 268 by the look of it. We'll get back to that. But falling at the back end of the grid, I think that Maxime Gillet might have been one of them. No, Maxime is still very much into the field, trying to identify the other driver who had been caught into that incident. That might have been Marc Granada, but to be confirmed, as everybody's still back on to the track with the rest of the field. In the meantime, there's a switch of position already with the VTK machine already putting himself in the lead. There's Fionn McCaughlin, ladies and gentlemen. What a move, what an opening lap from the Irish driver, Fionn McCaughlin, all the way down to P7 and already leading the way in front of Francois Delati.
Well, that inside line at the start got him lightning getaways, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact between the two of them down onto that 180-meter straight as they head down towards turns 2 and 3. But all seems to have settled down now as they make it through turns 4 into the hairpin of 5. Many overtakes through this corner over the course of the weekend, but none this time around. Yeah, you're right in saying Finn McLaughlin, brilliant start for the Irishman. Absolutely fantastic. Started this one P7, but like you said, that inside road worked very, very well. A couple of drivers going a little bit wheel to wheel. Once again, Heikki Kaltonen struggling there just in the background, trying to find his way back through the field in this one. Alessandro Tedesca with a good start there in 3rd place at the moment, but Francois Delati trying to hold on to it. It's down the inside. There goes Malo Bollier going wheel to wheel, and well, well, that hand gesture says it all there. Tedesco not happy whatsoever with Malo Bollier.
But the Frenchman still made it through for what is at the moment the P4. Enki Calteren and Pelassi making his way up to P7, 10 places gain. As run the inside, watch out for the move coming up from the back. And this is one of the Euro karting machine, if I'm not mistaken, or one of the fusions. Connor Jupe actually climbing 10 places, and it was about to gain an 11-1 on Diego Pelassi for P6. I need to try that again, as Phil McLaughlin not only putting himself in the lead on lap 1, but putting a bit of a gap. Still François Delati very much on his tail for 3 tenths down. And Malo Boyer. And we have Tudiska and Enki Calteren. With Calteren from RSD Karting. Alessandro Tudiska, his teammate from the Belgian team. Around the inside, there goes Malo Boyer on a very good pace. The Victory Lane driver who picked up a couple of wins so far. 2 wins, I think, for Malo Boyer through the course of proceedings since Wednesday. But now has himself an ideal position to give a charge to Phil McLaughlin. But look at the gap already, half a second. And the 3:07 in the meantime coming together. We seem to have lost Pedro Cascada going into trouble. And Charlie Glum is the one going cross-country and leaving the track, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he came together with Hugo Brun there as well in the 223, because he's also tumbled down the order as well. Well, that's a lot of damage, and well, unfortunately for him, he's going to come in and that bumper's not attached, so that's going to be a 5-second time penalty as well added onto it. Doesn't matter anyway because he's at the back, so yeah, big shame for that one there, and that's another couple of retirements from the race as we go on to lap 4 now of 10. McLaughlin still leading, and I've got to say, leading and looking comfortable, not worrying about anything, but I am getting a little bit excited because I think Malo Bollier is starting to close in. I don't think this race is far from over yet. Well, it's far from over yet because Bollier is actually closing in. Yeah, confirmed there, the gap did come down. So it is going to close in, and it is going to get a little bit closer with that slipstream. And now there it is, confirmation. Absolutely line astern now between these top 2, McLaughlin and Malo Bollier going wheel to wheel here. And we've already seen that Malo Bollier not afraid to go for those moves, and their fastest lap of the race as well, 58.938, very quick time. And I suspect we are going to see a move very soon on this lap, maybe.
Yeah, not quite so yet into turn number 8 and 9, as he took the gap from more than 6/10 of a second to less than 2 in the course of 1 lap and a half. So Malo Boyer on a charge. And he needs to commit to a move anytime soon, as Christopher Bingham in the meantime is picking up a warning flag. But if Malo Boyer doesn't find a space and a place to commit to his move, well, Alessandro Tudiska might have enough time to catch up with him and to come across in front of position on the way to the slipstream. That might be the right way. And inside, could he do a Jim Ringelberg and going around the outside? Not quite so much, as he stays behind onto the racing line in turn number 3. No way to go just yet for Malo Boyer. It's fair to say as well that Phil McLaughlin is not born yesterday, so he had a lot of experience in that position, and he's not the easiest of driver to come around. So he's going to do everything that he can to protect his position. All he needs to do is shoot that door at every turn, finding himself in the middle, going defensive, not too much aggressive. It could not be up to the liking of the officials, but so far so good for both McLaughlin and Boyer. With Tudiska trying to catch up as well. He's still missing half a second almost on the leading duet. In front of Connor Jupp. In the meantime, Kono will keep on climbing. 12 places up to P4. Also Delati Pelassi, Renata Calteren, all the way down to P8, Enki Calteren. So definitely some pace missing into that race. And Arnaud Malizia, P9 with 2 new tires, as we said. But it doesn't go really his way. Arnaud Malizia will tumble down to P13 at the end of lap number 1. He's been trying to pick up the pieces left, but it's not going his way at the moment, even though he had one of the fastest laps in that race. Now going to Connor Jupp from P4. Tudiska is starting to be in trouble as well from 3rd place.
They are with a close eye on these gaps right now. They are fluctuating just a little bit, but I'm talking minutely. I'm talking thousands of tenths of seconds here that they're moving. They're not really pushing, well, they're pushing hard, but they're not really closing the gaps as quickly as I think we'd like. I think it's all going to wait really until Malo Bollier, if he does go for the move on McLaughlin, that's the time that we'll start to see these gaps come down, I think. And that is what Tedesco and Connor Jump in the background are waiting for as well. They're waiting for this move to come in. As soon as they start battling, well, a big look over the shoulder there for Tedesco. And don't defend, Alessandro, because, yeah, you could close in. I think hand gesture there from him. He said, point, right, let's go. They know what they need to do. So Alessandro Tedesco and Connor Jump at the moment have become frenemies. And are going to work together to try and close in on these two, battling away with these last couple of laps remaining. McLaughlin, though, with the fastest lap of the race, 58.873, is not worrying too much about what's happening behind. I've not seen him check over his shoulder. I've not seen him miss a beat or anything like that. Bollier's been looking over the shoulder, but he's just assessing the gap between himself and what's happening behind. And if he sees the gap's big enough, I reckon he'll go for the move. But where? It's most likely going to be down towards turn number 3. It's where they most are, but expect it when you least expect it, I think.
Definitely so, as the drivers have been working their way towards that layout of Portimao to indeed find other spots where to make a difference, because that section in turn number 2 and 3, when they make themselves, when they make their way now, is definitely the biggest spot. And Phil McLaughlin saw that coming, going defensive way before the breaking point. Malo Bollier felt it coming as well. Didn't go for the move just yet, but it leads to the drivers at some point when it becomes too easy, so to speak, to find your way into a particular spot. Well, it's down to the drivers to find other places on the track. That turn number 8 could be one of them. After the 7 at full speed, a blip on the brake as well. Double left-hander on the way down to turn number 10, right in 11, and this part of the track could be an interesting one as well for overtaking. Down in P 12, 13, 14 and 15, the middle section there, where we've seen quite a good number of moves on the way to the last sector. It's not happening quite yet, as Malo Bollier is stuck behind. Phil McLaughlin is doing everything that he can to hold on to his position and keep it at bay. And it remains to be seen, because they have one more lap to do so.
Here we go then, as we go on to the final lap. Defensive line here for Finn McLaughlin, and to the outside goes Malo Bollier. Is he going to go the long way round? And he is going to go the long way round, wheel to wheel in towards turn 3. But McLaughlin is later on the brakes and can hold on to that position. Now, crucially, that allows Connor Jupp now to close that gap. Juppy managed to get past Alessandro Tedesco for P3, and he has spent those last couple of laps closing in on these two. So now it's a 3-car battle for the race lead. So McLaughlin's going to have to defend even harder now. Holds on that inside line, watches any attack from Bollier. Bollier's now got to think about attacking and defending now, because Connor Jupp is going to look for an advance here. To the inside, not going to do it. He stays behind as Bollier. McLaughlin covers that inside line, and Juppy cannot get the move. But now he's got the run out of the corner and gets it done. Out the exit of turn 14, they go through into turn 16, and now 17. Finn McLaughlin, he's going to take the win. No drama whatsoever. Connor Jupp takes second place from Malo Bollier. Now, I'm right in saying that's Finn McLaughlin's first qualifying heat win this week, and that is a brilliant effort for the young Irishman. Cool, calm and collected. No drama there whatsoever from a start from P7. What a drive for Finn McLaughlin for VDK Racing. It's certainly been a busy year for him, and a win here this weekend would certainly be a great way to end this season.
That's certainly what he's looking for. Didn't get to fight his way through until the end in the previous worldwide events this season. Oh, and the 280 coming together. Did he actually hit the tire wall?
Big hit.
Or maybe it was down to other incidents before, but Christopher Bingham, the 280 from SB Racing, not finishing this race. We might need to see that again, but it seems to me that the tire wall at turn number 3 is not in the best shape or form. We'll get back to that. But Phil McLaughlin had to wait until the very last qualifying heat of the senior class to pick up his first win of the week. And certainly the kind of results that is very much needed for the Irish driver. In a very good spirit into that race, very solid all the way through. And Malo Bollier had just no way near even going left or right to try to make his move, and it was at the cost of his second place, going the way of Connor Jupp into the last few corners. Fourth place for Alessandro Tedesco, from Diego Pelassi, François Delati, Marc Granada, Gonzalez, Malizia, all the way down to P9 from Christian Vergali. Then we have Da Costa, Mehdi, Maxime Gelet, P13 from Lopiccolo, 18 places gain up to P14 from Finn Leslie. P16 very quickly is Peter Stiller, Kashada, Calteren, all the way down to P18 for Enki Calteren. as the young Irishman from VDK, Ian McLaughlin, is, you can feel actually that he's relieved after that's such a strong effort holding to his position with Kenny Verdasdonk from the VDK racing team. Here's a look at the replay of proceedings. The start, first of all, as everybody got a good getaway, led by François Delati from pole position, with Tudiska taking the inside up to P2. Two drivers leaving the track off at turn number 3, but rejoining very, very rapidly as well. A couple of them actually coming together outside of turn number 6 and 7.
Yeah, now that was a big shame there. One of the CRGs going around. Now, it was the 289 that went round, so that was Lin Zhen Han who went round, the driver from Chinese Taipei. And yeah, he, unfortunately, it's not gone too well for him. And the same with the 307. It didn't go well here, did it? Another retirement from that one for Charlie Glum. And the front nose clearly detached, but the race continued, and there was still some fantastic battles happening all the way throughout it. Alessandro Tedesca certainly making good moves. He would fight fiercely. He would finish P4 though at the end of that race. Connor Jupp then starting to come into play. The 327 certainly having a good run. Starting all the way back in P17, a fantastic drive for Connor Jupp. But certainly would be a good end to the race. Now, there is some developments happening, as we will go to the Masters later. It might be a little bit of delay for this one, as I can see there are people looking at the barrier that was hit quite harshly, I believe, possibly by Christopher Bingham at the end of that race. Not too sure. We only saw the kart and the barrier in a mess. We didn't see if there was another kart involved. So there might be some discussion about that barrier. For the time being. There's what's coming up later today. We're on to the second round of the Masters heats now. B and C A versus D coming up next. This will be their second and penultimate rounds for the day. And for X30 Masters, certainly will be interesting. But before that, we'll head down to the paddock, and on the IWF stage, it's over to Jake Sanson.
What a way to finish the final qualifying heat in Senior X30. I feel like I've been waiting all week to talk to this man, Finn McLaughlin. Great to see you here after a fabulous run. It's been a tough one considering you've never actually raced at the Portimao circuit before. This is your first time here. How have you found it?
Yeah, the track's good. I've just had a bad week. Just bumpers, crashes, but it's good to end off the last heat of the week to P1, so it's nice.
Now, considering how rough the last few weeks have actually been for you, you came off the back of so nearly being world champion, never mind IWF winner, and now you're here fighting for the chance to go for that. It must be really hard to sort of dig deep and reboot and sort of gather yourself back together. But fortunately, with the guys at VDK and Kart Republic, you've been able to really build that and come back together.
Yeah, it's been a long year and not nice to have a few bad results that I didn't hope for, but it's nice to be back at the top, so.
And on a day like today, I mean, yesterday was really hard. I mean, nobody could really choose between slicks or wets and get it right. But here on a day like today, when it's all down to slipstream, it's all down to tyre life, this is where you really rock on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely the best part of the week. Yesterday wasn't nice, the weather wasn't good, so today was a bit easier.
So coming into tomorrow now, we've had some really tough races against some of the best X30 racers of the world, yourself included. What's now the key factor? What have you learnt from these 7 races that you can now take into the superheat tomorrow?
Definitely, you need a good start because there'll be a lot of people behind a new tyre that have a lot fresher than me. So it's all about the start and being consistent because the toe is really strong. So if you get a good first and second sector, going on to the last sector, they toe up to you. So try break that toe.
Now, you're one of the few drivers who's raced in several different disciplines over the course of the year, and jumping from one kart to another is a very different driving style. What is it about X30, having grown up in this world through the minis, through the juniors, what is it about this particular class that makes it so addictive to racing?
It's addictive because the toe's really bad that you can just toe up to anyone from 5/10 behind. So compared to OK Senior, you have a limiter, so it's a lot easier to pull away than here. It's a lot more fun. So.
You get a little bit more enjoyment out of the race battles.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Do we think we're going to see that in the superheat tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, for sure. On the final, it's going to be a mess.
Excellent. Well, hopefully you're going to come out of that in one piece and we'll be towards the front and we put the Irish flag on the podium for you tomorrow. Thanks very much, Finn.
Thank you.
Cheers. It's been amazing in Senior X30, and with so many drivers gunning for that top spot, those superheats tomorrow morning are going to be fantastic. However, if you want great action at Portimao during IWF week, leave it to the Masters. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Jake. Leave it to the Masters. We shall, but the Masters shall have to wait just a little bit because, yes, there is some repair work happening to a barrier there. You can see on your screen after a hefty whack to the barriers. The marshalling team here doing an absolutely fantastic job to re-bolt the wraparound, the tyres there, the conveyor belt, I think.
The costume of the tyres.
Yeah, exactly.
The racing suit of the tyres.
Yeah, exactly.
Call it what you want.
Yeah, call it what you want. But yeah, having to repair that one because there was a bit of a split in it and yeah, after a hefty whack. So marshalling team working hard there.
And some of you might actually consider or come to think that, yeah, why not living that way? Well, it's not just one tyre barrier. First of all, we cannot do that in terms of safety. But this is also the tyre barrier that you have on the exit of turn number 3 at the end of the fastest part of the track, where we have seen quite a good number of drivers going off at that precise point of the track. But this is where actually you have pretty much everybody getting onto the brakes, onto that racing line in that tight hairpin in turn number 3. So if there's one tyre barrier that you want very firm and solid and be able to, you know, be able to stop the drivers in a difficult situation, this is the one. So that's why the marshals and the officials are already at work for the past few minutes to try to repair it and make sure it can stand actually any other hit coming to the next race. Hopefully there won't be no more hits in that precise spot onto the track, but this is a high-risk part of the circuit considering all the action that has been happening there. So we're going to take a short break in proceedings on this beautiful Cartodromo Internacional do Algarve. Look at the background there with all the hills and the mountains surrounding. You can see even some wind fins on the left side, as it's been a few years now, since 2010, that this Cartodromo do Algarve has been raced from the ground. One of the longest track of the calendar, more than 1.5 kilometers of length, 8 meters wide and 7 meters between the lowest and highest points of the circuit, as 17 turns represent a lot of challenges. 10 to the right, 7 to the left, 1 hairpin as well in to turn number 5, and a couple of interesting overtaking spots. Turn number 3, 5, also turn number 13, added to the 9, the 8 and 9, and the number 10. But at this point, as we said, with the first sector of the track offering a lot of slipstream and opportunities on the way to turn number 3, well, it comes with becoming creative for those drivers to be able to find other spots. Now, the track has been made clear and we're good to go for racing.
We certainly are indeed. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one then. Victor Urberg, who unfortunately didn't get the race result he wanted after his last race. He did get a 5-second time penalty for that overtake around the outside. He starts on pole position with this one. Shane Daly starting alongside Victor Luz and Mario Barrios on row number 2. Nicholas Pirazado and Jim Ringelberg, they go from row number 3. Anthony De Curu and Gustavo Michelson on row number 4. Gary Edwards and Carlos Souza round out row number 5.
Row number 6, we have Vincent Jean-Baptiste and Tommy Norgvang, followed by Antti Kataja, Richard Faulkner, Luc Armstrong. We have Thiago Goncalves, Jorge Bustado, as well as Pedro Pachuta de Paiva and Javier Fernandez. Goncalves once again is not here with us. Unfortunately, the Portuguese driver has been excluded from the event, unfortunately for him, and there's a good reason to that. He missed the briefing of the drivers, and at that level of competition, well, the presence of the briefing is mandatory for each and every one of the drivers competing in the event. And as I say that, you didn't get to see that, but unfortunately, one of the drivers just lost a piece of material onto the start-finish straight, and it looks to me as one of the covers on the engine, or maybe
I think it's a chain
side pod or chain guard indeed. There you can see it. You won't get to see it just now, but the marshal has been very keen on getting that piece out of the way.
Let's see if we pay our cameramen enough. How close can they get to these carts and spot which chain guard fell off a cart? Let's see how good they are, how well they can zoom in.
Okay, I'll let you do that and focus on the overtaking. And you just hit me when you found it, will you?
Yeah, exactly that. Let's have a look, let's have a look, let's have a look. Well, it was a slightly red and whitish one. Now, that would lead me to believe that it could be off the cart that's there in 3rd place. And that would be Victor Luz, if I am correct in saying that. That's lost its chain guard. But I could be completely wrong.
Let's see if the officials will decide to put him out of the race or not. With a mechanical flag. Might be able to keep going, actually.
No, it's not his.
Already has it. So we'll have to get back to that. As in the meantime, the driver is making their way onto the start-finish straight. Will it be good to go on the first attempt for that 10-lap qualifying heat, the third one out of 6 for the master category. The lights go out. Green, green, green. We're racing.
Oh, it's a shaky start there in the midfield. They got a bit congested with some drivers just slowing down at the last second, but it's a good start then from the Falcon going through. Victor Urberg holding on to the lead of this one, and he starts to break away now from the rest of the field. No drama there whatsoever for him. His fellow driver Victor Luz goes into second place, and it's Javier Fernandez whose chain guard has come off the 4:39. That is who's lost it. So, well, there you go. The stewards did our job for us.
Fantastic. There you go. As into the lap number 1, that is, out of 10. Good getaway for pretty much everybody here into the pack under the leadership of Victor Urberg. A good move on the inside. Some of the drivers with Jim Ringelberg around the outside. He's trying to do another of the 2 moves he pulled off in his first race. Oh, there was no space whatsoever for Jim Ringelberg to commit to that corner. There was a risk taken by Ringelberg on the 4:29 of Shane Daly. He might want to watch out, actually, because he finds himself now in the class of Barrios, not quite able to make his move on to turn number 3.
Yeah, Barrios, who just got squeezed out of the way on that first opening lap, now wanting to fight back for it. All the meanwhile, Victor Urberg is just, well, he's driven away from the rest of the field. He's having a wonderful time in the lead of this race. Victor Luz still there in second place. He's not too concerned about Shane Daly in third place at the moment. Daly not close enough for an attack right now. But Jim Ringelberg is closing in as well. So this might close in the next couple of laps. As down the inside, well, he should have been worried about Shane Daly. He must have heard the PA there and think, well, you don't think I'm close enough? I'll show you that I'm close enough. Absolutely sent it down the inside there of Victor Luz and just moves up into second place now. And that was a fantastic dive to the inside now. And now Pedro the Pava there is under investigation, and he will not be happy with that one, and I'm not sure what that's for. Probably for the start procedure.
Yeah, we'll need to get a close watch back in the highlights about that. Victor Urberg, in the meantime, 1 full second advantage on Shane Daly. Let's not forget that Victor Urberg is the one who pulled that beautiful move on the outside of turn number 16 on the way to victory into the opening race. Unfortunately, picked up a 5-second penalty, and Jim Ringelberg is losing patience and places as well. Look at how congested that is, with Mario Barrios trying to make his way around Jim Ringelberg, but he wasn't successful. As in the meantime, we have Mikkelsen and Delcourt as well making their way through. Well, it's getting heated, and another contact by the look of it. So Jim Ringelberg in trouble by the look of things, making his way past Barrios once again. Mikkelsen just in front, as he's coming with Anthony Delcourt. He's not quite happy, Delcourt, by the look of things, as he's back into P4. Jim Ringelberg just behind. Mikkelsen dropping 2 positions down to P6 from Guy Woods, Nordvang, Barrios, and Pizarro, all the way down to P10. A bit of a shaky start to his race for Jim Ringelberg. There had been some consistent and dominant in the previous race of that master category that he won fair and square. This time around, he doesn't seem to have found his proper pace in that midfield, and he's fighting his way through, but it didn't go according to plan, that's to say the least. And now he found himself under the pressure of the 2 fusion machines, with Mikkelsen as well as the back. That's Gary Edwards using the same chassis, but as very much a privateer in this event.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, definitely some drivers going for gaps that are very much disappearing very quickly before they can fully commit to them. But certainly a very big shake-up then with everyone battling. So this is 4th place down then that we're seeing here. This is the Guru, who's in 4th place. Ringelberg there in 5th, just behind him. Michelsen in 6th place from Edwards in 7th. Nordvang there in 8th place from Barrios. And Pizarro rounding out the top 10. Shane Daly with another fastest lap of the race. That gap is just over a second now. Shane Daly is closing in on Victor Urberg. That's going to be interesting as we are on the halfway point of this race. We'll keep an eye on this one, because Ringelberg certainly making those last-ditch attempt moves around several corners and round the outside as well. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty here, is he?
Now definitely it's going to go for work until the end of that race as we're halfway through that 10-lap qualifying heat. With Oberg Daly split by a second. Jim Engelberg very much on the Anthony Delcourt over there. Evidently driving Anthony Delcourt trying to resist on the return from the Dutch driver. Look at how close he is, trying to gain a bit more momentum by diving on his wheel. To reduce the friction of the air. As run the inside the two Fusion machines. Guy Edwards on Mikkelsen run the inside. Beautifully made by Gary Edwards. Up to P6. P5 now. P6 that is, sorry. Mikkelsen. Engelberg is the next target for Mikkelsen in front of Gary Edwards. Who sprinting at the fastest lap in the race, but loses a place to Mikkelsen in the process. And still a full second between Victor Oberg and Shane Daly, not quite able to shade that gap, just quite enough to be in contact. Victor Oberg wants to gain that victory back that he lost post-race after a 5-second penalty for overtaking around the racing line, around the white line with 4 wheels off. That was a beautiful move, but it was deemed not according to the rule book by the officials. There we go for lap number 7. Victor Oberg, 1.1 second. Shane Daly, Victor Luz, Anthony Delcourt, Jim Engelberg on your picture. We just got ahead of Anthony Delcourt in the meantime, so Jim Engelberg up into P4.
Update on Javier Fernandez. He was a driver with the missing chain guard at the start, received several technical flags. He's still not come in. He's received 3 officially. He's received 3 technical flags, and that automatically gets upgraded to a black flag, which means he has been excluded from the race effectively. He has to bring it in, and he'll score no points for that, will he?
Yeah, no points at all, I guess. Exclusion of a race. We don't get to see black flag that often in karting, but it's certainly done to a severe breach of the regulations. But 3 times mechanical flag shown and not cooperating. Oh, look at Jim Engelberg on the inside, pushing a little bit to lose into turn number 16 and 17. What a close call that was. Jim Engelberg going close off again into the battle. He wasn't quite able to build that gap as Luz is fighting back. That opens the door to Delcourt as well and some others. Watch out for Gary Edwards as well as Mikkelsen just further back. Edwards dives through, but Engelberg shut that door in turn number 4 and keeps that position alive. But once again, another attempt on the edge for Jim Engelberg. He was shaking his helmet in despair by the look of it as he was trying again to commit to a move on Victor Luz. There was just no space whatsoever, Jim, to try to be successful in that one. And as a result, he lost another place. And that might actually again go from bad to worse for Jim Engelberg, race winner just before. If both Edwards and Mikkelsen can find their way through, won't have an easy time, certainly Ringelberg. And as I say that, this is 1 place, maybe a second lost once again for Jim Ringelberg. Certainly caught by surprise on a different pace than the rest of his rivals.
Yeah, Gary Edwards getting it done now, as well as Ringelberg having to drop down the order now, having to settle for P6 across the line for Jim Ringelberg. Not the results he will have wanted, especially after what happened earlier on. Side by side here, though, as Victor Luz goes wheel to wheel with Delcourt. Delcourt to the outside, not able to get it done. So he slots back into position now. Anthony Delcourt looking for the gap, and at the moment not finding it. Might have an opportunity here, as a little wide there goes Victor Luz. Luz though holding on to it into the braking zone now as we go to turn number 8. Sideways under the defensive line. But again, no real drama, and that's allowing the other 2 breaking away. And Delcourt with a last-ditch attempt there. That's not worked out for him. Gary Edwards to the inside, and through goes Jim Ringelberg, and as well as Mikkelsen as well. So now Delcourt fighting for 3rd place, now drops down to P7.
Yeah, there's water flying through the roof, unfortunately, for Anthony Delcourt. As he was trying to make his bid, but losing place and momentum as a result. Watch out as well, because further back, Barrios and Richie Faulkner might give him a hard time as we enter the final lap. And there's a switch, another one. Gary Edwards making his way in front of Jim Ringelberg. As run inside, the door is open on the way to turn number 3. This is battle between Barrios, Delcourt and Faulkner. Delcourt is ahead with Faulkner, Torvado and Pizzardo just behind in P10. Mikkelsen in the meantime with the Fusion machine has dropped all the way down to P11 as the other Fusion driver in this field, Gary Edwards, and the intense pressure from Jim Ringelberg. Watch out not to take each other out as on the race number 2 for those two drivers. That would be quite unwise. Look at him actually, Jim Ringelberg trying to shake him off a little bit, going left and right, not quite able to find the space that he needs, as it has been a relatively quiet race for this man in the lead. Victor Oberg was denied victory on his first attempt. Oh, contact with Ringelberg! The two came together, unfortunately, into the last lap. Jim Ringelberg on his attempt to get ahead of Gary Edwards, and it ended in tears for the private driver, the champion of the masterclass in the IAME Series Benelux, and he dropped all the way down at the back. I do wonder if he was able to continue, but in the meantime, as I was saying, he was denied victory on his first attempt for a move outside of the course, but this time around there was no one being able to catch up with him. Victor Oberg picking up his first win officially in the IAME Warriors final in front of Shane Daly and Victor Leus running up the top 3. Gary Edwards still making it to into 4th position, and Jim Ringelberg on the way down to P15. We might need to see that again.
Yes, indeed. Well, certainly very interesting developments all the way throughout that race. Drama with collisions and black flags. Update as well on that one. Javier Fernandez did not come in even for his black flag. He took the checkered flag as well, so he might be in a significant amount of trouble with the stewards at the end of this one. I'm not too sure. They will not be very happy with him at all, I can suspect. Victor Oberg then takes the win from Shane Daly. Victor Leus from Gary Edwards, who does cross the line in P4. Mario Barrios finishes in P5 from Richard Faulkner. Anthony Delacuru finishes in P7 from Gustavo Michelsen. Tommy Nordvang from Nicolas Pizzardo. Antti Kataya finishing in 11th place from Luke Armstrong. And George Basato in P13. Javier Fernandez finishes P14. Something tells me he will not stay there. From Jim Ringelberg, who crossed the line in P15. So to answer that question, he did get going again. From the rest of the field as well. Vincent Jean-Baptiste from Pedro de Paver, as well as Carlos Souza at the back of the field. The highlights, Guillaume, this was a good race to start off with, but no drama really for Victor Oberg nearly the entire race.
Yeah, unlike what we have seen on some occasions in the belly of the beast, into the midfield, where it was really kind of a shaky race, to the contrary of what Victor Oberg has been through. But Anthony Delacuru making his bit in the early stages on the 413 of Victor Leus, the Brazilian, who would make it to P3. But Jim Ringelberg showed a little bit of nervousness through the course of the race, and you could see that the Victorian driver, Mario Barrios, wasn't happy at all about how things were dealt with outside of turn number 9 over there. And as overtakings were happening all over the course, especially into that last sector, the two Fusion drivers here, Gary Edwards as well as Mikkelsen, fighting their way through. Mikkelsen would in the end drop a little bit all the way down to P8, while Gary Edwards will be left fighting with Jim Ringelberg. Ringelberg pushing a little bit on the outside of 513 of Victor Leus, taking the positions back before Leus would switch positions. First of all, into turn number 1, Ringelberg would be pushed on the outside, allowing Anthony Delacuru to make his commitment as well on the inside. Then Ringelberg was trying to shake it off a little bit by shutting that door. It was too late, as he was dropping 2-3 positions in the process, and not the easiest of race for the qualifying heat 1 winner. Jim Ringelberg, Delacuru with the VDK colors, shaking as well a little bit and going wide with one of the Car Republic machines out there, fighting for positions. As this is what happened with Jim Ringelberg, actually stepping onto the wheels of Gary Edwards. That was quite a strange incident, because it looks to me that Gary Edwards was already ahead of Jim Ringelberg on the side of the turn. Still, he was committed to stay by his side on the exit, and the two coming together. And as a result, unfortunately for Jim Ringelberg, he was the biggest victim of the two, and still was able to cross the finish line, but all the way down to P15, while Gary Edwards could keep his 4th place result. Let's hear from our guest on the IAME Warrior final stage. We're over there, friend, Jake Sanson.
Well, another good drive from Victor Oberg. We heard from him earlier on, so I thought we'd catch up with the man in 2nd place, Shane Daly. Shane, it's great to see you here in Portimao. This must be a really different challenge for you over in 2023.
Yeah, so basically I'd been doing a bit of KZ in the UK, and I was supposed to be retired last year, and I actually went to watch. My brother runs Daniel Kelleher, So I went to watch him last year and saw the Masters and said, oh, I wouldn't mind having that to go. So yeah, I only turned 30 last month. So yeah, I said I'd give it a go.
So that's another 10 years of your career coming then. We're going to be in Master X30 for a while.
Yeah.
It's a really different challenge, isn't it? Because obviously you've been racing in, gearbox categories, but when you jump back into, an X30 direct drive again, it must be such a challenge because it's a completely different style of driving.
Yeah, definitely. You have to be a lot smoother on the wheel. Like in the KZ, it's just very much stop and go, whether you really have to carry this corner speed in the X30, and that took me a while to get used to it again, especially on a fast-flowing track like this, because I've been doing a lot of testing in Ireland, but all the tracks are real tight, twisty, so it took a couple of sessions to get used to it again. But no, we're not going too bad. 2 P2s, so happy enough.
We're pretty much at the halfway point of the qualifying heats in Master X30. Just how competitive are you finding it out there? It must be pretty tricky to hold your own, certainly in the first couple of laps at least.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very competitive, and the toe is worth so much. It makes it very hard to get away. Lots of good drivers. It surprised me a bit how competitive it is. It's one of the most competitive classes I've actually driven in.
So we've got one more qualifying heat to come this afternoon. How do you think things are currently coping out with the tyres, with the way that the chassis is handling? How's it all looking?
Yeah, quite good actually. I think my tyres are actually one of the better ones. So hopefully just another clean heat in the last one today. Try and mind the tyre a bit, and we'll go for it in the super heat tomorrow.
Okay, well, it's good to catch up with you, Shane. Good to see you back in the X30 paddocks again, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
So we've had 3 qualifying heats down in Master X30, 3 to go, and the 4th of those is right around the bend. Back to you, boys.
Thanks very much, Jake. Indeed, yes, X30 Master Heat A versus D is out on track for their formation laps. Let's take you through the starting lineup while they do that, though. Francois Perrier starts this one on the top spot, and he took his race win earlier on today. Can he replicate that going into this one? Thierry Delaray as well starts alongside him. Johan Velou and Guillaume Barbarin go from row number 2. Gabriel Zuccella and John Norris go from row 3, running at the top 6 from Mark Daly and Alexandre Besek on row number 4. Row number 5 in the top 10, Romano Felipe and Keith Micallef on that row, rounding out the top 10.
Then we have on row number 6, Hamza Dirani and François Vautier, followed by Yann Van Asch as well as Mathieu Bourdon. Then we have Tu Yang Lin and Maurizio Montemayor, Noel Brennan and Nico Saxman, as well as Luis Irigoyen Lazzeri. The full grid is with us, a total of 19 drivers here on track for the A versus D qualifying heat of the master class. François Perrier, as you said, inherited the win after the penalty of 5 seconds to Victor Auberg, who took revenge with a win on his own. François Perrier, 1 win as well, and Jim Ringelberg, 1 win too. Thierry Delaray by his side on the right corner of the picture, trying to shake off the order as well. Thierry Delaray in front of Johan Villot and Guillaume Barbarin, last year's pole sitter in this very event in Le Mans, winner of the IME Series France this past season. A couple of big clients into that master qualifying heat.
Here we go then, lights go out and off they go, down in towards turn number 1. Great start from the inside line. Once again, Francois Perrier leads the way down in towards the turn number 3, and it's a good getaway. It looks like Johan Villot, getting into second place, and he's holding on to that one nicely. No drama from the outside row. Thierry Delaray, I think, down into 3rd place now. Not getting the best no, he's down to 4th place, I should say. Yep. Not the best getaway at all for him.
And once again, as for his previous race, on the outside line, Thierry Delaray hasn't been able to maximize so far his front row start from 2nd to 4th. Once again for Thierry. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. The driver and team manager as in the lead. François Perrier in front of Johan Villot. Guillaume Barbarin as well, putting himself within the mix. As actually lost the place to Thierry Delaray. Guillaume Barbarin just behind. Had a chance to have a bit of a chat with Barbarin earlier in the paddock, asking about going for the DAP new livery, because this is one of the resurgence of one of the most prestigious brands in the history of karting that happened this year with the help of Car Republic Factory. And he just said to me, no, because I like it very much. And I think he has a point. Those colors are quite stunning as well. And he's the only one actually in the entire field this weekend, Portimao. I think he is, at least in this category, to wear those DAP colors, taking us back in the glory days of karting in the 70s and 80s. And now, those colors put him in 5th place. behind François Perrier, Velo to Zuccella, Del Rey in front of him as well. Then we have John Norris. John Norris, of course, he wants some revenge after being taken into a spin into the later stages of his previous race. John Norris as well is going to try to catch up as well with the rest of the group just in front. Then we have Dali, Pessac, Philippe, and Mikalev running up the top 10.
Zuccella there in third place, just whizzing past your screen. Got the close company of Thierry Delahaye and Guillaume Barbarin just behind. No one going for the moves just yet. Zuccella just holding a slightly more defensive line going into turn number 1. Than the 2 behind. Are we going to see a change here? Yes, we are, because Guillaume Barbarin goes down the inside of Thierry Delahaye and gets up into P number 4 now. And that is a good move for the DAP-coloured carts there, just making its positions very well known. And through goes the Tony kart there, the 409 of John Norris getting through as well for the NCM team. Brilliant run there for John Norris. He had good run earlier on as well. He was up into the lead, I think, at one point was John Norris. And now, and then at the end of that race, yeah, he struggled. He went backwards. So, yeah, good to see that he's not lost anything and he's still fighting fierce.
Yeah, he actually came together with the two drivers that he has behind. And we had Alexander Pessac and Guillaume Barbarin getting involved into coming together into that last lap of his previous race. Sending him into a spin, but now it seems to have found its space back as right inside. Watch out for the move coming up from Zuccella on Velo. That was for second place it was, and it just made it stick beautifully into the breaking point. The 421, Gabriele Zuccella from Argentina is now up into a second position with Barbarin going with him. Guillaume Barbarin, who struggled a little bit with his pace in the early race, now seems to be in a very, at least very much efficient mode. Look at him go, actually putting the pressure on Zuccella. This is a battle for second place, half of a second behind of François Perrier. Perrier was trying to shake off the order by pulling as much of a gap as possible, as John Norris is making his commitment as well around the inside of Guillaume Barbarin into that 10 number 13. The overtaking spot by excellence on this Portimao layout. And now we have John Norris up in the third position in front of Guillaume Barbarin, trying to shake off as well, to switch positions, to try to take advantage of that slipstream. And that might actually be coming with not one but 2 positions. At least one is done with Zuccella not quite able to resist from the charge from behind. So we have John Norris up into second, taking Guillaume Barbarin with him, with Gabriele Zuccella not quite in the strongest of positions in the going defensive there, but again playing with your head, and this is exactly what he's done. Feeling that maybe it wasn't as fast as the 2 drivers just in front, and it translates actually into pace as Zuccella was lapping in 1:03 to 1:01 for John Norris, but he still has a couple of laps to try to counter-attack the Argentinian driver from P4. Goes the way of François Perrier as well, because in the meantime though he hasn't been able to really put as much of a gap as he would have liked. François Perrier and the Tony kart machine, another Tony kart machine just behind of John Norris. There we go, halfway through this lap, halfway through this qualifying heat.
Question we all have to ask now is what sort of pace is François Perrier and John Norris doing against each other, really? Is that gap going to close? That's the biggest one. Well, sector 1 on the last lap was considerably faster from John Norris, but that will only be because he had that slipstream effect. He didn't have that this time around, even though this time he was just that fraction faster, and confirmation there, John Norris with the fastest lap of the race, gap down to 0.4 of a second. We might see a battle here for the race lead, and I think for Guillaume Barbarin, he is just going to stay there behind in third place, work with John Norris now to see if they can use that slipstream they put to good effect and just sail clean past him. And that would certainly go into the favour of Victor Udberg, who sits second at the moment in the intermediate classification with 4 points, joint with Shane Daly. If they can drop Perrier down a few positions in this one, it might help out more than one driver here. Here we go then with that slipstream, wasting no time whatsoever. Both of them taking full advantage of the slipstream. John Norris and Guillaume Barbarin now first and second. François Perrier in third place. He will have to try and fight that back, but crucially now he's latched onto the back of them, and now it's just going to be a case of chop and change until this happens, closing in behind them. Now that is Zucella gesticulating wildly there at the drivers around them. That will be Thierry Delahaye who's behind. Also Alexandre Bessac also behind as well. And well, Bessac got the penalty earlier on after contact. He doesn't have the doesn't have that right now, but everyone's just line astern there. That's a very close battle. They need to sort that out so they can work together to try and catch up to this battle.
Yeah, I thought for a moment that Zucella was actually in trouble, mechanically speaking, because he was raising his hand into the air, but it was a gesture out of frustration, rather so. As we enter lap number 8 out of 10. Watch out for the move coming up from Guillaume Barbarin. Not so much quite yet. He's staying where he is, waiting in the wings. Of course, the move into turn number 3 is textbook as for now. It's been shown so many times, it's been accomplished, or at least attempted on so many occasions, all class accumulated. As for the back, Thierry Delahaye has picked up the pace back. He's back in 4th place in front of Zucella, Vilo, Bessac and Philippe, and the rest of the classification as for now as well. But now, with the leaders, Guillaume Barbarin still putting intense pressure on the shoulders of John Norris, who, as we mentioned, found himself in a similar position in his previous race. But it didn't go according to plan with the same driver, Guillaume Barbarin, and the involvement as well of Alexandre Bessac, who was further back in P7. Let's try to do that again, but we've had contact this time around, gentlemen, as the checker flag is getting near, and Barbarin seems to start losing patience behind John Norris. He's glued to his rear bumper, the DAP driver, with his DAP machine from the Car Republic factory. But way too sparse, way to make a difference, and being able not to get ahead. We do have indeed a Fernando Alonso car mentioned for Guillaume Barbarin, but this is actually a DAP chassis, as this is pretty much the same material, isn't it, with a different color painting, as we might have as well on the OTK Car Group catalog. One of the new additions to the Car Republic catalog as well of brands alongside the Alonso kart chassis for the past few seasons. As Barbarin still very close indeed on John Norris, waiting certainly to find the best spots, but the more he waits and the more he gives opportunity for François Perrier as well to maybe surprise them both.
Here we go then, last lap time, wasting no time whatsoever. Barbarin goes to the lead of this one, and well, to the outside there, François Perrier tries to get it done as well, and does he get it done? No, he doesn't. He stays there in 3rd place. So John Norris back down into 2nd, and we've seen these overtakes happen thick and fast all the way throughout this session, but are we going to see any more in the infield? Here we go then on this final lap, going in towards turn number 8 now. Another opportunity for an overtake. Nothing on the inside. Are we going to see anything on the exit as they exit out of turn 9 in towards 10, 11, 12 and 13 now? Very, very close and twisty section this one. Nothing from either 3 of the drivers. It might be all she wrote here for X30 Master, and that might be it then. And I think Guillaume Barbarin is going to exit out of this one a qualifying heat winner. He certainly is, in the beautiful DAP liveried kart across the line. It will be Guillaume Barbarin who takes the win for France across the line. John Norris finishes in 2nd place from François Perrier, who finishes in 3rd place. Crucially, that keeps him 1st in the intermediate classifications. Only 3 points to his names. Victor Urberg with 4, and the same with Shane Daly, also 4 points. Guillaume Barbarin pushes himself up 4th in the intermediate classifications, 5 points to his name, and he will take the win after 10 laps of racing, after starting P4 in this race. A good run. And I've got to say, after the 1st round of qualifying heats, the 2nd round seemed to be a little calmer. What do you think?
Yeah, it was. It's about time to look for one another, to actually observe one another, and really try to find a little bit of a crack in the armor for some of those drivers as well. And we could feel that both Barbarin and François Perrier were keen on really get on John Norris in time. Only Guillaume Barbarin was able to do that towards the end of that race. Textbook move into turn number 1. But yeah, we come to that point, and again, this is the experience talking into the master class, when there comes a point when it's irrelevant to go for one last lap move, for instance, and taking too many risks, when you know that you have to go through all of these races in total, 6 in total, 3 to go through for each of the master drivers, as this third rotation of qualifying heat will be taking place at the end of the day. So there's not a lot of races, so it doesn't give a lot of room for mistake. So that's why you need to play patiently and try to build enough of a gap and build your result each step of the way to make sure to be ideally positioned for the superheat grids taking place tomorrow morning. Guillaume Barbarin just did that, race winner for the first time at the wheel of his superb DAP machine, as we have a different set of colors indeed, and is being prepared by the KBK competition racing team, which is the French importer for the Alonso car brand.
Yes, he is indeed. So the Alonso chassis with the DAP colours. Beautiful to see. Here's a look then at the highlights from that one, and François Perrier with a good start initially and had no dramas, I think, for the majority of the race. It would only be when the drivers caught up behind John Norris and Guillaume Barbarin is when he had to start to worry. But from the word go, he could just drive away from the rest of the field. The early stages of the race, so very, very calm and collected. But unfortunately for Gabriel Zuccella, who did have a good start initially to his race, getting all the way up into P2, would later start to fall down the order as soon as John Norris and Guillaume Barbarin started to close in. That was the original overtake to get them into second and third. Then you start to see Johan Vilo start to make the moves. He got the move past your man Gabriel Zuccella. Zuccella would then start to have a little bit of a contretemps with the rest of the drivers as well, just in the background. There it is on your screen. Clearly not happy with something on there. But for these two here, on to the final lap, it would be nearly signed, sealed and done for both Guillaume Barbarin and John Norris. John Norris managing to hold on to second place though, and a first win of the weekend for Guillaume Barbarin in the beautiful DAP liveried kart, making his way on, and clearly nice showmanship there and nice sportsmanship as well.
Yeah, sportsmanship is important in the sport, and those drivers in the masterclass have been used to compete against one another for the past few seasons now. So it's all about respect, and they know a fair share about fair play on track as well. Interesting different technical solutions as well. I don't know if you noticed, between John Norris and François Perrier, for instance, driving the same chassis, Tony Kart, but with different front fairing and nose cone, for instance, while one has the OTK front panel, the other one went for a different technical solution. So that's what we like to see between the chassis, colors, and the partners, and sometimes you can play with those in order for yourself to find the best and the most suited setup. Here we go with Jake Sanson, who has one more guest onto the stage.
So I make that 4 different winners so far out of the 6 races we are going to have today in Master X30. Guillaume Barbarin, having done a fantastic job in the DAP machine. Guillaume, fabulous work and great race out there. Just talk us through how tricky it was to stay in front.
Yeah, so it was a difficult race because there is a lot of overtake. So I have to stay in P2, and in the last lap I overtake Norris. So for me it's a very good race.
Now, obviously, this is the first time that we've ever had the IAME Warrior Finals in Portimao in Portugal. For a lot of the drivers, the first time they've ever raced here. So what is your impression of the circuit?
The track is very cool because I said that there is a lot of overtaking, so it's a very hot race.
And of course, with the difficulties yesterday with the weather conditions in the practice sessions,
yes,
to then come into the racing in the dry, how much easier does that make life for you in terms of having learnt the circuit now?
In Master, we just have 3 free sessions, so it's very difficult to choose a good engine and the chassis, but no, it's okay. I try to adapt my drive.
Perfect. So you have one race to come this evening, and then obviously preparing for the superheat tomorrow. How confident are you that the team and yourself have got everything right to prepare for a good run for the superheat?
Yeah, I'm confident because the engines work well and the team work as too. So it's no, I think I can make something.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see. We did a fantastic race, Guillaume, and thank you very much. We'll see you for the next one.
Yes, thank you.
Over next to the junior X30 drivers.
Thank you.
They'll be out on track.
Thanks, Jake. Yes, good to see the juniors lined up ready, and good to see that Guillaume nice and smiley there on his post-race interview. Good to see. Yes, indeed. There you can see the 1 minute board going up on your screen. Junior X30 qualifying heat D versus E coming up next. And this one should be exciting because it's relatively close in the intermediate classifications going into this one. So many drivers with a chance of starting on pole. But at the moment, it is Cathal Clark who leads that one with 4 points from Romeo Vassell. Tyke Butley, who starts this one on pole position, currently sits third. With 9 intermediate classification points. So he needs to really, well, he just needs to win this one, not gain any more points, and he should be good. Freddie Lloyd sits 5th with 12, so he effectively can't out-qualify Tyke Butley at the moment, but he could certainly help his fight now if he can beat Tyke Butley and Tyke drops down. That's what could be the case here. Next race, Junior X30, Heat D and E. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Tyke Butley and Freddie Lloyd start this one on the front row. Sandra Perez and Louis Command on row number 2. George Nassar and Henry Carter go from row 3, with Rocco Coronel and Vilma Smart on row 4. Sam Woolley and Sacha Van Pad Bosch go from row 5, rounding out the top 10, with Evan Johnson and Martin Barrios Menezes on row 6. Florentine Hatema and Anthony Bongartz, they round out row number 7.
Row number 8, Roberto Bas and Clovis Nugarade, followed by Nikolaos Karagiannis as Just Mulder. Rui Castellini and Joaquin Ascalan follow on row number 10. Then we have Nico Andrea Adeputra and Thomas Gomez, Phil Caras, Gabriela Teixeira, Eva Dorenstein and Marius Barryberg, followed by Oni Tuisku and Omar Sindi. Do we have everybody on board? Yes, indeed. 28 drivers making their way onto the course. The first of the last three qualifying heats for the junior category, last rotation for the class, and the drivers between 9 and 12 years of age, between 12 to 14, shall I say, the 9 to 12. It comes down to the mini category for this IRMA Warriors final, and we have the seniors and the master over 30 years of age. The juniors now, as Cathal Clark sits in a pretty comfortable chair in the lead of that class with 4 points clear on Romeo Roussel, Tyke Butley, tight with 1 unit missing on Roussel, and we have Freddie Green as well as Freddie Lloyd in the B5, just 2 points shy from Fred Green in 4th place overall. This will change, of course, through the course of that first of 3 last races. Freddie Lloyd in need of a win if he wants to make sure to secure what will be his place in the top 5. And if he stays where he is, Freddie Lloyd not quite able to catch up and to dream of pole position at this point. But Freddie Lloyd needs very much a win to secure what could be at least a second row start for one of the 2 super heats. That might still change a little bit, but now it's all open to each of our drivers to try to make a difference. A couple of them have decided to switch on fresh tires for the last race. It happens towards the back end of the grid as Roberto Baz, Nicolas Maragianis, Louis Castellini, as well as Nico Andrea Adeputra and not Philip Caras, my apologies, as Oti Tuisku on the inside line, all on fresh tires, while Thomas Gomez from 22nd on the grid, the Portuguese, with just the left side with new tires on.
They will have to fight through the first 7 full rows, so i.e. 14 karts, to try and achieve anything from that, though. But the lights go green and the drivers go down in towards turn 1. Bit of contact there in the mid-pack. Karts are getting sideways and a big off into the barriers there. 3, 4, no, there's half the grids involved in this one. Several karts into the barriers, and there's 3 karts locked into each other. The 60, the 47 are out there as well. There's another kart that the driver's out of it now. The 12 has come to a stop, so the 82 as well. Yellows, I think, through sector 1. But certainly a very big one. But I've got to say, Marshall's done a fabulous job of clearing that track rapid.
Yeah, you could see them running from a distance. And
yellow flags are coming anyway.
Yellow flag. This is a focus yellow as for now on the entire course. The time for the tire barrier as well on the left side of the turn number 1 has been misplayed as well. So it needs to be put back where it was as a result of that contact. But yeah, once again, hats off to the Orange Army. And unfortunately, one of the drivers involved, despair can be felt. We had Roberto Bas as well as Johan Askeland, Thomas Gomez and Eva Dorenstein all involved into that big incident. The 74 on your picture is Georges Nassar, actually from GGM Motorsport. Is Oh, and watch out not to run into each other, guys.
Well,
I do wonder what he's doing, actually, that young driver, because we are under yellow flag conditions, and he was moving across and overtaking other drivers.
Well, so that's George Nassar, who spun before, like, as the yellows were starting. That was under yellows he spun, and I feel like he thinks he can get back into his original position under the yellows. I don't think you can do that, as far as I'm concerned, George. That's an overtake under yellow. You might get in some trouble with that one. There's another car that's come to a stop. That's the 84. That's Joachim Askeland, unfortunately, the privateer driver into this weekend, who has not had a good set of results, which is a big shame. 76, he's just working out of an awning on this one. Right, there it is, under yellow. So, yeah, George Nassar getting tangled up with another driver there.
That's when it started, actually.
Yeah, so that's right in front of Darren Clark there. You can see one of the technical scrutineers out there. And then, yeah, George Nassar thinks he can then overtake and get back into position. I don't know the rules on that one, but he thinks he's overtook under yellows.
Well, you might actually argue that he spun just before the lights out and crossing the line to enter the race, and the yellow flag came after. But again, that might be a bit of in-between rules, and we'll leave the officials to decide about the fate of George Nassar on that one. But quite unfortunate as well for him, being tangled just before the race was good to go. And then we had that a big pile-up and coming together into turn number 1. But just a few drivers that we lost. Very nice view from the top of the hill, surrounding the grandstands and the many people surrounding the track. As for now, we have lost Thomas Gomez, Eva Dorenstein, Joe Askeland, Roberto Bass, as well as the 53 Atomer from Victory Lane. It's quite a good pile-up actually out there onto the opening lap, and still full course yellow.
Right, now George Nassar is still there. I think he's put himself to the back of the grid now, so I think he's realised that, yeah, okay, I may have done a bad thing there. So I think he's put himself back in a good position. Marshall's working hard once again, repairing the barriers, making sure they are nice and safe for our drivers to get this race back underway. Great to see that. Their hard work over the course of several days, not just the racing days, but the practice days as well, being out there.
Absolutely. It doesn't start only with the racing, but they've been here ever since last week, because once the drivers get onto the track, you need Marshall as well in case of an incident, emergency, or in any need. And those people are not counting the hours every day passing to make sure that we could come to the IMA Warriors final in safe conditions.
So just to clarify then, the 5 drivers that have had to retire after that one at turn number 1, Florentine Hattemer, Roberto Bass, Joachim Askeland, Thomas Gomez and Eva Dornston. They are all the drivers that unfortunately have had to retire from that incident. There were many more drivers involved in that incident as well, but they have all managed to get going as well out on circuit. But certainly a very dramatic start to the race.
Yeah, you can feel that tension is rising, certainly on the only in the air, but on the shoulders of those young drivers, because this is the last race for those 2 groups. So it's now or never to try to get a result, or to comfort yourself into the position you are in already. So at this point, we have a couple of drivers putting on fresh tires in order maybe to catch any left positions available to them. Well, some of them will say, I have to pass, I have to make it through, otherwise I'm lost and I won't make it to tomorrow.
Here we go then, green flags back out, and we are away racing once again here as they go down in towards turn number 3. Tyke Butley leads the way from Sandro Perez. Perez looking to the inside, not close enough for an attack on the first attempt, though. He stays behind. Vilma Svan, whose NASA panel, I can say, is fully attached at this moment in time, is still there in 3rd position. Rocco Coronel just behind in 4th place, looking to get another qualifying heat win this weekend. Just behind him sees Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd, who started this one on the front row of the grid, dropping down several positions, looking to the inside of Rocco Coronel, side by side, and just squeezes his way through. More side-by-side action in the background as Henry Carter gets squeezed out of the way there by, I think, that was Sasha Van Bad Bosch.
And Louis Comin from Victory Lane was trying as well to make his bit, but it was stuck behind as Freddie Lloyd was ahead of position of Rocco Coronel.
It was Louis Coman that got past Henry Carter there. Just in the background there, you can see Louis Coman now on that rear bumper. Well, and Sasha Van Bad Bosch managed to get through as well. You can see the rear bumper now of Rocco Coronel. So across the line they go. And defensive there in the background. Sam Woolley going defensive from Clovis Nougare. Nogueira trying to go to the outside here, not able to do so, and Perez 3 wide, Lloyd to the inside, Lloyd getting 2, and Sandro Perez losing a handful of positions there.
Yeah, 3 side by side, 1 work your way, Sandro, and he's going to have to learn it the other way and find his way through once again. That Buckley, in the meantime, going to pull away from Vilnius Van. Vilnius Van was the first driver to win on track before picking up a penalty this week in Portimao. And he finds himself ideally positioned, 6 places gained, and he's going to harass Tide Buckley, that's for sure. Watch out for him as run inside in turn number 13, textbook move, and Vilnius Van finds himself in the lead, back again. He took another win through the course of proceedings, if I'm not mistaken, as for now. And now he has another opportunity to stay where he is, but Tide Buckley and Freddie Lloyd already the final lap of this race after the full course cielo, so nothing left on the hands. Run inside, the door is open, and it goes through for Tide Buckley, and Freddie Lloyd goes with him. Unfortunately for Svan, he went from first to third. Nothing he could have done about this except shut the door a little bit earlier, going a bit aggressive. Certainly not something that he wants. He needs that result. And maybe he will be happy to stay where he is, but he has less than 1 lap to try to switch those positions again.
Definitely looks like on the last lap you want to be 2nd or 3rd going into the last lap, because it just shows and contact there, and off the track goes Coronel, and round goes the 51 of Tyke Butley. Now what happened there? I was looking at the timing screen, I wasn't looking at the screen, and the driver who was leading the way now at the back of the field. Freddie Lloyd leads the way, but what happened there? I didn't see it. Well,
that's such a despair, such an incredible turn of event once again into the last lap, battling along. That was too close for comfort, but in the meantime, this will be the victory, something he had been expecting. That was given to him on the plate. Freddie Lloyd takes another win. That is win number 4 by the look of it for Freddie Lloyd. Win number 3, my apologies, for the Fusion Motorsport driver, is first of the day, and that will be a win of a pretty interesting taste for Freddie Lloyd, who stays in the 4th place now in front of Robin Zarin. Fred Green up into P10, but Freddie Lloyd to confirm himself potentially on the front row start of one of the 2 super heats tomorrow. Needed that victory. Victory number 3 that is for him, in front of Sacha Van Patbosch and Louis Comin, Sandro Perez and Clovis Nogueira in P5, having climbed 11th position. So what a bit of a shaky end to a race this has been for the D versus E qualifying heat. We might need to see that again, because Rocco Coronel actually tumbled down the order. Where is he now, Coronel? All the way down to P15, coming together with the driver that you can see now. We've lost quite a good pile of drivers through the course of that race, unfortunately for them, as here's the classification in full. Freddie Lloyd, Sacha Van Patbosch, Louis Comin in your top 3. Then we have Sandro Perez, Nogueira, Woolley, Carter, on the Tuscu, Castellini, Svan, all the way down to P10, unfortunately, as we have Andrea, Carras, Johnston, Cindy and Coronel running up P15.
Well, certainly very exciting there. Rocco Coronel dropping all the way to P15 at the end of that one. Omar Cindy, like I say, in 14th place. Now, Nicholas Karagianis finishing in 16th from Jus Mulder, and Martin Mananes finishing in 18th place. Gabriela Teixeira finishing in 19th, gaining 5 positions from George Nassar. Tyke Butley crossing the line, 21st place after leading going into the last lap. That's horrendous. Marius Barryberg rounds out the 22 cars that finished that race, and then the retirements. Bongards, Hattemer, Bass, Askland, Gomez and Dorison. Here's the highlights, the start of the race. I'm not sure how this kicked off. Let's see what happens. It was somewhat in the mid-pack. There's the first initial contact there between Carter, and then that happens there, but nothing happens on that screen. It's then when we come back and cut to that camera, carnage involved on the screen. So no idea how that happened and how that started, but so many drivers involved.
Yeah, look at that, up to 10 drivers, even more so, really getting himself into the mix, as we have another dapper chassis out there into the junior category, so that makes for 1 more, but a lot of drivers involved. Most of them were able to get going again, and this is Gabriela Teixeira, you're right, the Portuguese driver, and despair could be felt by one of the drivers out there having to step down after that big incident. And then at the restart, or before crossing the line, for him. So still something to be decided for the number 74 that went sideways, Georges Nassar. And yeah, it's left to be decided by the officials because we saw him actually making his way back through the field under full Crucial condition before stepping back down into the classification. But certainly not the situation that he would have liked. And then it kept on battling into that sprint, with Ty Buckley making his commitment on the 51 out there. It was the battle for the lead before things would take another turn.
Certainly did. Well, Vilmos Fan losing the lead of the race, dropping down to P3, and there it was. So it was front to rear contact, and Vilmos Fan did get caught up in that. So I wondered why Vilmos Fan was nowhere to be seen. And
I think that's a mistake.
I think either missing the braking zone, I think, for Freddie Lloyd. I don't know, the angles there can't show it. I mean, yeah, I don't know if that was that front to rear contact or was that a rear lockup from Ty Butley. I don't know. I don't know.
Difficult to say.
From the angles,
from two angles.
Yeah.
But,
from our angles, I can't make a call.
Yeah, it seems to me that he was already committed to the entry of the turn, and he lost it. We might need to see that again. Before we get back to racing, Jake Sanson has another guest on the stage. Over to you, Jake.
Well, I tell you one man who might be able to shed some light on what happened out there. Sascha Van Bosch, the man who crossed the line in second place in that last race, is with me. Sascha, we've seen Freddie obviously going off to speak to Martin Bean, the race director. You were in the middle of all that. What actually happened from your perspective on that last lap?
I don't know, really. I think a bit of a push, but more than that, I don't think so. But I was a bit lucky there, and then, yeah, they crashed me, go back to P2, maybe Lloyd penalty, but I don't know that.
It must be really difficult when you're in the middle of all that, when there's at least a dozen drivers that can be fighting for the win at any one moment.
Yeah, it was like really hard heat. Like it was one of the toughest heat I had, but I came through second, maybe first, and that's a good one.
So coming then towards the end of the day, having had 5 heats now, you and the Fusion team obviously working very hard to go for the top spot. It's a good end to the day for you. What does that now mean from your perspective going into tomorrow for the superheat?
Like I have the confidence, like we have really good speed, the driving me is good. We have all the things we can win, and we see tomorrow in the final.
And obviously driving on the Portimao circuit, it's not the first time that you've driven here, but obviously having had that experience and coming in for the IWF, what really works about this circuit to have such a big event here?
Like the slipstream is really hard. Like when you get so, it's like 4, 5 tenths already. And like when the racing is like when you're first alone, and like the second and third guy are like pushing to catch you, you have no chance. Like they're catching so fast on the straight.
Yeah, it's really fascinating to watch Junior X30, and for my money, there's at least 12 of you that could win the final tomorrow. What do you think you're going to need to pull out of the bag in the superheat to be ready for the final?
Like a good place, and then start top 10 in the final. I can win out of the top 10.
Okay, a top 10 start's all that's needed. Well, Sascha, we wish you all the best. Good luck for that.
Thank you.
There's more great racing to come right around the bend. Back to the boys up in the box.
Thank you very much, Jake. Good to hear from Sascha Van Bosch, who was crowned this year back in September, winner of the IME Series Benelux for the second time. A couple of years back, he was crowned in that very much very same championship in the mini categories and took the win in the juniors. Could he finish his season on a high? Sascha Van Bosch went through different teams throughout the season, coming from Victor Lane to RSD, and now back with Fusion Motorsport, doing wonders in the second place in this last qualifying heat. Now we're going to turn our attention to the next race, opposing Group A and F, still very much in the juniors. And as you can see, the drivers already lining themselves up on the pre-grid, as we will be good to go in a bit less than 2 minutes now for that 10-7 lap race in the junior class. Freddie Lloyd picking up his fourth victory on the road, but he lost one due to a 5-second penalty yesterday on Thursday for an infringement in the starting procedure. But still, Freddie Lloyd doing the job that he needed in that very hectic last lap, and still quite hard for us to make up our mind about what happened exactly to Ty Buckley. Was it down to a little bit of a push, as you heard Sascha Van Bosch suggesting that might be the reason why he went sideways? Was it down to driver mistake a little bit, losing it on the braking point? A bit of two, a push. Yeah, you make up your mind as well. Take your option. The footage is available to you as well. and we will decide further back and further later as well what to make of it. Maybe some decisions will be made as well, but we'll keep you up to date through the course of the afternoon. And don't forget to join us as well on the IMA app, available to you with all the documents and results that you can find. Here's what's at stake for the rest of the afternoon at 5 o'clock in just a few seconds. The qualifying heat opposing Group A and F in the junior class. Then we'll have one more race for the juniors that will put an end to the qualifying heat for that category. And then we'll be back with the minis. And then again, the master to round things up for day number 3 here at Portimao.
Certainly looking forward to seeing what happens at the end of this day. Only the last couple of junior races to go. This one certainly could be an important one because your man who sits third on track on this one on the second row of the grid, Romeo Rossell, sits second in the intermediate classifications at the moment. He has 8 points behind Cato Clark, who has 4 points, but Clark not in this race. We'll see Clark out in the next one. So we'll have to see what happens in this one as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. David Cosma and Joseph Smith start this one on the front row from Romeo Rossell and Harry Bartle. Tyrone Kennard from Zach Green with Arthur Dodonka and Ella Weiss side by side. Vasilius Apostolidis and Eden Spanswick on row 5 with Maxim Blanchemand and Daniel Delakian on row 6. Shunsa Kaguchi and Wouter Bergenu on row number 7 with Eloy Gilter and Travis Teo on row number 8.
They're followed by Alexei Genole and Alexander Dahlstrom on row number 9, row number 10, Trudy Adams and Conor Clancy. Then we have Daniel Kelleher and Scott Riley, Emily AP, Maki Euro and Bertram Sach, row number 12. Then Martin for the junior and Zadiev Farudin, followed by Martin, Marcus, Jean-Paul Carras and Mathis Riba. Do we have everybody? No, Conor Clancy, of course, is still out of this event, unfortunately for him, as well as Mathis Riba, who is not back onto the track. That takes that grid to 27 competitors for the 7 laps to go through. And as you mentioned, Cathal Clark still very much in the lead, as we're going to have the British driver from Victory Lane up next. Romeo Rossell from third on the grid. He needs to win to secure what could be a pole position for the second superheat of the junior class taking place tomorrow morning. But for that, he needs to indeed have a good start, trying to take the slipstream from David Cosma, hoping for the best in the getaway and the first section of corners into the opening lap. Always easier said than done. And keep a close watch as well for the race after on Fred Green, since he will be starting from the front row of the grid. Fred Green, and he's just 2 points behind Romeo Rossell in the overall classification of the class. So still a bit of an uncertainty. One thing is for sure, if Cathal Clark manages a strong result into his last heat, he will be the overall leader of the junior class before coming to the superheat. That will give him pole position for the first of the 2 races. And as this is the first time that we have the superheat system included in the IMA Warriors final, it means that the classification will be added at the end. So we'll have one full classification by the end of today, another one after the superheat, and the one who collect the most points will be crowned the pole sitter for the final in the afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's see what happens in this race. The penultimate Junior X30 qualifying heat about to start. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Lights go out and off they go, down and towards turn number 1. Good start side by side. Great start from Joseph Smith on the outside line. Can he maintain that momentum going in towards turn number 2? Yes, he can. Round the outside, but he can't close the door. And back through will go David Cosma. But a brilliant start from the front 2 drivers as they now start to break away from the rest of the field. Nice start there for the driver sitting in third place there, Harry Bartle, now up 1 position. Now he's having a good start to his race, side by side in the background there, as one of the Pantano carts just tries to get back into to form. Actually, no, I tell a lie, that's not a Pantano cart, that's Zach Green, that's Croc Promotions cart trying to get into position. Number 90 running out wide there, one of the Birrells. That's not gone too well for them, but crucially, a good start for the entire field.
Pretty much so into the opening lap, even though some drivers were actually battling along and banging wheels at the back end of the grid, but nothing to worry about so far. 7 laps to go through, and a great start indeed for David Cosma Christopher, with very much in the lead at the end of this opening lap. Here they come again with David Cosma, Joseph Smith, Harry Bartle, Romeo Rossell, as well as Zach Green. Watch out on the inside, switch for position position number 3. Harry Battle making his move. And Jarvis Smith was trying to resist. And I think that that's a switch for the lead. My apologies. With 29 of Jarvis Smith, now your new leader. And as a result of that coming together on the inside of the turn, well, that cost Christopher finds himself all the way down to P4. And what just happened there? Two drivers coming together and leaving the limits of the track. But nothing to worry about. They were able to get back onto the course.
I've got to say, when the dust kicks up, it does worry me somewhat. But yeah, I think they were okay. I think there was just a couple of drivers running wide, and they're all good. But yeah, certainly not a flattering camera angle to suddenly cut to for us. Certainly looked more dramatic than it actually was.
Or maybe was it the weather of Portimao pushing out tornadoes onto the track?
Who knows? Who knows? Weather playing tricks on us. Here we go then, back across the start-finish line now, and it's Joseph Smith and Harry Bartle who are 1-2 at the moment. Now Romeo Rossell there in 3rd place. He needs to get a couple more positions. It's to the outside there, chopping and changing, and Bartle to the outside. He's never going to make that work, and no, he has to concede it, but no, he does make it work. Wow, look at that for Harry Bartle. Even puts his hands up and says, thanks for that. There we go. Let's crack on. But they have lost a lot of time, though, from that. Romeo Rossell, Cosma and Green have all closed in, and it's another 5-car battle now for the race lead. But brilliant stuff from Bartle, immediately going defensive now, not comfortable being at the front there. Slightly concerned about Smith and Rossell just behind, but Romeo Rossell needs to win this one if he needs to hold on to that one. Fred Green right now would have been bumped up to 2nd in the intermediate classifications, with Rossell being where he is right now.
And Zach Green making his move on the inside, by the look of it, for position number 4, that is, as Wouter Berganu, as he started P14 on the grid, now 26. That makes for a great recovery for Zach Berganu, 8 places up to the top 6 at the moment, with potentially fresher tires on, and we'll check that in just a moment. As the battle is still raging with Harry Bartle, Joseph Smith on the way to turn number 3. With Joseph Smith trying the same move as Harry Bartle did on the lap before. That was a beautiful move, certainly the first of that kind in turn number 4 that we've seen so far this week. But it came to a cost with pushing everybody together again. Even though the gap has been created between Smith and Russell up into P3. Zach Green, David Cosma. Further back, 2 seconds down on the leader. We have Tyrone Kinner with the Pantone machine. And watch out for Romeo Rossell as Joseph Smith as well, threatening very much. Who's going to make the move first? The door is quite shut into number 13. There's no way to go left or right for Romeo Rossell. Finds himself again into the close of Zach Green. Green is waiting as well for the right moment to initiate the launch. Certainly not just yet into those 2 turns. It's way too early for that. 16 and 17 are left for certainly emergency moves. Look at Harry Bartle going defensive into turn number 1 at full speed, trying to break that slipstream from the rest of the pack. And it is working pretty well. But Zach Green makes his move on the inside and takes actually Romeo Rossell. No, sorry, my apologies. He goes on Joseph Smith. Big of a shake-up. Smith still very much in 2nd. Romeo Rossell is the one losing the place, but he's able to stay ahead of David Cosma.
Yeah, certainly so. Jean-Paul Carras with the fastest lap of the race now. 101.4. Now that pace has come down quite considerably. It's to the outside here. Here comes Zach Green. And, well, the outside line was never going to work then. Romeo Rossell takes his position back at the expense of Zach Green. Now, is Zach running some fresh rubber out there, because he's looking mighty, mighty quick?
And it's not the case for Zach Green, believe it or not, but which is a fun information that I was looking for Wouter Berganu, climbing 7 places up to 7 now, and he's on a fresher set of tires. Vasilis Apostolidis is half a new set, but it doesn't go his way, unfortunately, for Apostolidis, who's all the way down of the classification. He actually retired, unfortunately. So, whoa, that was a close call on the inside, and he makes the commitment onto the exit. And this is Zach Green indeed. It looks like he could be on a fresher set, which is not the case. Still all used tires, but it doesn't prevent him from having strong pace and commit to the move in turn number 3 on Romeo Rossell. He wants to join the party, and those two are quite neutralizing each other by the look of it, as Harry Bartle hold on to the lead, but behind you can feel that Joseph Smith feels like he's being stuck at the moment, and he sees Zach Green coming back to him very strongly.
Yeah, exactly. Champagne bottle waiting to pop really here. It's been shaken to its limits between these two, and I'm sure that Joseph Smith will want to get past at some point, but just at what point we do not know. So let's find out, as again, two very different racing lines there. Bartel using all the track, and Smith taking a little bit of a later apex. Bit of a hand gesture there saying, why are you defending, man? What are you doing? Use the slipstream, let's try and break away. And I suspect now on this final lap, Smith is just going to go for it if he sees an opportunity, as Zach Green gets back into third place now, and down the inside goes David Cosma on Romeo Rossell. Rossell will not be liking this one. This is affecting his starting position for the superheats tomorrow, because right now they're all battling for this one. Right, Spanswick now with the fastest lap of the race, but it's all down to who's going to finish first in this race. Bartel leading, and there you can see he started this one fourth, gaining 3 positions, currently first. Smith as well, who has tried his hardest to close this gap and try and get past. He's done a good job of maintaining it, but again, he's just right there waiting for that opportunity, and I don't think it's going to come just yet. It might surprise us though.
And what 3 places gain, as you can see from Harry Bartel, up into the lead into that final lap. One last kick of the throttle. That's going to be a photo finish, textbook sort of finish in between the two. On the line, split by just nothing, but he goes defensive. That would be enough for Harry Bartel, with Joseph Smith choosing in the end to stay in the slipstream just behind, not going for the photo finish just for now. 500 of a second still between the two onto the line, and that's a victory for Harry Bartel from Crook Promotion. And that is, if I'm not mistaken, his first win of the week indeed for Harry Bartel. First win for him after such a strong battle against Joseph Smith. Zach Green picking up 3rd place, and Romeo Rossell all the way down to P5 to David Cosma Christopher. And it doesn't go his way. Romeo Rossell, unfortunately, he would have needed such a much stronger result in order to stay within the top 3 of the overall classification. As it stands, he's P4. But it allows Freddie Lloyd to stay in the top 3. And Fred Green, as for now, who's going to come later into the next race with Cathal Clark. Fred Green is now provisionally 2nd in the overall classification. Cathal Clark is going to need certainly to push a little bit in his last race, but he needs a disaster not to be able to lead at the end of this day and to take pole position for the first of the 2 superheats. Fred Green sits in 2nd as for now. Freddie Lloyd is promoted to 3rd overall, and Romeo Rossell is missing just 1 point to be on the front row of the first of the 2 superheat due to that 5th place finish. Harry Bartel, Joseph Smith, and Zach Green, top 3 from Great Britain. Then we have David Cosma, Romeo Rossell, and then Spanswick, Tyrone Kinard in front of Arthur de Donker, Bertram Satch, then Berganu, P10 from Daniel Delacan, Daniel Kelleher, as well as Jean-Paul Carras, Elia Weiss, and Scott Rayleigh, top 15.
Here we go then with the live fuse, and there is your race winner, Harry Bartel. Brilliant stuff from him. His first win of the weekend. I'm sure there's a little bit of delight underneath that helmet, knowing that we've got the pace, we know what we need to do. Now let's just bring that into tomorrow and see what we can do there. Tomorrow's the important day with the superheats and finals. You can see his dad there just with the cards. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. Initially, good getaway then for David Cosma. No real shake-ups in the midfield there. Smith getting the move done almost immediately. Bartel just getting his nose down the inside. That was the dramatic moment that wasn't actually that too dramatic, because they just went wide and then came back on. Yeah, the possible tornado. Bartel with the brilliant move. We've seen some fantastic moves today, haven't we, from the rest of the week, haven't we?
Yeah, all throughout the course of that layout indeed, and since Wednesday. But in that turn number 4, which is one of the tightest and most difficult turns of the track, certainly, we haven't seen that many. Might even be the first to be that successful from Harry Bartel, and that will prove to be indeed fruitful until the end, as battles were still happening aplenty, as Joseph Smith kept on harassing Harry Bartel in the lead, while allowing Zach Green, David Cosma, as well as Romeo Rossell to keep Bartel along just behind as they were trying to work together. It wasn't enough, and in the end, a little bit of a heated moment between Harry Bartel and Joseph Smith. Bartel had to stay focused until the checkered flag, and they were split by 59,000 of a second, with Zach Green, David Cosma, and Romeo Rossell running up the top 5. Cathal Clark coming up next, still very much your provisional leader, and he shall stay where he is based on his last race. He's going to be starting from 6 on the grid. Fred Green, just behind in the classification, will be on the front row. These are the last few races that we have available to us on the schedule. The last one of the juniors, then 3 more minis and 2 masters to ramp things up for the qualifying heats. 76 races in total. So after that, this will come down to only 12 left tomorrow. So you make the math. 64 races that we'll have behind us. You know, we didn't lie to you. This is the biggest race of the year in terms of numbers, in terms of participants, in terms of length and commitment from the competitors.
Certainly so. Well said there, Guillaume. But we are ready down in the paddock. We will cut over to Jake Sanson on the IWF stage.
Thanks, Anthony. Well, we're catching up with a man who could potentially be on for a pole position in Junior X30 tomorrow. Romeo Rossel. It was a bit tricky, that race. You managed to come through into 5th position after a very difficult race. But when the musical chairs are all finished and the points come out, you might just be in for a pole position tomorrow. So how has the week been going for you so far?
Yeah, yes, the last hit, yes, it's hard, but the first guys close the door all the lap. And yes, it's hard because I have in the group of 5 and push, and I don't have a grip because I go on the outside. And yes, it's hard, but I stay constant. And yes, I do the best for today. So yes, I'm happy.
And you guys are having a very difficult and demanding week because you guys are effectively running as an independent operation. You're not running in one of the big teams, so that makes things very hard.
Yes, it's very hard, but I don't have the bad engine, and yes, I do the best with my dad, my mechanical, and yes, I have a good engine, FF engine, and yes, I'm very happy for today.
Well, all those who favour the underdog will clearly be cheering you tomorrow. Let's talk about the superheat tomorrow. You're going to be in at least the front row, potentially even in pole position. Let's see how it's going to go tomorrow. Do you feel that there's going to be good tyres, good pace? You feel that the car can go well in the morning?
Yes, if I have a good position, a good place for the start on the superheat, I do the best. But it's hard to stay first in this track because if you don't have the slipstream, you don't can go solo. Yes, on the first. So yes.
Fantastic. It looks really exciting for you tomorrow. We wish you all the best and hope that it's going to be a very strong race for you in the morning. Well done and good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Romeo Rossel, we're going to get him ready for a fantastic run tomorrow. But there's one more junior heat to go, and that will decide which 2 drivers are going to be on the front of the starting grid in the super heats. Will he be one of them? We're about to find out.
Well, let's find out, as in a few moments' time, the final Junior X30 race will take place. There you can see a lot of the drivers still not fully seated in their karts. So we've got a bit of time before this race gets underway. But yes, looking at the intermediate classification points, if Fred Green was to win this next race, he would have 10 intermediate classification points. Cath Clark at the moment has 4. Now, if Clark finishes any lower than 6th or 7th or anything like that, or 6th because he was out-qualified by Fred Green, he would be starting on pole or 2nd in the next one. If they both have a terrible race, it could promote Freddie Lloyd, and it could promote Romeo Rossel to 1st and 2nd. Now, Rossel has got a chance of getting on pole position, but it would be on pole position for the Superheat B, the 2nd Superheat, not the 1st one. So he would have that, but it would still be a pole.
Cathal Clark is on the verge of the top 6 at the moment. He will be on the outside of the 3rd row coming to that last qualifying heat. So a little bit of extra pressure on the shoulders of the British driver. As you said, he has 4 points, and P6 is the maximum he can afford in the case of Fred Green winning that race, because he would have 0 points, would stay in 10. And if Fred was to win, which is certainly his objective at the start of this last race, well, Cathal needs to be within the top 6 to have less points and to be able to secure one of 2 pole positions. For Fred Green, the mission is clear: the win or nothing, to be able to start on pole on the superheat number 2. With Freddie Lloyd and Romeo Rossel certainly from on the sideline will be certainly watching with much attention that last junior qualifying heat that we will see on the front row of the grid. Santiago dos Santos from Parolin, Portugal. It will be your pole sitter, Santiago, who's nowhere to be seen at the moment in the top 8, but still doesn't prevent him from catching some strong results for Santiago, the driver from Parolin, one of the local heroes here in Portugal. Fred Green, as we mentioned, with his cross promotion machines. One last shake of handshake from the mechanic. Last few words of encouragement for the young Fred Green, who has his own destiny in his hands. He needs the strongest results possible to try to limit the damage possible. And as long as he can keep Cathal Clark behind him and go for the win, well, anything's still possible in the course of the 2 pole positions still at stake.
Here's Morgan Moore on your screen. Certainly has had a up and down weekend after a couple of wins, one taken away from him, but still a very quick driver nonetheless this weekend and looking very strong, the Irishman, starting on the 2nd row of the grid in P3. Ultimately, probably the best place to start is on that inside row, right behind the race leader. You get a good view of what happens in front of you. Starting alongside him would be Spain's Raul Zandaren, who himself has had a very good weekend. Again, a lot of drivers who are usually quick in most championships that we see them running in have had up and downs over the course of this weekend, and that's been the same across the board. No one's really had a good weekend, but with the final qualifying heat about to get underway for the Junior X30 category, we're about to crown or decide who's going to be starting on pole for the Super Heat. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Santiago Alves and Fred Green start this one on the front row. Morgan Moore and Ralph Zandaren on row number 2. Jensen Graham and Cathal Clark. Could Clark take this top spot in this one? Let's find out. He starts on that P6. Aston Sharp and Christopher El Fagali, they go from row number 4 with Javier Barrasca and Sebastian Mins on row 5. Harrison Mackie and Luke Agnew on row 6 with Guillaume Silvano and Quintin Van Llewellyn on row number 7. Isaac Say, who unfortunately is not participating after being excluded from injuries. He will have Gabriel Hugan alongside on row 8.
Row number 9, Toby Gale and Nikita Nikishov. Then we have Fares Jalil and TJ Taffy. George Kaltemain and Alfonso Azevedo. From Elvis Kazauskas and Marlon Bayer. Bernardo Pinto and Arthur Wang. Adam Holmes and Knut Nielsen from Katrina A. And Evan Agelan. 29 drivers onto that grid. And here we go for the formation lap 2. Formation lap 1 to get together in the grid. The starting order making their way back onto the start, finish straight. So the pressure will be mounting certainly on the shoulders of the couple of contenders for supremacy at the end of this day. It all comes down to the model race of them all, the model day with the superheat and the final that we're going to have tomorrow. 12 races still scheduled tomorrow, Saturday. Be with us as well for what's going to be another strong final to this year's event, as we have some news, and they're not very positive from one of the drivers that we had previously on track. Freddie Lloyd, we've just learned, has picked up a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, for that contact on that final lap
there you
with
go.
Tig Butley.
So it wasn't a driver mistake, there was something involved, and it was Freddie Lloyd going for a little bit of a push.
Yeah, exactly that. So a big shame for both of those drivers, really, in that one. Well, here we go then. Sun beginning to set. We've got, well, this is our 5th to last race to go of the day. The busiest day of the weekend, 25 races this weekend, or today alone, that we've had to negotiate. Plenty over the course of the week, but it all starting to fall into place now. The last few pieces of the puzzle being set. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Santiago Alves, Fred Green, here we go. Lights go out, great start from Green, who holds it round the outside, and it is 4 wide as they go down into it. A little bit of rubbing and racing in the background there, as some of the drivers, Aston Sharp trying to hold on to position, bit of carts jumping up and down. Morgan Moore in a sandwich, and carts off into the gravel. That's not gone too well. Ralph Zandaren in a bit of trouble there as well, as one of the crop promotions. That looks to be potentially Javier Barrasca, potentially, who's in trouble as well. But all of them finally find a way onto the track. And oh no, and there's 2 more carts off in the background there. You can see them just off the screen. And that's not gone well. That's Ralph Zandaren. And the number 26, who started on the 2nd row of the grid, is now broken at the side of the track. That's not gone well.
Not gone well for Lawrence Zandaren. Is one of the winners in the qualifying heat in this class. Such a shame for Lawrence Zandaren. His race is coming to a close into that opening lap. A couple of drivers indeed in trouble. As we're going to go through the full classification again in just a moment as they come across with in the lead, very much glued to that pole position of his. Santiago Alves trying to shake off the order a little bit, but as we were hearing from Sacha van Padbosch, for instance, with Jake Sansom, that steep stream here is so strong as Raul Zaren is making his way back close to the marshals. The yellow flag is being waved, I guess, for Raul Chassis as well, still on the sideline, but that steep stream is so strong into that first sector of the track that even for the leader it's quite impossible to build a gap in the early stage of the race unless something happened behind, which is not the case so far for Santiago Alves, who finds himself under the pressure of more Fred Green, Harrison Mackie, or is Cathal Clark, the other way to P7 at the moment. Fred Green has just reduced the gap to just 2 little points in the overall classification. He needs 2 more positions and take the lead in that one, and hoping for Cathal Clark to stay where he is in P7, and then we'll have a switch of leadership into that class. It would not be the end of the world still for Cathal Clark, because he would still get to start on pole position. And there he comes, making his way up, getting ahead of Agnew, the 85. 7 places gained for Luc Agnew. And this is, here we go for P5 now for Cathal Clark. P5 that is indeed for the Victory Lane driver, starting his recovery. And it was about time, because Romeo Roussel actually would be on equal points to him, as Fred Green just made his move as well in the meantime to P2. So the battle, the duel within a distance. Fred Green up into 2nd, Cathal Clark up into 5. Those 2 candidates for pole position for the Superheat in the junior class. Romeo Roussel praying, of course, for anything happening to those 2. But at the moment, they're very much on equal points, Fred Green and Romeo Roussel. That's going to change in a minute with a bit of a gap built by the British driver in 2nd. But now that he finds himself in that position, he wants some more, of course. He wants some more, and the next target is Santiago Alves.
Certainly is. Every position that Cathal Clark gains, he gains his lead in the order. Right now, Faris Jalil sees a warning flag. That was 2 drivers involved in that incident earlier on, but now down to the inside, Fred Green takes the lead, and crucially, that means 0 points to his name, which means he will have those 10 points, but Cathal Clark is closing in as well. Clark there in 5th place. Nope, scratch that. 4th place as Fred Green now loses the lead. He goes down into 3rd place, and now he's got his rival for starting on pole in the Superheats right behind him. Look at this now. Very interesting. Morgan Moore leads the way from Harrison Mackie, who's in 2nd place now. So Mackie in 2nd place as into the barriers. That's not gone well at all for Alfonso Azevedo, and his race is over. A big shame for him. Not the way you want to see your last qualifying heat of the day go. Despite that, though, the race does continue with yellow flags out in that sector. Morgan Moore leads the way there. A couple of them clipping the curb there, both Morgan and Mackie hitting those curves, but into the slipstream they go. Down into turn number 1. Here comes Harrison Mackie to the inside. No time wasted, and Fred Green goes through 2. Oh, but so does Connor Clark, or Cathal Clark, I should say. But it's all going a bit close there, and there was a little bit of rubbing between a couple of them, and it got a bit shaky there.
Yeah, too close for comfort, that's for sure, for Fred Green. But let's try not to do anything unwise. Justin Graham, the fastest in this race, as we have one of the drivers, or that's certainly one of the most painful images that we get to see when drivers falling apart after a DNF. Not easy that is, as Raul Zaren and Alfonso Azevedo have just lost the course of the race, have left the pack. Now, lap number 5, Harrison Mackie, Morgan Moore. Don't forget that Morgan Moore lost a win as well after a post-race penalty. He wants some more. Harrison Mackie very much in the lead. Fred Green, Cathal Clark, 3rd and 4th respectively. Let's have a look at the gap. Cathal Clark's going to go for the move. He has a 5 points gap now on Fred Green. He can allow himself to let it go just a little bit, but the pressure is mounting as well for the back, because Agnew, as well as Santiago Alves, dropping all the way back to P6. Would like certainly to recover in those later stages. He can actually go the one or the other for Cathal Clark if it doesn't go again, if it doesn't get ahead of Fred Green very soon, when he will be the one in a difficult situation. Coming to turn number 8 is up for grab from both Agnew and Santiago Alves, with Aston Sharp down in P7, Jason Graham, Raska, and Nikita in P10. It's about observing each other at the moment. who will dare to go for the move into that last lap. Certainly that will go down to maybe the last sector. Or at this point you want to be able to keep that result alive. Here we go, last lap, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go then. Ring the dinner bell. Let's bring it home then for Junior X30 as they go down the hill now in towards 2 and 3. No defensive lines there from the top three. Cathal Clark, though, going defensive from Santiago Alves. Alves on the fight back as Mackie now tries to hold on to second place. Well, he's lost it to Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore goes through. Now Fred Green going wheel to wheel with Mackie, and Mackie getting squeezed onto the dirty stuff. Keeps his foot pinned in it, gets back onto the track and gets swallowed by the pack. Sharp goes past. The 22 goes past of Jensen Graham as well. And now it's all a massive concertina effect and a huge parking lot. Morgan Moore's driven away. And now it is Cathal Clark who sits there in second place. This is exactly what Cathal wanted.
Yeah, definitely. He took advantage of that mayhem and that bit of a contact with Fred Green. Just make his way around on the outside. And that's all he needed, Cathal Clark, to get himself as high as possible. He wanted to win that one, leaving the others to fight. And in the lead, Morgan Moore takes the win in the end. Checkered flag for the premium karting driver. Cathal Clark crossed the line in second, secures with brilliant fashion the overall leadership of the junior class. That makes it the pole sitter for the first superheat of tomorrow morning. As big news, Romeo Roussel inherits pole position because Fred Green is nowhere to be seen. He's P8 at the finish. What on earth happened to Fred Green? We feared that might happen. This is certainly not the way to do it. Fred Green seemed to be in control of his own fate, but in the later stages of the race, it just went from bad to worse. And as a result, well, the Frenchman, Romeo Roussel, who was waiting on the sideline to see the outcome of that race, his prayers have been met because now he's second overall if he stays as it is, which makes him the other pole sitter for the Super tomorrow, with Fred Green moving from second to third. Still not the end of the world. He will get to start on the front row of the first superheat, but on the outside and not on pole position.
Well, there you have it. Well, provisionally, of course, then, Cathal Clark will start on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow with that second place finish behind Morgan Moore. Romeo Roussel then would be promoted to pole position for the Superheat 2 tomorrow. So despite the fact that he's not even out on track, he's still gaining places. Well, there you go. Good to see then. That is our top two sorted, and of course our field sorted with the rest of the results screaming there up on your screen. But for Morgan Moore, that is now 3 on track, but 2 officially. Race wins for Morgan Moore. Certainly a very strong performance this weekend, and possibly one of the favourites going in to the Superheats and possibly even the finals. He doesn't stand within the top 8 at the moment after a couple of those bad results, but still, he is a driver with a very good pace. This man too, as well on your screen, Cathal Clark, who puts it now pole for the Superheats tomorrow. He will get a good night's sleep and be ready, well-rested, to see where he's going to be starting in the final after, of course, the results from the Superheats. The highlights from that one, there were many, but Guillaume, it was a good start from Fred Green at the start of this one.
Yeah, Fred Green on the outside. He was keen on getting ahead of our pole sitter Santiago Alves. Didn't go according to plan, further back into the field. Look at that. All the other drivers trying to go 4, 5 aside into when there's no room for just 1 or 2. And then one of them got tangled over there. And with his race coming to an early close, we had a battle from a distance indeed with Cathal Clark and Fred Green to secure the pole position at stake. That was the start of a charge for Cathal Clark from P7 at some point, making his way through to what would be a second place in the end. Fred Green as well, making his commitment on the inside for second place against the likes of Luca New and Jensen Graham. And then he would keep on going, but Santiago Alves opening the door into turn number 3. That's the point where Fred Green was taking the lead for a brief moment, but Morgan Moore was on a charge. As you said, taking his 3rd win on the road, his 2nd officially. And that's a disaster for the number 8 of Afonso Azevedo from Portugal, who was one of the two drivers who had to step down from his car with frustration and anger for this last race, his last qualifying heat. And another bit of a moment for one of the drivers out there crossing the line and going cross-country into the grass out there. not the easiest of ways to finish your race. Fred Green at some point lost the second place and got into a bit of a moment with the 24 of Harrison Mackie. Those two didn't get each other quite well. And after that, well, it went from bad to even worse for Fred Green, who we thought would end up with the other pole position if he was to stay into the P3. But unfortunately, crossing the line all the way down to P8 with Luke Agnew, Jensen Graham, Harrison Mackie, and Javier Brosca making their way through. So this will be talked about once again, certainly, as we will find back the juniors tomorrow morning, ladies and gents, for the 2 superheats before the final, of course. The decorum is set in the class. Let's switch our attention to the mini category. But before that, let's head down to Jake Sanson and his guest.
Thanks, Guillaume. Yeah, brilliant race win for Morgan Moore, but the man who gets the pole for the superheat tomorrow is Cahal Clark, and he's with me. Cahal, brilliant work and a very consistent week. But that last race looked a bit hairy at times, didn't it?
Yeah, it was probably the most difficult race that I've had this week so far. Just lots of defending and constantly wanting to attack, but also wanting to defend where you are. Yeah, very hard race.
It really does look like, with the amount of drivers that are fighting for the win in junior and how even and how close it is and how ferocious it can get in those qualifying heats as well. You're going to need to keep your wits about you this week.
Yep, definitely. It's going to be a hard tomorrow, but we'll try our best and see what happens.
So how important is it now, knowing you're going to be going from the front of the grid on that inside line here at Portimao, when slipstream is so important, but then so is momentum?
It's a bit of a mix of happy that I'm on the inside, but also I don't have a guide, a slipstream going into the first corner. But overall, I'm confident that I can keep the first place.
Okay, well, we wish you all the best. Congratulations. You and Romeo Rossell get to start from the front, so good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
It's going to be a very exciting run. At least we now know the pole sitters in senior and junior. Mini X30 is about to be decided too.
It certainly is, with the Mini X30s making their way out onto the circuit. And if you're at the circuit here, you might spot a lovely rainbow over the circuit. But what does a rainbow mean, Guillaume?
Well, tornadoes?
Rain.
Certainly.
No, not tornadoes.
I had 2 options. I went for tornadoes. We've seen a couple of tornadoes onto the track just before, with a lot of dust being kicked out onto the track. But rain indeed.
Yeah, rain looming over the circuit then, so that's certainly going to shake things up potentially in this race, or maybe the next one. Let's quickly take you through the starting lineup for this one. Christian Kobe and Leonidas Peruzzi start on the front row. Iman Singh and Mason Brooks go from row 2. Max Endicott and Sig Redemaker on row 3, from Harry Williams and Charles Ural on row 4. Max Murray and George House on row 5, giving us our top 10, with Harley Musk and Theo Bastidi rounding out just the top 12. Valentin Lebrev and Anton Bouchard on row 7, with Flavio Carrier and Esteban Fabian on row number 8.
The row number 9, you will see Aaron Richardson and Ben McCaughey. They're followed by Gustavo da Silva and Derek Rivera. Then we have Guilherme Lopez Morgado, Emil Petel, Antoine Venant, as well as Ole Solis-Schmistad, Edouard Godefroy, Francisco Correa, Simon Carreras, Adrien Guerre, Didier Kraeft, Jamaro Oft, Mathis Brejo, Ioannis Kolovos, as well as Georgi Bouzas. Pretty much everybody is with us. Oh, and 2 drivers coming together before we even get to the point of starting that race. What on earth happened there before turn number 8? The 8:56 by the look of it, as this is Adrien Guerde from Parolin, Portugal, coming together with another driver we didn't get to identify just yet. But certainly not the best way to start your last qualifying heat of the day and of the week for those 2 groups of the mini class D versus E. As for now, Archie Lovat is still very much your leader, as it will come later in in 2 races time. Actually, Archie Lovat, we'll get to see him defend his position for what could be pole position. We're not there yet. Max Endicott is 2nd overall. He will be 5th on the grid. And when the lights go out, we'll be good to go for racing.
Very fast start, but it is green. Here we go, down towards turn 1, and Peruzzi with a good start. Oh, but he gets switched back, and there's big contact, and round, and karts up in the air, and off they go. Several karts involved through turn 1, and the 895 and the 813, well, hopefully for the 913, sorry, I should say, out on track, that's Derek Riviera. Hopefully he's okay. He had a cart on his head for the majority of that one, but he looks to be, he's just going to hit the go pedal, and he's going to push his cart and carry on. Well, fair play to him. He will get the technical flag, because that NAS panel is not attached anymore, so hopefully he just brings it into the pit lane. Scary opening first corners there.
Yes, carrying once again, and the pressure is mounting on the shoulder of those youngsters once again. This is the second time we see a big pile-up into that turn number 1. That didn't happen before. So watch out for what's going to happen between in the course of the next 6 laps less now. Because there's not a lot of distance for those youngsters to be able to make a difference. As for now, we have Aryan Singh by the look of it, 8:19. This is Max Endicott, is TGM Motorsport teammate that has taken the lead in the meantime. Coming from 5th on the grid to P1 in the course of 1 lap. Well done to Max Endicott. This is exactly what he needs to do. Trying to take the lead and secure that win as much as possible. If he does so, he will end up with 0 points for that race. He's currently second with 6 points, 4 points shy from Archie Lovat, but he's also 5 points ahead of Sayer down in third. And you can see that Derek is obviously having a mechanical flag being shown to him, and he keeps on going actually, which is not ideal, is it? He's trying actually to get his no, he's not even trying to get it back actually. You don't get to see that, but he keeps on going, and the officials of course won't appreciate that. He has 3 laps to make it back to the pits, and that's very unsafe even for him to drive actually.
Yes, Derek, I think, will know now he definitely needs to come into the pit lane, but it just shows that he was desperate to get this race finished, and yeah, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to bring it in. Big shame for him. Max Endicott, though, leading the way. Like you were saying, this is important for the intermediate classification. 6 points does Max Endicott have. Archie Lovett leads it at the moment with 2, but we'll see Lovett out in the, not the next one, but in the last Mini X30 qualifying heat we have today. So the pole position for the Superheat 1 is still yet to be decided here. For Max Endicott, certainly he's doing his level best to see if he can secure that spot with his current position. But right now he's got the close company of Christian Kobe just behind him. With that, he's got Arman Singh right behind them as well. This is the closest Mini X30 race we've seen so far. Most of them have been fairly spread out, haven't they, over the course of this weekend? And
second attempt.
Is he coming in? Yes, he is. Good lad, good lad. I know it's tough. I know it's been a hard race and a hard weekend, but unfortunately, if you've got a broken wagon, you've got to bring it in, mate. But great to see that he has come into the pit lane now. So, Endicott still leading, and well, actually I say he's broken away now as down the inside. Now that's Charles Ural who's gone through. So Ural who's got into second place now. Now where did he come from? He started this one P8. He's had an absolutely phenomenal start to his race, and he's scythed his way through the field. So Christian Kobe, who's dropped down a little bit now, I think that is, yeah, Charles Ural up to second place, and he's battling with Christian Kobe. Yeah, and Singh's just there as well. Crucially, they're all communicating with each other to say, right, come on, let's just keep going, stop battling, let's close that gap.
Yeah, impressive pace from Charles Ural, considering that he's still on used tires, and only a couple of drivers in the second part of the grid chose to go on fresher rubber. And the likes of Derek Rivera, as well as Ben McCulkley, Esteban Herbert are all on a fresher set. And a couple of drivers, watch out, coming a little bit together out there with one of the Falcons in the middle of the pack in trouble. It seems to me that it was indeed McCulkley with a 10 places gain. Is one of the drivers with a fresher set, don't forget. As we're here back with the leaders in second place, still we have Aryan Singh. We get ahead of Charles Ural, with Kobe still in second place. But look, no, there's a big change indeed for positions, with indeed Singh up into P2, Kobe down in P3. Watch out for Charles Ural, as well as Ari Williams further back in P6. They're both going to try to make their way through as well. As we come to lap number 4 out of 6. 4 driving into the same picture on the inside. There he goes, Christian Kobe. The door is open, and he takes both Ural and Harry Williams. There's nothing that can be done for Aryan Singh. He's going to have to wait a little bit more on the inside. There he keeps on going, the 8:29. Beautifully made, Charles Ural. Picking up the good pace of the early stages. Trying to shake off the order just a tiny bit as he finds himself down back into P3 with 3 fusions in the middle of the belly, with Brooks as well trying to get himself into the mix against the Radermacher Peruzzi. Watch out not to do anything unwise, because between fusion teammates you want to bring it home. As Max Endicott under intense pressure now from both Kobe and Charles Ural. What can Christian Kobe from Oriam do? And he's trying to protect his position, but look at him, Charles Ural clipping the curb just a tiny bit to have a better entry on the way to turn number 13. It's not paying off just yet.
Yeah, exactly that. This is very close racing here, but Max Endicott doing exactly what he needs to do. He's just controlling his own race here, not worried about what's going on behind him. He's not going defensive as of yet, but he might need to start doing that now because Kobe and Ural are very close. And yes, he does go defensive. And Charles Ural goes to the inside here and puts Kobe to the outside. Kobe's going to have a tough time here getting back in the slipstream, and he falls down the order. And both Peruzzi and Stig de Rademacher get themselves through. But vitally for Max Endicott, once again, as they exit turn number 4, he leads the way, and crucially, uncontested. Mason Brooks now still going wheel to wheel with the drivers behind him. Harry Williams and Edouard Godefroy, I think, have closed in as well. Still getting very cozy here, and a lot of the drivers are now starting to close in on this lead battle, fighting away as they are.
And Max Endicott could not have dreamed of a better end to his race because he leaves all around the inside. Go to Rademacher, beautifully made on the curb, clipping that one just a tiny bit, all he needed. And look at the fight back. There's going to be 3 side by side into the last sector. Mayhem at the end of this.
No.
Contact, unfortunately, with Charles Ural being put sideways and going airborne just a little bit onto the wheels. That could not have ended another way, unfortunately, as the checkered flag is welcoming Max Endicott. That's the win he needed, of course, to secure second place as it stands in the classification. 4 points down from Archie Lovat, who will come into play later, but at least second place is synonymous of pole position in the second superheat. Is 4 points clear from the Rademacher thanks to his recovery up to second. But will it be enough for Max Endicott, considering what might happen for the next few races? That could be the one for Max Endicott. That win, that will change everything for him and secure potentially pole position.
Well, it does secure pole position for him either in the second superheat or the first, but it definitely secures it because Stig de Rademacher, who was in this race, obviously can't better him, and everyone else who's below him now, they're too far behind. They can't lose any points. They're only going to gain points from here. So Max Endicott does secure pole position, but is it for Superheat 1 or is it for Superheat 2? We will find that out after the third run of the Mini X30 qualifying heats. We still have 2 more to go. The second one will give us some results, but it won't tell us who's starting on pole. Max Endicott, though, from Stig de Rademacher, Edouard Godefroy from Harry Williams, Mason Brooks from Aaron Richardson, George Howson and Harley Musk, Charles Ural and Leonardo Peruzzi, Max Murray and Gustavo da Silva from Christian Kobe and Didier Krieft. Arian Singh, unfortunately, dropping down to P15 at the end of that one.
P16 is Matt Coakley from Theo Battisti, Antoine Vanot, as well as Ferroquera, Baptiste Brago, and we have outside of the top 10 Lopez, Carasas, Jamar Oft, Anton Sorli, Kolosov, Correa, Bezos, Frihuber, Sierde, Petteri, and the 2 drivers that didn't make it to the end, Derek Rivera and Lefebvre from KBK competition. But well done to this young man, Max Endicott, who did the job that he needed to, securing his second win in the qualifying heat, the one that will make a difference and secure one of the 2 pole positions, at least for the second superheat. That's something done and dusted. And now it's down to Archie Lovat to do it all over again, to do exactly the same, to be able to start from the front position in the first of the 2 superheats, as we watch back that big coming together into turn number 1 with a couple of drivers involved, and Valentin Lefebvre, the 811, who was the one being pushed in the middle of that pack.
Yeah, I think he was one that was squeezed onto that inside curb and then came back on, and then unfortunately this happened right behind. That's what happens when you're in the mid-pack and then all of a sudden you get squeezed back into the middle of the pack, and then, yeah, it's just a concertina effect and all of them coming through. Absolutely nothing you can do. It's completely uncontrolled. So, yeah, that's a big shame there. For Max Endicott, though, it was a good start, and he carried on. For your man on our screen here, Davik Rivera. Unfortunately, his race was done despite his best efforts of trying to continue to go. Stewards quickly on him with a technical flag. Race would continue, and the battle raged on. It would end in tears, though, for Charles Ural on the last lap, but Charles Ural battling away at the front of this one. He had the likes of Stig de Rademacher, Harry Williams, Mason Brooks was getting involved as well. Leonardo Peruzzi also there as well, Stig de Rademacher also there, but all of them trying to battle and trying to gain those positions. Meanwhile, they were really forgetting about, well, Max Endicott, who was leading the way. They were so focused on battling between themselves, they weren't realizing that, oh, the leader's breaking away here.
Yeah, wait a minute. There's still something we need to do. Oh, yeah. Oh, too late. Anyway, But Max Endicott indeed was in a bit of a trouble at some point, but then he had the strength that was needed to get himself in the lead and build enough of a gap. This is the moment at some point where he had a very good momentum on the outside of the turn number 5, as the two were battling along with Stig de Rademacher, beautifully made on the inside, that move from the Belgian driver, winning in front of Edouard Godefroy from Eurokarting, and then that big coming together to the cost of the young Frenchman Charles Ural, who would still make it to P9, but very far away from that young man, Max Endicott, the winner of that second qualifying heat of his, and enough to secure the pole position for 1 or 2 superheat for tomorrow. And let's hear from him, certainly, with Jake Sanson down at the stage.
Well, a very close battle out there in Mini Hex 30, and this man made it look like child's play. But by getting the victory, Max Endicott is guaranteed at least one of the superheat pole positions tomorrow. Max, after all that hard work over the last few days, that must be quite a relief to hear.
It is a relief because I didn't have the best qualifying and qualified 6th, and I was 16th overall. After having a good first heat, I came first. I thought it was all going to go well, and I had 3 seconds, and then I just finished first then, so it feels good.
It's amazing a couple of years ago when we talked about the George Gibbons Motorsport team as a team that was really starting to break track and break ground in the European scene, and now on the world stage we're winning a lot of the time, so it must be really good.
Yeah, I mean, GGM has advanced now, I guess I can say. We've won quite a few things. We've been on the podium at the front quite a lot, so that's good.
So coming into tomorrow, now you know that you're definitely going to be starting at least one of the races from the front. I guess that takes the pressure off a little bit, but there's going to be a lot of work to do overnight to try and get yourselves ready for tomorrow.
I mean, it doesn't take the pressure off. It kind of puts pressure on because you're starting pole. Obviously, it's not a heat, it's a super heat. So it's if I need to win the super heat and then I can start maybe pole for the final. It's like much higher than the heat, so there's a lot more pressure.
Do you feel that the circuit lends itself well to your style of driving? Have you been able to look after tyres well enough to be ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I've pushed the car and I've done well. I mean, I didn't need to save my tyres. I've just pushed the car to the maximum and tried my hardest and tried to win all the races.
That's amazing. Fighting talk going into tomorrow. That's what we like, Max. Congratulations, and we'll see you at the front of the grid tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Max Endicott doing a fantastic job, but there's more to come. Where that came from, Mini X30, number 2 out of 3 is right around the bend.
Certainly is. Well, they're halfway round those bends at the moment as they make their way on their formation laps. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Jarlis Sayer and Romeo Mello on the front row. Bogdan Kozma and Gilles Herman on row number 2. Maxim Bobajov and Kasper Rajpol go from row 3 from Stan Fargeau, and John Foley Jr. on row 4. Priam Bruno and Archie Owen on row 5. Patrick Christensen and Sukmani Kira going from row number 6. Colby Patterson and Big Van Scheidel on row 7, with Sawi Dodowski and Samuel Hugden on row number 8.
Row number 9, Finlay Linus and Will Green. Will Green that is not with us on to this grid. And we have Conrad Garro and Mike Menard, followed by Alex Rayleigh as Kamal Fu and Anush Ashkul, Danny Bours and Nikita Botte, Tom Alderlichten and Benjamin Piscopo, Callum Graham and Charlie Clough, Aaron Behofer and Jordi Brookman, Lawrence de Kock and Alilu Verheuben, followed by Mario Mifsud. And to confirm that to you, we do have Mike Menard indeed, and Will Green is out, but surprisingly, they both made it to the pre-grid, but one of them decided, no, I've had enough for today. Of course, for a reason that still remains unknown to us, is not on the grid. But, well, gonna be good to go for racing in just a few moments. The time for drivers to make it back up under the leadership of Jarlas Sayer, who still currently sits in P4 overall of the classification, 1 point shy from Stig de Rademacher. But as for now, what Jarlas Sayer needs to do is to win for whatever happens. If he stays like that, if nothing changes even after the race after, he could be starting from the front row on one of the 2 super heats. We're not there yet. One thing is for sure, Archie Lovat has his own favour in his hands in the race coming up just after this one.
Certainly is. Keep an eye on the entire pack, but the lights go out and away they go. Down and towards turn number 1. Great start once again from the inside line. Unfortunately, Romeo Mello getting caught asleep there, and he drops down in the order, but a great start from Jarlis Sayer, who leads the way. Bogdan Kozma follow suit as well there in second place, but it's been a good start from the entirety of the field as they all make their way round. A couple of carts getting a little bit wide there onto the gravel as they all make their way round. Keep an eye on a couple of drivers in this one. Stan Fargeau with a couple of brand new tyres on their kart as well, the same as Archie Owen. Also brand new tyres. They're the highest running drivers with a new set. There are more drivers with new sets in the background as well.
Yeah, Stan Fargeau is one of them indeed. Patrik Christensen, as you said, Kasperi Wydorowski. We're going to see how this will play out in the next few laps. If those pressure rubber will help them out or not. We've seen some of them going for that switch, but not quite able to maximize them after some difficult races. In the lead, two fusions, Jola Sayer and Bogdan Kosma, helping out each other to try to build enough of a gap to have a quiet race, so to speak. Lap one done. Jola Sayer, Bogdan Kosma. And we have Bobreshov, Stan Fargeau, and 3 places gain already for Stan Fargeau with those new tires on, as he was 7th on the grid and already trying to catch up as well. There's a switch for the lead with Bogdan Kosma taking the P1 position from Jola Sayer. There was nothing aggressive between the two teams on that one. They know that they're going to have to work that one together as the Samuel Legon is being investigated. And while they were doing those moves, while Bobreshov, Fargeau are getting closer as well. We have Gilles Hermand down in P5, a little bit on his own, the VDK driver. And another race winner, Cashball, down in 6 from Priam Bruno. And we have Kera, Van Schedel, Hugo, and the rest of the pack. We do have still everybody here. As on the inside, a 902, beautifully made for Maxim Bobreshov. Keeps on going, and look at the beautiful crash helmet from the 8804 of Stan Fargeau. Was still very much into that race from P3 with those colors on his helmet, reminiscent of the American flag, which is it's not the case, of course, for Stan Fargeau. And QBK is very much French. I do wonder what those colors stand for. We'll get back to that as on the way to turn number 3. Look at that, a little bit of a contact. Gilles Hermand was trying to make his base on Sayer. There was nowhere to go for the Belgian, and as a result, those wheels went banging into the braking point.
While Sayer was very lucky to keep control of the kart there, had to commit to 3rd place, now gets 3rd place as Stan Fargeau gets up into 2nd. This is good for Fargeau. Brand new boots on his wagon. He's looking very quick out there, very racy, lots of traction as he defends there from the rest of the field. And Sayer now back up to 3rd. Maxim Bobreshov under attack from Gilles Hermand there. A man not able to get the move done. Now that's the Falcon of the 826 coming through. That is Bink van Schneidel, who is up several positions and gets 2 positions in 1 corner. Nicely done, and he'll be, I'm sure, very happy with that one. Now, is Bink running a fresh set of boots out there as well? Yes, he is. The confirmation. So we're starting to see the new tyre users starting to make their way through the field now.
Here we come again, lap number 4 that is, for Bogdan Kosma in the lead. Stan Fargeau, you could see gesturing to his teammate. Let's keep on pushing. Let's try to win this one in that order, or not. We'll see if it goes down to the last lap for a switch. But one thing is for sure, let's bring it home for the team as well. If Sayer for the back, down in P3 still, Van der Schedel. Oh, what just happened to Van der Schedel? He just went to from 3rd to all the way down to P10. Incidental driving mistake. Remains to be seen, but he promotes Gilles Hermand up to P4. Kerouac, Cashball, Bobreshov, Priam Bruno, Owen. And we have Green actually all the way down to P11. Will Green is actually climbing from P18 on that grid. As Van Schedel, fortunately, dropping a bit of momentum. We're trying to see if, yes, Will Green is very much with us, actually. We thought he was out for a moment, but is back on track. This is Mike Menard, actually, who's not competing this time around. Mike Menard from Team Chronocar didn't take the start, but Will Green just did indeed. The 2 leaders on the way to turn number 3, on the way down. Top speeds, reaching the top certainly for those many drivers with the slipstream. And now it doesn't change just yet for Stan Fargeau, who's certainly willing to wait for the last lap. Because the last lap won't give that many opportunities for Bogdan Kosma to fight back and fight for the lead.
It certainly won't, but I think right now Stan Fargeau's game here is just to push Bogdan Kozma along here, not to attack too much, open up the gap. He probably just watched what happened in the last race and saw how competitive and how close it was for the drivers battling for second place. Says, I don't want any of that in my race. I'm just going to push you along, see what we can do, try and break away from the rest of the field, and we'll settle it, our differences on that last lap, and that is coming up very, very soon indeed. Charles Leclerc still sits there in third place. He is just waiting to pick up any pieces, synchronized head checking over the shoulder there between Bogdan Kozma and Stanford Joe as we go on to the final lap. So Kozma says think. What does Stanford Joe do? Does he think, or does he blink and go for the move? No, he doesn't blink and go for the move. He stays behind, he thinks about it, and he just pushes him along. Effectively, it doesn't change too much in the intermediate classifications. It confirms that Bogdan Kozma would be 5th overall in the intermediate classifications. He could go up to 4th, meaning he could start on the front row if Lovett has a very bad race in his second one. But at the moment, it's all down to what happens here now. And with Bogdan Kozma, this would be his first qualifying heat win if it stays like this. Confirm that for me, please, Guillaume. I think it would be.
Yes, indeed.
And for Stanford Joe.
Yeah, absolutely as well. So Stanford Joe would be picking up his best results to date and the first of victories for Bogdan Kozma. Now watch out the last 2 turns. Maybe a little bit of heat on the shoulder of the leader. That will be for the finish, that's for sure, as he goes certainly for the attack on the line. Look at him, great defensive, and almost pushing him out on the outside of the track. You could see the thumbs up from Stanford Joe. Well done, mate. There was good driving there, good defensive driving, I guess, as well. But I don't think that he was seriously going for the attack, hoping to get the move on the line, but still 22,000 of a second at the checkered flag. Maybe 1 more meter, and that could have been enough for Stanford Joe to really pick it up there on the start-finish straight. But Bogdan Kozma did what he had to do and protect his result. First victory for him at the very end of his run of qualified heats for the Fusion Motorsport driver. Stanford Joe from the KBK competition picking up second place from Jarla Sayer. And Sayer, as it stays like that, is secured certainly to start from the front row of the second superheat alongside Max Undercut with 4 points clear from Stig de Radermaker. We still have Archie Lovat, of course, coming up in the next race in the mini category. And you can see the ballet of mechanics actually rushing away to the pre-grid and making themselves ready for the next race and the last of the mini class before we switch our attention to the master category to finish off this day number 3 here in Portimao.
Certainly so. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. That certainly settles it in the mid-pack and sorting out the 3rd and 4th rows of the grids for the super heats. Last of your drivers on your screen there. Fortunately, wasn't a great last lap for Callum Graham, the OMS driver. Fortunately, he dropped down several positions in that last one. Big shame for him. But for this driver here, Bogdan Kozma, that's first win of the weekend. And that secures him possibly a front row after this last race, or worst case, second row. Here's the highlights of that qualifying heat. And again, initially, good start for Jarla Sayer, breaking away. For the outside row, it didn't go too well as they all tried to find a piece of track. Bogdan Kozma getting a good getaway, though, from that position, and he immediately takes the lead of it. He will certainly have a good fight trying to hold on to it as well, as Maxim Bovrajov started to make moves, and Stanford Joe as well on those fresh set of tyres, trying to make his way through the field as well. Sideways moment as Gilles Hammer tried to get down the inside. So closes the door and then is kind of forced to go for the move for 3rd place. Van Scheidel starting to make the moves as well. He came through the field, and you can see him there on the Falcon with the fresh set of tyres on as well. Certainly looking very quick and very strong. But a very tough battle for all of our drivers. No threat of that rain that was causing that rainbow. There is the reason why Callum Graham unfortunately dropped right to the back of the field on that last lap. The OMS driver who is running out of the one of the fusion tents there, and the photo finish across the line, 0.02 of a second. And thumbs up from Bogdan, thumbs up from Stam saying, cheers mate, cheers, well done, GG, all of that.
just on the edge, but thankfully they both kept it on the tarmac. Otherwise, certainly the thumbs up would have been slightly different, but still very close onto the line. And it was the first win of the week, as we said, for Bogdan Christoph, as Cosma Christopher, and the best result to date for Stan Fajot for EBK competition. Now, stay with us because we do have 3 more races to run things up for today. The last one for the mini class, as we're going to have in a few moments. Dan Aleman and Milas Malik, and look at those clouds actually gathering along not too far from the track on the left side of the circuit by the look of it. Hopefully the weather will leave us alone until the end of this schedule this afternoon. 3 more races to go, the last one of the minis and the last rotation with the heats number 5 and 6 for the Masters. And after that, it will all be decided for the starting order for the Superheat taking place tomorrow morning, as we will be live as always on IMAmotorsport.com with, for the last 12 races, 8 Superheat in the morning, 4 finals in the afternoon, as we will be live from 10:25 tomorrow local time, 10:30 the first race, as we got you covered. There's a schedule available to you online as well. Before we get back to the minis for the last race, let's get down to the stage and Jake Sanson.
I love a photo finish. 200ths of a second, and we managed to get the man Bogdan Cosma from Romania to come through to the top spot. Bogdan, fantastic battle out there. Just talk us through how tricky it was to hold on in the final couple of laps.
Yeah, I just saw the guy behind us. He was pushing me. Then in the last lap, it was no sense to defend from the beginning so they can catch us. He just pushed me, and after in the last 2 corners, I started to defend. And into the final corner, he got a switchback, but I managed to hold it.
To be fair, you and Stan clearly learned from watching the race before it, when it all got really messy midway through the race. You guys just decided the only way we're going to win this is if we both go away together, and then we can have a fight on the last lap.
Yeah, I saw they started fighting behind me, and then I saw him pushing me the whole race, and then I thought that we're going to fight in the last lap, not from the beginning to the end of the race.
Well, after a difficult week so far, that's a really positive way to end it for you to take the win. And that means you're going to be starting right up in the front end of the field for the Superheat tomorrow. You'll be up in the top 10 on the overall points. How does that help things going into tomorrow? How does that now reset your focus?
Yeah, it helps a lot, these points for tomorrow, but we hope we're going to win the final tomorrow.
So what's that going to take? You've done a lot of work over the 5 race heats that you've had. So how is that going to be a proper challenge? How are you going to find that little bit extra to get you to the front?
In the beginning of the heat, we struggled a little bit with the pace, but now we managed to get there and we won.
Perfect. Well, hopefully it's going to be a really strong race in both the Superheat and the final for you tomorrow. We wish you all the best, and we'll get ready for the Romanian flag here on the podium tomorrow. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
1 race still to go then in Mini X30, and it's up to Archie Lovett to seal that Superheat pole. Can he do it?
Well, let's find out if he can or not. Archie Lovett starts this one on the 3rd row of the grid. He sits P5, crucially, on the inside line going in towards turn 1. Yes, indeed, can he settle that one? He leads the intermediate classifications 2 points to his name after the 0 points gained for Max Endicott. He secures a definite pole position for the Superheats tomorrow, but can your man Archie Lovett do the same? The circuit, Algarve, over the way, who has been running all day. I've got to say, they've had stoppages all day over there. Unlike over here, our professional drivers in our younger categories doing a sterling job. The senior drivers over there.
Showing example.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
shining example to the younger drivers with all the stoppages they've had.
Yeah, this car had nothing to do with the proceedings here at the car track,
No.
believe it or not. But for those of you joining us, well, we have a bigger track by the side of the Catodromo, the car track of Portimao, obviously, as we get ourselves ready to go for the last mini qualifying race. But this is really a part of the country buzzing with motorsport activity, as not only do we have the karting ever since 2010, where we do have also a lot of international car competition on the track nearby. A very hilly layout of Portimao that has seen over the years not only Formula 1 and MotoGP, but also the WEC, as well as the European Le Mans Series, as well as many regional and international races from all sorts of motorsport.
Lemon Series.
Yes, indeed. What did I say?
You
Yeah,
said Lemon Series.
Yeah, Le Mans Series.
Le Mans Series, there you go. He knows what he means. I knew what he meant
I'm
as
struggling
well.
with a British accent, as you know.
There you Here's your man starting on pole position, Dan Alaman. There he is, eyes focused on his job ahead, giving us a nice thumbs up. Dan, best of luck in this race, starting on pole position. He will have Nilis Malik starting alongside him. Now, Malik has had a very interesting weekend, ups and downs. Hopefully, he can end this one on a high. Nilis, you can see there, getting himself ready, checking up in the sky just to see what's coming over the hill. Is that a monster? No, it's a big dark cloud of rain coming over the hill.
Yeah, certainly tornadoes, yeah.
No tornadoes there.
No?
Oh, look at that. Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it?
No, it's certainly been raining on the horizon over there, onto one of the surrounding mountains, and we are being informed that the race is currently delayed for a reason still unknown to us. And it came to me that we're being slightly delayed indeed, as we have no idea as for now for how long this race will be delayed. But there was a bit of talking going on between some of the officials on track as we're waiting for the drivers to make their way onto the track, and confirmation that the upcoming race is indeed delayed. And we'll keep you posted as soon as we have further information. But this is a bit of a blow as well for the young drivers of the mini class, because they were really already into the zone, ready to get going. But they're going to have to wait, as do we, to the box as well. So stay with us as the youngsters are looking up into the sky. You can see Archie Lovat on the left. He's your current leader of the classification, with his teammate from Oliver Roland Motorsport, and some of the drivers from the team of Mr. George Gibbons as well. Some of the competitors at the forefront of the grid. But Archie Lovat from 5th on that grid on the inside line he knows what he needs to do to secure that overall leadership with the points and the pole position that comes with it. He needs to needs to put himself in the lead as much as possible. He has a 4-point gap on Max Andecott, the winner of the race, just two races ago actually for Max Andecott. So with a 4-point clear, Archie Lovat knows that he cannot finish this race above the top 4 positions. But having qualified, if I'm not mistaken, Archie Lovat 5th on that grid, while we had Max Andecott starting a little bit further up 5th as well on his grid of his heat. So that means that they're pretty much equal in terms of qualifying performance. It comes down to a difference in terms of tenths of seconds, certainly to difference those two. But the mission is clear for Archie Lovat to finish as high as possible into this race, to secure that overall leadership and pole position. As you can see, the color of the sky is certainly a synonymous of maybe a deterioration of the weather for the few minutes to come. Hopefully not too soon. Let us finish this day in peace, as we have 3 more races, the two more masters after that. And once we're done with the minis, I do see some action on the pre-grid, as we have to wait 3 minutes. 3 minutes board is being shown onto the grid, as we're gonna get ourselves ready to go to racing at last. Within less than 3 minutes, the youngster of the mini class will be unleashed for the last time before tomorrow's superheat and final.
I'd just like to say, pretty pleased with the cherry on top. Can we get one full day of racing without any rain, please? That is what we need. That is what we need. Starting on the 3rd row of the grid, there's your man, Archie Lovat, who needs a good result in this one to secure his pole position in the superheat. At the moment, he sits comfortably in the lead of the point standings, only 2 points to his name. It has been a weekend of wins for that man, Archie Lovat. For the driver in front of him, Austin Newstead and Dan Alaman, it's all down to how good they can start this race. Of course, the outside line has been working in favour of some drivers this weekend, but can it work in this one? It's yet to be decided. Plenty of action to come. Do stick with us as we go on to our last 3 races of the day. It's not Archie Lovat on your screen. That is Alfonso Lopez on your screen, who starts alongside Archie Lovat on the 3rd row of the grid. Alfonso Lopez looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one, and looking there. You can't see his eyes through the iridium visor, but I'm sure they're fully focused, ready to go.
emotions sometimes that cannot be read, from the words of the late Ayrton Senna back in the day, that said that the flow of emotions that runs through the head of a driver, whether it is when he races, when he wins, when he focuses, is sometimes beyond the comprehension of the poor mortals that we are. Henri Costa-Kumpen, the son of Anthony Kumpen, fellow Belgian driver and a multiple winner in the NASCAR Welland Euro Series, as well as the Zolder 24 Hours winner in GT racing for many, many years now. And the next generation in the Kumpen family, Anthony Kumpen being of the same family as Sophie Kumpen, who is the mother of a driver you might have heard of the name of, Max Verstappen. So it keeps in the family, it keeps running into the blood. The racing passion is very much alive in the Kumpen family, and Henri Constant has picked up his first ever win in the IMA Series Benelux in the mini rookie class this season. And let's see what he can do in this last qualifying heat. He will be starting from 7th on the grid on the inside line. Here's the classification of the grid in full.
Dan Alaman and Nilas Malik then start this one on the front row of the grid. Austin Newstead and Remigus Samchek on row number 2. Archie Lovett and Alfonso Lopez go from row 3, with Henri Constant-Kumpen and Kanish Grau on row number 4. Javier Lazaro and Jack Peters on row 5, rounding out the top 10. Liam Carr and Jack McLaughlin on row number 6. Michael Leder and Oliver Warner on row 7, from Ludwig Granquist and Gabriel Giddel on row number 8.
Row number 9, Aurelio Longitano, George Clark, followed by Achilles Peruzzi, Noah Grunier. Then we have Tony Cacciaferro, Linnea Jessen, Lawrence Hava, Jacob Beischle, Alexander Rockstadt, Jensen Ackermann, Kevin Garib, Jan Rodriguez, Luis Bierland, Kim Minaj, Jules de Koen, Ronnie Carter, as well as Vicente Capella. We do have as well Chuating Cheng at the back of the grid. Everybody on board, 34 drivers ready to get going after the formation and warm-up laps. 6 laps to go through for the minis. And as you can see, with the clouds surrounding the track, the visibility and the luminosity is slightly decreasing. Hopefully we'll get to see it clear until the end of the day. We are slightly running behind schedule. It's 6:15 local time here in Portimao. As Dan Alleman and Nilas Malik was one of the fastest in qualifying, with Dan Alleman picking up the 2nd overall best time in qualifying. It was on a Wednesday morning. There's been a lot of things happening ever since with in that mini class. Dan Alleman not quite able to pick up a win so far for Dan Alleman. Yeah, he picked up a win earlier today, my apologies. So certainly willing to add another one to his tally. But to do that, you just need to stay focused, keep its head down and shut the door on the way to turn number 3.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a tough old race in this one, but it's certainly going to decide who is going to be starting where in these superheats. All down to Archie Lovett in this. Can he get those 0 points and maintain his position? Will he fall down in the field? And will he promote Max Endicott onto pole in the Superheat A? And will he promote Sid de Rademacher up into a pole position start? Let's find out then, as the drivers make their way round, slowing them all down. The oil starting to oil up the engines. This is tactical, but you don't want to go too slow now, because you might cause a bit of pandemonium in the background as everyone starts to get themselves riled up and ready to go racing. Here we go, out of the final corner, and already it's not ideal at all. It's a false start, and who's broken down?
Yeah, we've seen actually Dan Alleman and the first 4 drivers pulling away from the rest of the pack, but everybody was dropping pace by the look of it, and the gap was huge on the way to the start-finish straight. So here we go again for another try. I was going to pick up on the fact that Dan Alleman has been warned previously through the course of that week for some of his starting procedures, dropping pace a little bit too much and actually allowing the other line to get ahead, something they cannot do. They have to stay behind the pole sitter.
I was slightly alarmed there because I saw the front 2 rows go, but then I didn't see anyone from the 3rd row down. And who's on the 3rd row down? Archie Lovett. I think he's okay. He's out there. He's still moving. He's all good. But something tells me that he may have bogged down just that little bit too much. So here we go then, attempt number 2 at this one, as Guillaume is going to be my weatherman here and looks around. I'm tempted to just look out the door and just say, oh, okay, I'll stay here, don't worry, Kim. You open the door, you have a look outside. What's the clouds looking like?
Yeah, there's a tornado outside.
So what is it with you and tornadoes today?
Yeah, it's pretty decent, actually. It's very cloudy on the other side of the track, but nothing to worry about by the look of it, even though slightly grey here and there, but I don't think it's quite threatening.
Have you ever seen a tornado in person?
You know, I didn't get the chance yet, so that's why. That might be my problem, actually.
It's probably on my bucket list.
Yeah, from a distance.
From a distance, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, right, here we go then. Attempt number 2 then. Nice and steady, but not too steady this time. We don't want a repeat of what just happened. Confirmation that your third row is still there, which is good. And we should get this one going. Everyone just bumping each other along, getting each other ready. Right, wait for the revs to rise up, and I'll be going this time around. Oh, this time around, the top 12 go through, and it is being given the green flag, and they go, and half the grid's been left asleep there in the background, so a clean breakaway for the top 10, at least, but the rest of the field, one cut off in the background, and the wheels come off. It's a Falcon in the background. That might be...
That's a 39.
Rockstar, it's the which one?
8:39 it is. It's at the back end of the classification by the look of it. If I've seen correctly, yeah, this is Linnea Jensen indeed, as he was due to start from the back end. He 22nd on to that grid, and he lost a wheel on the way to turn number 1.
Yeah, indeed. It looked like it had already fallen off before it even crashed, which is why he went off the track. Well, there you go. Furious there, understandably. Oh, and there's another off. That's the 879. It's a Fusion kart. That's gone off, and I'm just trying to ascertain who that is now as well. That is Jensen Ackerman, who was started in the mid to back pack as well. So that is another shame as well for Jensen. Had a very tough weekend. Crucially though, Alaman leads the way. Who's there in second place though? Is that who I think it is? Is it the 802? It is indeed. It's Archie Lovett who's up into second place and doing exactly what he needs to do now to secure his pole position in Superheat 1, and straight to the lead, no drama whatsoever. Austin Newstead follows, and round the outside, Kumpid tries to follow as well. Henry Kumpid not able to get it done though.
And this is exactly the start of a race that Archie Lovett was aiming for in the course of 1.5 laps. Well, he gets himself into first position for now. And this is all he needs to secure that overall leadership and pole position. As it stands, it will be 4 points cleared still on Max Undercut, who was a winner of a race 2 races ago, you might remember. But now, all he needs to do is to resist. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the left.
Wow.
What happened there?
Okay, so it was the 882 that he had contact with for...
With Louis Bieland, if that's the one we're talking about from RSD Karting. Those two coming together and sending the other one in a big spin. But fortunately, nothing to worry about for Jensen Ackerman. But was he able to continue? Yeah, he's still with us, but at the back end of the grid.
Yeah, exactly. Well, a big scary moment there for those two drivers. Back here at the front, though, here comes Newstead to the lead. Well, I don't think Archie Lovett saw Austin Newstead getting involved with him here, but he certainly is. Austin Newstead now at the front of this group and leading the way. He's going to try and pull away from the rest of the field. Dan Alaman still there in third place as well. With Henry Kumpid still in fourth place, just sticking on the rear of this battle here. Then you've got the group behind as well, fifth place, well, apparently all the way down to 31st on my list. They're that close together. But that starts with Liam Carr from Nilis Malik, who's not had the best start. Unfortunately, he's dropped down to 7th place. Jack McLaughlin from Tennessee there, and Alaman to the lead, 2 for 1. As, yeah, that very nice move.
Very nice move. Textbook, certainly one of the best we've seen throughout the course of the afternoon. Going from 3rd to 1 with Newstead and Archie Lovett trying to resist as well. They still have a bit of time as we enter this lap number 3, lap number 4 that it is now. Dan Halleman and Austin Newstead, Archie Lovett, Henri Constant-Campen with the AJP colors, the team of the Ekmans family. On the inside goes Austin Newstead, and he takes Archie Lovett with him. A bit of a ballet going on at the moment with Dan Halleman, the fastest of the 3. And that could go the way of Henri Constant-Campen. He's able to keep that momentum going as he lapped in 107.7. Slightly faster actually than Archie Lovett done in 3rd, now in P2. So that could give him a bit of a chance as run inside after number 8. Lovett back in the lead. And he takes Dan Halleman as well with him back into P2. And quite smart form of driving from those youngsters of the mini class. They know that this is the last one. They don't want to put any chances of good results into the bin. So they need to play it smart as well. Exchanging positions, but not in a very aggressive way. Archie Lovat need a result. All the others as well, would you tell me? But in the case of the driver from RRM, there's a pole position at stake. And if he stays where he is right now, well, he's still back to 4 points clear on Max Endicott, so nothing to worry about as long as he stays in that group of 4. As Jack McLaughlin is being warned by the officials. And look at Henry Costa-Kumpen. He just made the connection with his 3 rivals in front. Let's see if he's going to be able to make the switch somewhere. Jacob Bachler picking up the fastest lap in this race. Let's try to see where he is. A little bit further back, I'm afraid, for him. As he's trying to make his way through the field. As Warner is in P5, McLaughlin, Peters, Carr, Samsic, Lazaro. And outside of it, we have Niklas Malik, unfortunately, not having the best of conclusions as he dropped all the way down from P2 to P11.
Clear breakaway for the top 4. Now change for the lead. Dan Alleman to the inside of Archie Lovett, and he secures that top spot for the time being. This race still in flux, but Archie Lovett not under any pressure at the moment. He is still comfortable in that second place position. He has no dramas.
Oh.
And oh dear, that's not gone well. Who's that? Let's come a cropper. That is the 859 that's had an issue. And there was one more as Lovett again goes for an attack.
And we've lost, Ackermann is dropping in position. Unfortunately, Jules de Koen is the other driver that was involved. So I think that we had Ackermann, Jules de Koen coming together into that incident. And that means pretty much race done and dusted for those two. And Louis Billon seemed to be dropping a couple of positions as well, all the way down to P25th, 24th for the driver from Team RSD.
We're on the final lap then, and Dan Alleman leads the way. Lovett in second. Now, Lovett's still good where he is right now, but if he loses another 2 places, he might find himself in a bit of bother. But right now, he is trying to get back into the lead of this one. To the outside he goes. Can't get past Alleman. Alleman leads the way, and he holds on to this one here now, but Lovett's going to have to watch out for an attack from behind. Newstead there, and again he gets squeezed out wide, and he does lose those 2 positions. That might mean something. He might be all right though. Final corner, and Alleman will take the win from Austin Newstead. Cumming will finish in 3rd place. Lovett would be joint on points with Max Endicott, but crucially, because Archie Lovett out-qualified Max Endicott, he would be fine. He would start on pole for Superheat A, but blimey, did that go down to the wire?
This is certainly, could have been a worst-case scenario. Imagine a similar incident with more than 4 drivers involved in the mix. That would have been a disaster, certainly for Archie Lovat. I don't know what he was thinking there, trying to resist to the charge from Harry Costa-Kumpen and Austin Newstead, that's for sure, but he didn't take into account the risk of coming together at some point, but he went onto the wheel, and that's a bit of a miracle, to be honest, that he was able to stay on the course and make it to the finish. Not so much of a big incident, just a slight contact and a coming together, but that could have been worse, and lucky for him, he was able to not only build a bit of a gap, quite significant on the rest of the field, that allowed him to finish 4th in the end despite that incident, but also despite being on equal points to Max Endicott. Thanks to his qualifying performance, well, he finishes ahead with 6 points for both himself, Archie Lovat, and for Max Endicott. But that was a close call indeed, and again, it shows you that it's never completely done before the checker flag in any form of racing. Dan Halleman picks up another win in this the run of qualifying heats in front of Austin Newstead, Harry Costa-Kumpen. His best result to this day from Archie Lovat, Oliver Warner, McLaughlin, Peterson, Liam Carr, Samsic, and Niklas Malik, your top 10. As you look back at that bizarre second attempt of a start with the first part of the grid really breaking away already.
Yeah, exactly. There was the wheel off just in the background there. That was a big shame for Linnea Jensen for the Falcon Racing team. The wheel detaching before the crash even happened, and visibly frustrated with that one. Then there was that dramatic moment there with Jensen Ackermann and another one, Vincenzo Capella, I think it was. No, it wasn't. It was the 882. It was Luis Vilande who had the contact with Jensen Ackermann on that one. But despite that, the racing continuing on, and to the inside would go Austin Newstead. He would lead behind Archie Lovett, and Dan Alaman getting 2 for 1 as well, getting the move done on lap number 3. Lap 4 saw Newstead back into the lead, Lovett going through as well, and Alaman getting there as well. And all the meanwhile, your driver who was there in 4th place, Henry Constant Kumpin, started to close in, and eventually when they were getting to the last lap, they did manage to close in. Dust getting thrown up there, and another spin, and unfortunately for Jensen Ackermann, he would go round again, and it was the 859. I think that was the original spin there, and that was Jules Deconin out there as well. Dramatic moment there, and Archie Lovett would get spat out of the lead trio and would finish in P4. It was lucky the next group wasn't too close, because that may have cost him a pole position. But despite that, that incident, Archie Lovett still sits on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. He is all fine, and that is signed, sealed, and done for Mini X30 for their qualifying heats. Archie Lovett then starts on pole with Sid Rademacher alongside him in the A final, and Max Endicott starts on pole for Superheat 2 with Jarlis Seyer starting alongside him on that front row. The sun has disappeared now, the temperature beginning to fall. Guillaume Alvarez, 2 races to go. It's back to the Masters. Before then, we will have the drivers interview down in the paddock. But certainly, we're looking forward to see how the day is ended, and who, crucially, is going to be starting on pole position for the Superheats in Masters.
Remains to be seen with those 2 races, and I'd like just all of you to know that in 30 minutes, they won't have any lights left here because it's going to be dark. So let's keep it together and let's get those races done as we go down to the stage and Jake Sanson for another interview.
Well, I tell you what, he certainly made us all sweat for it watching at home. That was pretty tricky stuff. Archie Lovett, though, coming through for the pole position in Superheat tomorrow. Archie, a very tricky last race there, but you managed to get enough done to get it done. So how does it feel?
Yeah, I'm really happy because I got pole. 4th doesn't really matter. It's not the end of the world. But my start was not the best. I got up to 1st and then kept overtaking me. I kept my head, and on the last lap, I tried to go around the outside and I just popped up.
I guess it just shows you how badly all of your opponents want to take it away from you. It was very tricky stuff out there, but you got through it. You're on the pole tomorrow, so what's your thinking now going into the Superheat? You're obviously going to be in the prime position and everybody's going to be gunning for you, so how are you feeling going into it?
I'm feeling very positive. It's a hard track to pull away from here because of the toe. It's about 7 temps, and yeah.
And I tell you what, after the season you've had when you were the vice champion in Europe and now you come here to try and win the whole thing, I mean, would that just put things right as far as you're concerned after how tough the year's been?
Yeah.
I tell you what, the guys at Oliver Oda Motorsport, you've got some great teammates around you. You've also got some great engineers, some great coaches. Just how much hard work have you guys all been doing over the last week to pull this all together?
Very hard work. I've been doing my data and trying my hardest to get faster and faster every time.
Fantastic. So coming into the Superheat tomorrow, it's going to be tricky. We're not quite sure what the weather's going to do yet. Wet or dry? Are you confident that it's going to be a strong run?
I'm confident in both, and it's going to be a very hard final for tomorrow because everyone wants to win it here, so it's going to be a lot of battling.
Awesome. We can't wait. Archie, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So there we go. We've got 3 classes all sorted. We have the Masters still to come.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, indeed. Masters left to go. We will determine who's going to be starting where for their Superheats tomorrow. At the moment, it's your man starting this one on pole position, Francois Perrier, who leads the intermediate classifications by 1 point at the moment from Victor Urberg, who will be out in the next qualifying heat. The driver who starts alongside, though, Shane Daly, sits 3rd, also on 4 points. So really, it could be anyone's game in this one. We won't know until after the second qualifying heat, but let's see what's going to happen in this one as the engines fire up and the penultimate race of the day gets underway. Francois Paris and Shane Daly start this one on the front row from Johan Vilo and Mario Barrios on the second row of the grid. Gabriel Zuccella and Jim Ringelberg go from row 3 from Mark Daly and Gustavo Michelsen on row 4. Felipe Romeo and Carlos Souza round out row number 5 in the top 10.
Row number 6, we'll see Hamza Dirani and Tommy Nordvang. Then we have Jan Vanash and Richard Faulkner, followed by Yang Linsu, as well as Diego Concalves, Noel Brennan and Pedro Paxuta de Peiva, as well as Luis Erigen Lazeri, as still the 442. Concalves from Portugal is missing out on this one, as we get ourselves ready for a 10-lap race. But penultimate race, shall I say, of what has been a long day of racing for the Masters. 6 qualifying heats in the course of just one day for the X30 Master class of drivers over 30 years of age. So that's a busy day at the office, certainly for the 38 competitors of that category, the fourth category that we have here in Portimao. And as you said, it's still wide open when it comes to getting your hands on the pole positions for the superheat. There will be 2 superheat as well tomorrow for the Masters. We'll get going tomorrow with this class at 10:25 live and 10:30 local time for the first of those 12 races to crown this year's winner of the IWF Warrior Finals. But before that, we need a starting order. And at this point, François Perrier is, as you said, your current leader with 3 points as it stands. 2 victories, 1 victory for François Perrier, 1 victory for Jim Ringelberg, 1 for Victor Robert, and 1 for Guillaume Barbaret. Doesn't get any better than that. This has been a long day, isn't it? And the Masters will come into play in just a moment with a couple of points splitting the protagonist in the lead of the classification. François Perrier is your pole sitter with Shane Daly, Johan Vilo and Mario Barrios just after. Jim Ringelberg from 6 on the grid. Remember that he had a bit of a shaky qualifying heat not so long ago from that outside of the third row of the grid. Let's see what's going to happen for him, because he had a bit of a contact in the last lap of his previous race that put him at the back end of the classification, P15 on the line. So he's going to be willing to take revenge.
Cameramen are showing off with their focus game out there, and the lights go green, and these drivers are about to show off their driving skills. Here we go then, good start from the inside row, but crucially, Johan Valea there trying to get down the inside, not able to do so. Stays behind there in second place. Good start from Francois Perrier, who leads the way then going through 3 and 4. No drama then for him, as he now leads the way. The entire field, everyone getting through, apart from this man here, the 432, unfortunately, for Louis Javier Irigoyen. It's not gone his way, and unfortunately, he's at the back of the grid, the Mexican, not getting a good start.
And our little bird in the paddock, Jane Sanson, just told me that he just felt a few spots of rain coming our way from the paddock direction by the look of it. And if you look at the surroundings as well and the clouds, it doesn't look that particularly positive for weather changes. Remains to be seen if it's going to get even worse in the coming minutes.
I've got to say, I'm seeing spots of rain on that camera lens as well. So, yeah, I'll take his word for it. I think it is starting to rain just that little bit. Well, hopefully they've got some temperature into these tyres and it suddenly doesn't downpour on them. But at the moment, that would certainly shake things up. So, with Perrier leading the way, he still leads the intermediate classifications. Guillaume Barbaren has gone up into 3rd, but of course this will all change with the positions that happen in this one, and of course it will all change when the next race goes out onto the circuit. But right now, all is well. No drama here as you watch there. Michelsen behind Ringelberg. Ringelberg not having any issues in the early stages of this race. Crucially, not getting the amazing start he did earlier on around the outside, around some of the corners. And maybe those tyres have been scrubbed just that little bit too much now.
Yeah, twice in the same race going on the outside to make a move. If you haven't seen that, well, it's available on YouTube for the entire stream of today. I do invite you to go check that out. We've seen so many good maneuvers all throughout the 4 classes today and since Wednesday on the track that keeps on providing surprises. You know that spot in the turn number 3 has been certainly the most used by the drivers, along with turn number 13, certainly on the other side of the track in terms of maneuvers. Still kind of wait those last lap maneuvers as well between 16 and 17 turns, the last 2 right-handers before the start-finish straight. We've seen a couple of them. One of them pulled out by Victor Olberg, the Swedish driver. Unfortunately, didn't get to keep his victory as a result because it was 4 wheels outside of the white line, and a 5-second penalty coming with that. As for the moment, François Perrier is keeping Johan Vilo at bay for almost 0.3 of a second. Gabriel Zugella traveling 2 places up to 3rd. This particular part of the track. First time I came here actually 3 years ago in 2020 for another worldwide event. We had a sensational final in one of the classes. It was pouring rain into the last turn. It was when the final victory was decided on the last turn, on one last move on the photo finish. And we invite you to dig into your souvenirs as well for that fantastic piece of racing that we had back in the day. And racing has been absolutely ecstatic ever since we set foot here. This 11th edition of the IAME Warriors final. Comes down to the competitiveness of each of the classes, the layout of Portimao as well. The conditions have been absolutely mayhem on some time and some occasions. Yesterday has been much kinder today, even though a bit of a fear of late rain here, but it doesn't seem to be shaking off. François Perrier still under the pressure though of Vilo, Giugella and Barrios and Daly not far behind, with Jim Ringelberg trying to shake off a little bit from P6.
Certainly so. So Francois Perrier leading the way from Johan Vilo. Gabriel Zuccella from Mario Barrios, Mark Daly and Shane Daly now up into 6th place. Jim Ringelberg down into 7th. That happened on that last lap. Gustavo Michelson still there in 8th place from Romeo Felipe in 9th. Hamza Diriani rounds out the top 10 for the time being. Still good running from the entirety of our drivers. But right now, no pressure being put on our race leader at the moment. Pressure being put on for 3rd, though, as Mario Barrios dives to the inside of Gabriel Zuccella, and Zuccella, again, vocal as ever, puts his hand up in the air and says, "What were you doing there?" The gap was not there. But Mario Barrios certainly thinking that the move was on. So these two now starting to battle away. That's released the top 2 just that little bit now, as they open up the gap to nearly a second between the 2 groups of drivers. Back down in towards turn 2 they go. No change here. Check of the shoulder, and right now Johan Vilo just pushing Perrier along the track. And I suspect we're going to have to wait until the very last lap to find out what's happening as we do go on to lap 6. Shane Daly, after gaining that position, now starting to make some moves. He's moved up, or both himself and Jim Ringelberg have moved up ahead of Mark Daly. He's gone down to P7 now. So Shane Daly is on a charge here after not a great start from the front row.
About to conclude lap number 6 into turn number 13, that is. From Perrier, as you can see, François Perrier at the lowest point of the track before making their way back up into the last sector. It's really going up and down. Something you don't get to see that much on TV, but you can feel the ondulation and the elevation changes of that layout here with naked eye. It is particularly obvious and clear when you are on location. And fair to say that some of the karting tracks that we visit throughout the season are sometimes a little bit hilly, but certainly not as much as this one here in Portimao. Not so long ago we went to Campillos as well for the International High Games, but another form of a very hilly track in Spain. Shane Daly, the fastest Irish driver, 59.7, trying to shake off, and look at that, Jim Ringelberg battling along, but he's being overtaken by Shane Daly, as Mikkelsen as well as Barrios are getting themselves into the mix as well. Not over yet, as the 2 leaders keep a close watch to each other. Vilo, Perrier split by 0.2 of a second. And once again, we go down to the seniority and the experience of those drivers, not willing to push it just too much, not to be too aggressive just too soon, leaving it certainly to the last few laps to try to make a difference. But when it comes at least to the battle for the win, for the back, Daly 3 tenths down, 3 tenths ahead of Jim Rigelbeck, should I say. And we have Barrios Ucella split by only a couple of tenths of a second. So the battle for P3 still raging for the back behind those two. As José Pereira hasn't put a wheel wrong since the start of that qualifying heat, on the way to what could be his second victory in a row. That would keep him in the lead for one tiny point in front of Victor Holberg. And Victor Holberg has one mission, of course, left for him to accomplish, is winning the last race of the day and the last race for himself, and hoping that it doesn't change as well at the end to secure pole position for the superheat number 2. But we're getting near the conclusion of that race already. And further back, Jim Engelberg has got past Barrios, that's done already, keeps himself ahead. Penultimate lap that is.
So, only a couple of laps left in this one, and no change for our top two. It will differ, though, at the end of this lap, I suspect, or maybe halfway through this lap. We just don't know. But for X30 Master, certainly it's going the way of François Perroy, who leads the way in both on track and in the intermediate classifications right now. And I've got to say, on this last lap, seems to be opening up a little bit of a gap now to Johan Vilo, who's not able to fully attach himself. Hopefully he can get that slipstream on the start-finish straight and give us an exciting last lap here, and certainly put Francois to work. Yeah, we don't want him having too much of an easy race. However, the battle behind is still heating up. I can see that for third place, the four karts still battling away at the moment, still being led by Shane Daly, who's recovering back to his second place start. There they are, and it's Jim Ringelberg who's all over his rear bumper. I say it's on his rear bumper. Is he going to go for his special outside move here through turn 2? Oh, yes, he is. Round the outside he goes. Oh, but Shane Daly slices it down the inside like the thread of a needle and holds on to that one there, beautifully controlled. And now it's all starting to kick off here as Mario Barrios trying to get involved here, all the meanwhile at the lead here. Francois Perrier not having to battle at all against Johan Vilo here at all, but it's all kicking off for third place on this final lap. Very, very close racing here, but it's still Shane Daly who leads it from Jim Ringelberg, who amazingly holds off Barrios and Michelson. Zuccella is still there as well, trying to get involved as well, but they have seemed to have quietened themselves down, and they've calmed down now as they make their way out the final corner. Check flag goes out, and it will go the way of François Perroy, who crosses the line. The Frenchman doing a sterling job. No response from Johan Vilo. He cannot attack there. He stays in second place from Shane Daly, recovering back to third place. Well, that confirms then that François Perroy will be on pole position for the Superheat A for Masters. And it's all going to be down to really what happens and who's going to be starting on pole for Superheat 2 for X30 Masters, though. Last race of the day is coming up next. Please do not go anywhere as you watch then your drivers make their way back in to Parc Fermé after their 10 laps of racing. And I've got to say, tame, controlled, professional by our top two. Action-packed for third place down.
Very much so. And this is always, and is signaling that is dropping down in pace, coming back into the Parc Fermé as you do. But it's always a bit half and half with the Masters, and it's when it comes down to the battle for victory, as you said, controlled and professional. A bit shaky further back as well for the latest pieces available, but sometimes when it comes down to the final and the later stages of a long week of racing, well, it's when these Masters actually unleash themselves to the beasts of experience and skills that they are. And after one step of the other, going through all the qualifying heats, it all comes down to just 2 races to make it happen. As François Perrier just did the job, securing pole position for the first of 2 superheat in the class, in front of Johan Vilo, Shane Daly, Jim Ringelberg up into P4 from Mario Barrio, Michelsen Zuccella, Marc Daly, Philippe Souza, Nordvang, Faulkner, Brennan Vanash, Dirani, Lin, Pachuta, Irigoyen, and everybody made it to the checkered flag. 18 drivers in at the end. As we watch back some of the overtaking maneuvers throughout that last qualifying heat of the day for those two groups. A versus C in the master category, and you could see the 415 clipping the curve just a tiny bit. Mario Barrios in a sensational fashion, as Mikkelsen as well as Jim Hickelberg were getting involved into that four-driver battle, involving as well Gabriel Giucella from Argentina. At some point, seemed that the first one was going to have the upper hand, but Jim Hickelberg going around the outside on the way to turn number 3. Something that we have been used already to see from the Dutch driver as a priority here with the TD car chassis. But in the end, François Perrier was able to hold on to his position and keep his pursuer, Johan Vilo, at bay until the end. So that's one pole position done. The other one will go down through that last qualifying heat between two men, still with chances to grab it. And we have first Victor Auberg, who will be starting from pole position, and Guillaume Barbarin from the second row of the grid, fourth on the outside line. Guillaume Barbarin is just missing one tiny point to be able to get himself on pole position for the second superheat. If he stays where he is, third overall, he will be alongside François Perrier for the first of the two races. Something certainly he will be trying to avoid, and it's about time that we get concluded, because the clouds are gathering along. And before we get back to racing, let's hear from Jake Sanson and his guest.
1, 2, 1, 2. We are ready to go battling out there on the circuit in Master X30, but our pole sitter is Francois Perrier after an excellent run. Francois, what a brilliant run and a fantastic performance over the course of the 3 races. Talk us through how it has gone for you.
Yeah, it's a very good day. We start in pole position, and is very good for the team, and we won the last run. So the setup was good, and I'm very happy for the day, and I hope so it's the same for tomorrow.
It's so competitive in Master X30 this year. So many drivers can challenge and run at the front. So what is your strategy going into the superheat tomorrow? How are you going to approach that race?
The challenge is to stay in the road and to be in the first position for the finale, and we will see because the weather is not clear, so we have to say, and we will see.
Well, it's been a fantastic run for you, and we wish you all the best for tomorrow. Hopefully, we will see you again towards the podium at the end of it. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bonne chance, mon ami. So we have a fantastic battle from Francois Perrier tomorrow. However, we still need to find out who's going to be joining him as a Super Pole winner, and it's between 3 men right at the sharp end.
Thanks, Jake. The race is about to start. Here we go then. Across the start-finish line they go. Green flag goes out, and away they go for the final race of the day. Sorry we couldn't get the grid to you, but it's a great start for Victor Auberg. He needs to win this one to maintain his pole position start then for his superheat as we go on to the final race of the day, as we race under the floodlights now here at Portimao. Certainly a brilliant day of racing, and now the shadows starting to kick out from the floodlights. This is beautiful stuff, but these drivers have got the trickiest conditions now as the moon is high up in the air here over the circuit. It has been certainly a very long day, but for Victor Auberg, now it's all down to this one. Can he put it on pole position for the superheat tomorrow? Let's find out then as they go down in towards the infield section now, as it's all starting to kick off for second place though, but crucially, that's behind the issue. Victor Luz there in second, holding on to that one, and it's the DAP-coloured karts there of Guillaume Barbarin, who's in third place, who's now fighting for that second place spot. Remember, he sits third in the points standings at the moment, but he needs to finish ahead of Victor Auberg to start it on pole position. And there he goes down the inside of turn number 1. No time wasted whatsoever as he charges for his chance to start on pole position.
And the first of the 2 overtakings that he needs to do. The charge is on for Guillaume Barbarin, taking his DAP chassis up into P2. But Victor Auberg, in the meantime, was able to climb and build himself a bit of a gap, 7/10 in the course of the opening lap, as Luz is done in P3. Then we have John Norris, Thierry Delahaye in P5 from Bessac Delcourt, Gary Edwards, as well as Pizarro and Vautier. That's for your top 10 at the moment. Still everybody in, as this is the last race of the day. Talking about timing, as we wrap things up with Jake Hansen, as we were just ready to get going. And Victor Auberg took advantage of the opening lap to really pull away Now the question is, can he keep up with that pace until the end of that race? Guillaume Barbarin is ready to give him a chase. Let's have a look at the respective lap times and the gap. It was of 0.7 of a second. Now lap times faster. Guillaume Barbarin is 1 minute 1, 1 minute 3 for Victor Holberg, as we still have 0.7 of a second, so not so much of a change, even though Guillaume Barbarin will be trying his very best at every lap. Qualifying mode for the Frenchman, the winner of this year's IAME Series France in this very class. So certainly willing to defend his honor and reputation here in Portimao. Starting with this one, as it stands, is P4 at the moment in the classification of things, on equal points with Shane Daly. And that would give the other pole position available to Victor Holberg if he stays where he is. So Guillaume Barbarin is going to have to avoid that one through a little bit more. Always easier said than done, isn't it? As Thierry Delray is fighting his way through, struggling as well to keep up the pace of John Norris just in front. As Alexandre Pessac just made his way past the Belgian for P5. And Gary Edwards is looking to do the same on the way to turn number 1. That's going to be a close call for Delray, trying to protect his line. On the way to the hairpin. Look at Edwards with the fusion machine. And he dives around, makes his way through. And there's nothing that Thierry Delray could have done to prevent that from happening. So it goes down to P7.
Yeah, Edwards, good move there in towards turn number 3, the most common overtaking opportunity throughout this weekend. Many other opportunities to overtake, as we have seen as well out here at Portimao. Certainly a fabulous venue to host the IWF in 2023. First time the venue's hosting the event as well. Brilliant to be here, and I've got to say, superb venue to host the IWF in 2023. But for Ödberg, he is still leading the way comfortably at the moment, 0.6 of a second, and there's a retirement there, and that looks mechanical in nature for the 4:24. Yeah, yes. Del Coro, who was looking so quick this weekend as well.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for one of the drivers from the VDK racing team, the very sympathetic Anthony Del Coro. And his race is done and dusted already, unfortunately. So we're about to conclude lap number 5, and Guillaume Barbarin is putting another fastest lap in this race, 59.8, and he goes almost 2 times faster than Victor Holberg. And look at the gap, ladies and gentlemen, as we went from almost 8 to less than 4. The battle is on. Holberg against Barbarin, and there's a pole position at stake between the two. As for now, Barbarin needs to get close. He needs to unleash something. He will regret it if he doesn't try, even though they're going to have 2 more races tomorrow to finish this explanation on a high. As we're here with Thierry Delray and the TD Kart machine, trying to get closer to Alexandre Pessac and Gary Edwards.
Sparks kicking off there, Ödberg over the exit curb of turn 16. Really pushing hard there as they race under the floodlights here. And look at this now. Barbarin has closed right in the DAP-coloured kart there, right on that rear bumper of Victor Ödberg. And this could mean the difference of starting on pole position or not in the Superheat 2 for X30 Masters. And let's see what happens, because right now, well, now he's opened it back up again. So he's got some good pace with that slipstream, but mid-pack really struggling to try and stay with him in the sort of midsection part of that race there, but managing to hold firm right now and looking very sideways. I think Ödberg's tyres might be at an end here.
Victor Holberg very much in control, because as it stands, if he stays where he is, it would be a P2 overall with a pole position. But keep in mind that if Barbarin moves ahead, he will win. He would be on 0 points. That would put him 6. But Victor Holberg would lose 1 more point to 5. So if Victor Holberg only finishes P2 of that race, he would still manage to get himself on pole position for the Superheat number 2 tomorrow, as long as he stays within that top 2 finish, obviously. More than that, that would be another story, but certainly he's more than willing to finish that journey on a high before tomorrow.
Well, it could still play in his hands here, because you've got Victor Luz and John Norris just behind as well, still closing in with about 3.5 laps to go in this race. Ödberg's not out of the woods yet, but still looking very comfortable right now. Certainly been a good day, and he's not been shaken too much after the 5-second time penalty he'd got after that Still amazing overtake round the outside, but amazing but not legal overtake round the outside of the penultimate corner. But still, absolutely brilliant stuff from him, and it's not shaking him whatsoever as he hugs that steering wheel, using himself, making himself as streamlined as possible. But it's not going to help him out because he's just cutting a hole through the air here for Guillaume Barbarin to close in. And again, it's just it's yo-yoing at the moment, isn't it, between the two of them? It's bouncing backwards and forwards. And right now, I reckon this is going to go down to the last lap again.
Yeah, certainly once again, and it's about time for the competitor to switch on the lights that they don't have. Oh, and a mistake!
Oh.
A mistake from Victor Oberg into turn number 8 and opening the door to Guillaume Barbarin. Something that he had been building for and expecting. Now, it's not the end of the world, as we said, for Victor Oberg. The win is not crucially important here. What he needs to do still is to stay where he is into second place, because otherwise, if he loses another point after that, that could go the way of Dali indeed, because Dali could pick up some pieces as well. And as it stands, well, Barbarin is ahead. Barbarin is ahead as for now. Wow, 5 points, and now he switches back. So I missed the point on that one. Guillaume Barbarin taking the lead would mean he would take pole position. My apologies on that. But now we have Victor Oberg switching positions again, so that means that he's back into second place overall to Guillaume Barbarin. So let's see what's going to happen into that penultimate lap. But there's very much a pole position still at stake for Guillaume Barbarin in that last qualifying heat. Barbarin saw that opportunity, went for the lead, but now Victor Oberg was keen on fighting back, and he did so just beautifully.
Yeah, I think Oberg's kind of hitting himself after that mistake in towards 8 and 9. Now he's just thinking, right, okay, let's just focus, let's not do that again. But when doing that, you may start to overthink things. Obviously, these are senior drivers, well seasoned in their racing careers. They know what they need to do. They know that they don't need to overthink a lot of these things, but you know, it can all fall down to it, you know, starting on pole position for one of these races, and a last-ditch attempt there for Guillaume Barbarin to go down the inside through turn 3. Didn't plan out, stays there in second place. All the meanwhile on this final lap, Victor Lewis and John Norris, they're closing in. It's getting a little closer, so it's all down to these two here, but it's basically a fight for who starts on pole position. Into the braking zone of turn 8, and defensive goes Oberg. To the outsides goes Barbarin. He's going to try and get alongside with the switchback here. Can't quite do it as they go through the turns of turns 10, 11. Now in towards 12 and 13. Very, very close here as again switching to the outside. Watch for the switchback. Can he get the run at the exit of this one as they go through 15 and in towards 16? No, he can't. Are we going to see a last-ditch attempt around the outside? Again, not too sure. Trying to get to the inside. He can't quite do it. It's going to be to the line, but it's going to be Victor Oberg across the line. He's going to secure his pole position start for the Superheats tomorrow. No worries, says Victor Oberg. I had everything under control during that race.
And confirmation and the win and the pole position indeed for Victor Oberg in the Superheat number 2. François Perrier already secured that first Superheat pole. And autocorrection to myself, of course, from second to first, you go from 2 points to 0. So I missed on that one in my own calculations to record of that race. So indeed, Guillaume Barbarin had a strong shot at the other pole position, and he actually could fit it through his gloves for just a few moments before Victor Oberg was able to make the switch back. And between the two, only 3 points in the end, to the advantage of the Falcon Racing driver. That's 2 victories out of 3 attempts for Victor Oberg. It could have been a clean sheet without that 5-second penalty, but still, he will have to make do with 1 or 2 pole positions, the one for the second race, Perrier having the first one. But Barbarin showing some strong pace and fighting spirit out there, still very much in respect and fair play between the two. So it's good to see that there was no aggressive driving or movement coming to the last lap. And it feels good, of course. This is a very tasty appetizer for the X30 Masterclass coming to the Superheat and the final tomorrow.
It certainly is. So for Victor Oberg, he secures his pole position start. For François Perrier, he also secures his pole position start as well. Guillaume Barbarin trying his best he could do was P2, and he starts on the front row still just not on pole position. The rest of the race results there going through your screens. All drivers finishing the race bar one. Anthony Delacroix unfortunately breaking down out on circuit, the only retirement from that race. Well, what a day it has been. Drivers make their way back into Park Fermé. The day's not over just yet because I'm sure we'll be chatting to our man, Victor Urberg, who'll be starting on a pole position in a few moments' time. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. The biggest highlight from that one is the fact that we were racing in the dark.
Absolutely, and with no lights on for the competitors, obviously, as Guillaume Barbarin on lap number 2 was charging his way through from Victor Luz up into P2. And at the time, we thought that Victor Urberg had done the hardest part of his race to keep himself away from the rest of the field, still battling along with the likes of Thierry Delray, as well as Gary Edwards and Alexandre Bessac fighting through the middle of that pack. And Delray would start to drop a little bit of momentum all the way to P6 in the end at the checkered flag. And this is the moment that could have changed everything for Guillaume Barbarin. The slight mistake of Victor Urberg sliding his way through into turn number 8, but then he was very fast on getting back onto his wheels and into turn number 2. He just made his move past. And further finish as the two were split by 500 of a second. We thought for a slight moment that Barbarin maybe could have had that momentum back, as under the moon we finished this off. We had the sunshine, now it's about time for the moonlight for what will be certainly a beautiful night. And it's about 7 o'clock, 4 minutes past 7 o'clock local time here in Portimao in the south of Portugal. And as you can see, the night is setting in here at the end of what has been a fascinating day of racing. 25 races in the bag. We still have 12 left, 76 total, so 64 qualifying heats that are done. And this is the upcoming event that we have tomorrow on Saturday. A couple of races left on the schedule, 12 in total. The morning will be all about the superheat, 2 superheat by class, starting for the Masters at 10:30 on track, 10:25 local time. We will be live, as always, on IMAmotorsport.com. 2 Masters, 2 Mini, 2 Junior, and 2 Seniors. At the end of those superheat, there will be another classification with the points awarded, and the pole sitters will be known for the final of the afternoon, starting in the same order: Master, Mini, Junior, and the cherry on the cake, the X30 Senior class, certainly the pinnacle of all 4 classes, to run things up in the afternoon for this 11th edition of the IMA Warriors Final. As we wait for the last interview with Jake Sansandan on the stage, well, one last few words, my dear Anthony. We're gonna give word first to Jake, and then we'll come back to wrap things up before the big day tomorrow. Over to you, Jake.
So it turns out it's the Super Swede, Victor Urberg, that joins Francois Purier on the pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. You get to get pole position for Superheat B tomorrow. It's been a very tough day for you. 3 wins on the road. The penalty for that mega move around the outside has stopped you going ultimate pole, but just talk us through the day. It's been a great one for you.
Yeah, sure has. It's been great all day, and yeah, car has been amazing as well. Tried a few things in the second heat. Speed was really good. I managed to get a good gap from the beginning, and then you can break the toe as well. When you can't break the toe from the beginning, then it's difficult to pull away, but I managed to get a win in the last heat as well, so it feels good.
So in terms of the confidence factor going into tomorrow now, obviously the pressure's off a little bit. You've obviously done the hard work. Now you go into the races tomorrow with a kart that you know is fast. How can you translate that into another strong run in the Superheat?
I think the Superheat will just be about getting through in front, so that we start in front and final. I think just starting in the top 7 in the final is good enough to be there to battle, because like I said, it's difficult here around here to break the toe, so pulling away is really difficult. It feels really good for tomorrow.
It's been a long wait to confirm you, but it's been worth the wait, Victor. Thank you very much indeed. Great racing all week.
Thank you.
So with Victor Urberg starting from pole position along with Francois Purier in the 2 superheats that we have in Master X30, we have now whittled the field down from over 350 drivers worldwide to just 144. Tomorrow, just 4 of them will be our IAME Warriors. Back to the boys in the box.
Thanks, Jake. Indeed, yes, we'll wrap things up quickly here as it is local time, 10 past 7 in the afternoon, or in the evening, I should say. We've been on track racing for just over 11 hours. The first track action started at 8 o'clock this morning. So the first thing that I want to say is a huge thank you to all of the track staff out there who have worked so hard. The marshals, the officials, everyone out there, the medical crews, everyone who has been out there working so hard to make sure that we run throughout the entirety of the day nice and safe. Big thanks to them. Tomorrow's going to be an exciting day. In around 15 and a half hours, like you say, we go ready for the first of the Super Heats. And I've got to say, racing under a full moon is quite a spooky thing to do, and it's that spooky time of season, isn't it, Guillaume?
It is, absolutely, and what better layout and what better background and atmosphere as well to crown this year's IRMA Warrior Final winners. But we're going to have that on schedule for tomorrow. 12 races left out of 76 on schedule that we've had since Wednesday. So be with us tomorrow. One last word for the drivers using RGMMC transponders. Don't forget to bring them back to the tent for them to charge, in order for them to be ready as well for the last few races tomorrow. As always, we'll be live at 10:25 local time, 10:30 for the first of the 12 races on schedule. A bit of a lunch break in between. Presentation going on onto the track. This will be the day that all the drivers have been expecting for quite a while. For many days they've been here for an entire year of preparation. The pinnacle event in the IRMA X30 world is ahead of us, and tomorrow, day 4 of the IRMA Warriors Final. We cannot wait to be there tomorrow.
We cannot wait indeed. Stay with us and we'll join you tomorrow live, bright and early in the morning. From us, Anthony Jordan, Guillaume Alvarez and Jake Sanson down in the paddock. It is goodbye for tonight. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.